Good evening, everyone joining us in person and those of you joining us virtually. Thank you for coming out to tonight's Thursday, June 27th budget workshop. We are going to get started right away. For those of you that don't know, Councilwoman Deborah Michael had a prior commitment. She will be joining us virtually. She's on now. She is joining us virtually to participate in the budget workshop. She's just not here in person. Madam Clerk?
Yes. This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. This notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on June 17th, 2024. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Is she on as a?
She is on, yes.
Councilwoman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa? Present. Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President Rutherford?
Here.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their budget workshop.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Gross, we're just going to pick up where we left off. I see Director Keogh is here. If there's any commentary you'd like to give us before we go into Mr. Keogh's portion of the budget. And if you would be so kind as to direct us to which page we are on each time we're dealing with a different department.
107.
I have no way other than to introduce Mr. Keogh. He is our director of a recreation program, well established, well known by many people. So I'll turn it over to him and I will get you the page 900. 108.
108?
I don't know where the community service page is, but
107.
is it 107? 107. Sorry, 107.
Yeah, it's kind of like flip flopped a little bit.
Got it. Well, thank you, Mr. Keogh, for coming. If you give us an overview of your budget and highlight any changes that are in there that you want to draw our attention to, and any particular issues you want to advocate for.
Well, why don't we just go through section by section? Would it be
Sure.
simpler that way?
Yep.
If you follow the piece of paper that I sent there to you, the orange one, those are the things where we're having snags and need a little bit of help. You know, we pride ourselves on being, you know, solid fiscal managers of our department. We're not frivolous. We are cheap to a fault. There is a climate out there with food, beverage, and fees and things like that beyond our control. And some of these things necessitate some adjustments for us to continue to deliver the same services that the community is grown accustomed to. On page 107, you'll see number 206. The OSPAC budget. I'm asking you to consider an increase from that. What's happening is entertainment fees are up, technical assistance fees are up, the rental of certain pieces of equipment is up, and if we don't keep pace, then you're going to see a decline in the quality of programming at OSPAC, and I don't think anybody wants that. So I'm asking you to consider an $8,200 increase in their allotment, which would take it from $33,800 to $42,000.
What does that get us? Is that just to cover the existing inflationary expenses on the
It would
current?
be the same programming, you know, putting on the plays and
That's an
Nice
interesting-
ring.
I have a program going on tonight that has a problem. So they're
It may rain,
gonna be
yeah.
calling me. Nothing we can't handle. So what happens is, the cost to hire quality acts and to pay for licensing fees and all those things, they're picking up. They're getting higher and higher. It's getting more and more difficult. So this is really not an ask to expand. It's an ask to stay on pace. What we're already doing.
Okay, what else what do we have? I mean, we're gonna give some commentary back and ask some
Sure.
questions at the end. You got some OE budget lines that you want changed as well?
Do you need to take that? Yeah.
I'm talking.
Well, they need you to go step out.
I can't be two places at once.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's all right.
Where were you?
You've got the mayor's program also you're requesting. to
Yeah,
change?
we're running into the same thing there with increase across the board and mostly all of the special events that they do once a month all require catering and things like that, and the fees, everybody knows where food and beverage is going. It's off the charts, so we need a little bit of help there.
Okay, and what is this senior golf?
What happens is, under programs, we have a budget line on page 112 called programs, which a lot of different things fall under. It's kind of like our flex budget, so to speak. We can do a lot of things underneath it. We run a series of senior golf outings for senior citizens in West Orange. And the country clubs are experiencing some of the things that I've just explained to you with rising food costs and different things like that. And they're kind of pricing us out of that opportunity to provide this service. So I have two choices. I can ask you guys to help me a little bit, or we can start really skyrocketing the prices to seniors to participate in these things, which I think at the end of the day, the death knell program. We're at that tipping point where if we start charging the seniors much more money, I just don't think the program's going to continue. So we're asking for a little bit of seed money there to cover some expenses, keep the cost down for our seniors.
Can I ask questions on this page?
Sure.
So just to go over a couple things, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. So I saw that it's zero. Are they still doing the project graduation, the 2,500? Are you utilizing that, or did they not? Did they do that this year, or they did away with that program
On the community service page?
on 204? Yeah,
The high school PTA
yeah,
project.
yeah.
Got
I know
2,500.
I know they did it.
They
I know
did.
project
Are you guys
graduation.
okay? Cause it said zero. Are you guys contributing to that still, or?
That's related to when they actually make requests, like, requests you often come the year following.
Okay, so just looking to see where we can move money around. And I know with the Mount Top PAL, the basketball club, that you supplement their insurances, correct? With all the money that we
That's
give
part
them?
of it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then Luna Stage, we increased them last year or the year before, correct? To
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row.
But Luna Stage is still only 8,000, correct?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm
yeah,
looking
he's
to-
not asking for an increase. I'm
Well,
just,
I have a question about
Yeah.
that when you're done.
All right, but we increased OSPAC, not Luna Stage.
no, OSPAC, we increased because of the lack of funding.
To the
just
community.
Well, we took the community house money and divided it up to the other, to the downtown and to the OSPAC a couple of years ago.
Right, so 2 years in a row, we've given them additional money
Yeah,
And not Luna Stage.
and not Luna Stage.
Right, that's my point.
no, Luna Stage, no, they were 3,000. They got increased over.
Right, but
this
we've
year,
given
yeah.
the substantial amount to OSPAC. We're giving right now a substantial amount to other programs, but we're not increasing. If we're gonna increase the arts, I think we should be consistent in how we increase them.
Well, you have to,
And Luna Stage
Yeah.
is not getting a tremendous amount of money, and Luna Stage is doing just as good a work all season long, not seasonal, all year long. as OSPAC is
Well,
only
did they ask for a request? Do you need a
they've
request
asked for
that?
more, they've asked
They
for
haven't
more
asked
money.
me,
But
that
they've
doesn't
stated-
mean they haven't asked somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've asked.
Yeah, I listen. Again, I'm just asking the question. So what did they ask for?
Well, they need more funding. They didn't have a specific request, but I'm just saying, if OSPAC is coming and continuing to ask for more money, we need to be equitable in how we distribute. If we're
Sure.
giving to the Downtown Alliance and they're doing programming, if we're giving to OSPAC and they're doing programming, then we should also take into consideration Luna
Sure.
Stage.
Yeah, I'm good
I
with that.
agree with Councilwoman Williams.
Yeah. And
I think the
change-
original question, Councilwoman,
Yeah.
was on the budget, it says 0 is expended to date
Yeah,
for many of these.
well, even Luna Stage, it says 0. Did they use their money or?
No, they did not get their money, they didn't apply for their money until this year.
Mr. Gross.
They didn't apply to receive their money until this year.
Okay, but they're getting it
Oh,
from
yeah.
last year. Okay. And what about, do we fund the chamber or is that, we don't
No,
do that anymore?
That was incorrect. That's supposed to be West Orange Rotary. It's not the chief.
Okay,
That was the money associated with 4th of July.
which they don't participate
So
anymore.
I could take,
Okay,
I could move that 22.
Actually, what that was when they moved that 4th of July program. Whether it's a chamber or
It's the road.
Rotary, there was a Christmas program that we did support.
a one-time thing?
As sort of a replacement of that.
Yeah, for the one time. Yeah, you
So-
did it one time. Yeah,
I
okay,
don't know whether it's rotating on.
Okay.
So the West Orange Chamber of Commerce is down for 2250.
yeah.
And what we're saying is that they are not the recipient of the 2250? Is that what we're saying?
One time they gave it, because they can move money around. One time they gave it to the Rotary.
No, well, so is that the case? Was it just that one time to the Rotary?
I believe that's the case. I mean, I
Yeah.
have to go back to research to make sure.
Yeah.
But it certainly hasn't been recently.
Okay.
They were selling hot chocolate or something at one of the events. I mean, 20. From what I remember, I could be wrong.
All right, so Councilwoman, you had several questions on those, and I echo those questions. I mean, it's
Yeah.
interesting to me that all of them, well, not all of them, but many of them, senior citizens, high school PTA project, Luna Stage, OSPAC,
The only people that
Chamber of
ask for money
Commerce
are Mountaintop.
and
Hotel.
West Orange Elite Basketball Club all have zeros next to what was expended in 2023.
Well,
It's just a process issue that they often apply after the fact. This is reimbursement, or this is for them for their efforts, and they're required in order to get paid, they have to give support on how they're spending their money. So it is.
Is
you
this
know,
the
it's
money
not
that pays
un-
their
it's not
coaches?
Unusual for it to bleed into the next year. That's all.
Is this the money that pays their coaches when they, because we just received a letter not too many weeks ago where their coaches hadn't been paid from the high school programs. Is
no,
this-
that's separate.
Is this,
That's
is this the
separate.
same thing or separate? Okay.
That's separate line.
And they have been paid though. I mean, at least that's my recollection from what.
Yes,
They
the
have been.
guys have been paid.
All right, Councilwoman Williams, did you have something you wanted to say about?
I have pretty much stated my sentiment. I just feel like if we're going to increase OSPAC or the Downtown Alliance, that
You're not increasing downtown. They're staying. They didn't ask for an increase.
Luna Stage be given some type of consideration, and the consideration should be significant like it is to OSPAC and to the Downtown Alliance. That's still one of our arts facilities, and that is a volunteer 501c3 organization. They're run just based on donations, just like the other two, and I just think we need to be equitable.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No, I just think if we're increasing, we should know what we're increasing for and why.
Yeah.
Why we need the money and
It-
where it's going to go, rather than talking about increasing everybody across the board. I think we should have a better understanding of the need. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, Councilwoman Geber Michael, did you want to offer commentary on page 107, community services operating expense?
No, I echo Councilwoman Williams' sentiments about being equitable across the board.
So I think, I think, so I share your concerns about Luna Stage as well. I have been to multiple plays there. They do a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
And it certainly does. I mean, I thought it was a huge get for us when they relocated from Montclair to West Orange. I would certainly like to see us support them more. I think Councilman Scarpa's issue is that we don't have a specific either dollar amount or
Understanding of why
what
they
it's gonna be
need it
spent
for all of them, not just Luna Stage, but I think for all of the people that we're giving money to, we should understand what they're doing with the resources they have and exactly why they need additional resources, where it's going to go.
Yeah, I think Mr. Keough is
He
here to
explained
just
that
explain.
Yeah, he
The
did.
ones on
Right.
on his sheet. It's, I don't think he is prepared to explain Luna Stage, but that doesn't mean we can't figure out something. The other thing I would encourage us to do, and this is you know, the instructions that we gave, that we discussed in our very first budget workshop. Let's look at the whole thing. Before we start increasing here or there,
Yes.
let's understand where we're gonna take from with the eye toward keeping this 2.47 increase or lowering it if possible.
And that's why, Council President, I wanted to see where the zeros were, if there was going to be utilized or not. So if we need to shift any money, we can.
Also, when we look at percentage increase, I mean, if you look at, you know, the senior golf is almost double, the mayor's program, they're asking for much more than double for food. That seems pretty exorbitant to go from 13,000 currently to $32,000.
I don't have a problem with that amount. I've been to their programs, a tremendous amount of their programs. And they run on an extremely skeleton budget, and they do a lot for that community. So I part of the challenge that we have is when we're not certain about a program, we have to get out there and attend that program. That's the only way we're going to have a comprehensive understanding of what these programs need. So if you're not willing to go and see how these programs run, then it's very difficult for us to say and understand why an increase is necessary. But I've been to that program, several events, again, of the 13 events that they've held, I would say that I've been to at least 6 or 7.
So, Mr. Keough, my question on the initial, the thing for OSPAC, was it not communicated to the mayor or to Mr. Gross before this was put together? The additional 8,200, because the request that is on the budget, at least the way it's listed here, says that you requested 33,800 and the mayor recommended 33,800.
This came afterward.
The 8,200?
Yeah.
All right, is the mayor aware of it? Did you?
Yes.
You made the mayor aware? Got it.
Okay.
So with the senior golf program, are we utilizing Rock Spring?
No,
Why not?
Expensive.
because it's a public golf facility and the senior golf outings are held at country clubs. And the whole point of it is that they get to play courses that they can't play on a regular basis. When we tried to run one at Rock Spring, it was a disaster.
Why?
Nobody signed up for it because they could play there anytime they want.
They have senior discounts
Mm.
for residents at Roxburgh.
So there was no allure to it. So we go to Crestmont, we go to Montclair Country Club, we go to Essex County.
How many participants do you have?
We usually get about 100 each time,
And these are all West Orange residents?
majority. There's a percentage that are not and they pay more.
Got it.
Can
How do non-residents get into the program? Do they have to come as a
They have to
guest
come
of a
with-
resident?
Yeah, they're hooked in with somebody generally.
Can we-
Almost always.
Can we charge more for non-residents?
We just did. We already
I
did.
mean, to offset
We do.
but can we charge even more for the non-residents to offset the 8,000?
As you continue to raise the fees, it's just like at the pool. I mean, at what point does it get that you think you're raising more money by raising the fee? you're having less participants and you're not raising,
Well,
you're not raising the income.
what percentage are non-residents? Could we,
Well,
a small amount, so small that it's marginal, it wouldn't make a difference.
You want to raise the fees on seniors?
No, of
Well,
course
that's
not.
what you just suggested to him.
Well, if they're not residents, it would be
You
different.
want to raise the fees on any senior, whether
No,
they're a
of
resident or
course
not.
not.
That's what you just suggested to him.
No, what she suggested was charging non-resident
Residents.
seniors more, which I certainly
Right.
understand, but let,
we already do that. That's
Right.
Yeah.
built in.
gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, but they won't get the
Right.
participation.
Well, he may not get it from non-resident
Yeah.
seniors if he
Right.
kept his fees the same at resident seniors. And, you know, obviously our budget should reflect our values. And seniors are important to us. We've, certainly been doing a lot more work, to support, that particular population. But these are tax dollars too.
Right. I just want to say, you know, our seniors are close to 20% of the population and they have like what, I think, we have like the smallest budget. And if anything, I'd like to see senior budget increase.
Well, that would be increasing this particular line item, at least from this particular department. All right, Mr. Keough, you spoke about the mayor's program. It's on the back, there's a total increase of 41,000.
This is a difficult one to explain. The hourly wages have certainly caught up to us. What we were paying hourly for part-time people. You know, what's happening with that is there are mandated increases. But Lisa and Doug Adams, who ran that program for a long time, that was a labor of love, and they weren't really putting in their hours or asking to be paid. They were on salary, but half the time they were volunteering, and you know, they're phasing out of the program now. We have to go out and hire people who are not going to do that. So
Have we worked with past at all? Maybe some of the past parents would take over and do
we
some-
still have a few
Maybe they would
volunteers, but there's certain things that volunteers cannot do. You know, I mean, they've got to coordinate staff and coordinate purchase orders and order things and do different things. It's a lot.
Mhm.
And they're also looking to. The mayor's program has always been a strictly a recreational program. Okay, in other words, it was providing recreational activities for that population. The suggestion is that they want to now start branching out into educational and support services for that group. Which means we're gonna be dealing with more numbers, more people or whatever. So it's not just the raising costs of hourly workers and replacing two people. Who really didn't take much out of the budget because they chose to do it as a labor of love. But also, we're talking about, you know, bringing in support people, you know, DDD presentations, different things along those lines. So we're looking to expand what they do. It's a big ask, I understand that.
Is this already in the budget or this is extra?
That's extra.
82,000, or is it
four-
$87,391 extra?
So can I,
Altogether, count
So-
everything.
Right, but
I never-
that is what you're asking us to add to the mayor's budget.
No, that's everything I asked for altogether.
okay, but this 41,657 for this item,
Right.
you just, is it in here or we have to add it in there?
You have to have that.
So you,
That's
okay,
part of-
so
that's
this
part
is
of the
something that
87.
was just recently planned. This isn't something that was planned prior to putting the budget together.
No, this had to do with changing of staffing and some reorganizational meetings that took place with the staff and trying to find some new directions and some new things to provide.
So I'm sorry, I don't see Lisa or Doug Adams on your chart here where you have your employees listed. That would be page 109.
Lisa retired from it and Doug took over.
So
He
Doug
was-
Adams
He was
has,
just an hourly employee, so not every hourly employee is gonna be listed on your charts.
so how do you account for hourly employees on your budget?
There are different program lines later in the budget. You go to page 109.
Yeah.
There are multiple lines down there. That
So we
that
have-
all relate to the mayor's program.
So for example, where it says special needs, part-time, park caretaker hourly.
Yeah, handicap program coordinator.
So is that
special needs
particular
camp
person-
supervisor.
Is that an actual person?
Yeah.
You have someone in that role?
Well, a lot of times it changes. Sometimes it's just a summer employee if it's a camp program. Part of that is our summer camp. And part of it is people that work in the office and, they stay for a while, not necessarily a single person. No, it's not necessarily a single person, not at all. It's a multitude of people.
So I'm a little confused how you have some people that work all year round. If they're hourly, why aren't they showing up on the budget?
They may be here all year round, but not necessarily on a regular schedule, so they're considered seasonal.
So if you have, for example, somebody as a footstep instructor, that same person could be getting paid as a special needs camp personnel for the day. Is that right? I
Very
mean,
well could be.
yeah, okay. So one person could potentially
We're,
fall into wherever you need to plug them in.
yeah, we're
Okay.
multiple hats, yeah, of course.
So how do you hire then?
Sometimes I wish I could figure that out myself. We just keep plugging it in and, people work for a couple of months, college students come in, they move on and, you just rattle cages and find somebody that's interested and willing to, do a labor for us and, they have a location in this area. It's not easy filling all this stuff, that's for sure.
Would it be easier if you had, a formal job description, year-long, a full, annual calendar with real description of what their role is?
Well, it might help you at your end to understand it, but it do very little for me. It's up to you.
And you're using a ton of part-time workers too.
That's what 99% of it is.
So it's just difficult to
College kids-
understand.
College kids work at our summer campus, counselors there. It's like they do at the pool or anywhere else with the community house.
All right, so when you add up all of these 9101s, where does this 36,343 come from?
That's the money that's currently allotted for employees of the mayor involved in the mayor's program. That's the 36,343 is the active number.
So, but which lines would comprise that? So, and which lines then comprise the other 41,000? Like which ones have been approved or at least recommended? And which lines are you asking us to add in? Or are those additional 41 not listed on here somewhere?
Those 41, the 41 will be integrated into these existing lines.
So what your ask is to increase these existing lines, these part-time employees, the amount that you pay. Is that to increase the hours, to increase the amount per hour? Okay.
But if you're looking for educational support services, wouldn't you need another program director or somebody like, or are you going to give that
We're bringing somebody
responsibility
into
to
the office right now, focusing on that stuff.
somebody
Under
and
what line?
as an admin or how keyboard clerk or how you addressing that?
Just an hourly, seasonal employee.
But they have to have a title. We have to have people.
They'll have titles, and anybody, all are entry level positions. If it's clerical, they're keyboard clerk.
Okay. Do we have
And
a,
we also have, well, in recreation program, we do have recreation leader positions, so there are others.
Yeah, they're all on 108
Few other entry level.
or 109 rather.
That they use, and that's really based on where their director feels their focus is going to be.
I am interested in certainly supporting parks in general. I've made it clear, I spoke to our BA a few months ago. I was going to, and I requested that the mayor include money for parks in town at multiple schools in the capital budget when it's introduced later this year. I am certainly supportive of the parks. It's hard for me to approve, at least to vote for this 41,000 under the mayor's program without knowing where it's going. Which line items it's going to, what the hourly rate is going from and to, how many additional hours are going to be there. If there are going to be new roles created because they can't stay part-time once they work above a certain number of hours. So then does that mean they become full-time and then we hire them full-time? Like, that's a tough one for me.
There's no full-time coming through this channel. So, I'm not asking.
No, but if you
It's
have,
all part-time stuff.
Well, maybe-
First off, we've never converted somebody from a part-time position. Not somebody, a position created, took a part-time position.
Mr.
turned it into-
Please.
We've never taken part-time positions and put them all together and converted them into a full-time position. We wouldn't have the money for that, because we wouldn't have the benefit money. You're changing the whole dynamic. So if these positions that are dedicated to part-time funds will remain part-time funds.
Understood, but we still have no way of knowing what the current rate is, what it's going to, how many hours that covers.
How many
and if
people
they're
it
gonna be
covers.
additional people.
Based on the positions are based on, which you do, we do outline the position, but the position are based on the salary ordinance that council approves with the salary range.
Right, but it doesn't say on, like, there's no way, unless you have something we don't have, Mr. Gross. I can't match up the 41.6 to any line item on here. And I can't assume that it's gonna be a
Well, I agree.
5% increase.
This is a.
across the-
Council President, can I ask a question? I know you
Abs-
guys can't see when I raise my hand, so I'm just gonna
Sorry.
interject. That's
Sorry.
okay. Why there should be a line item for like every seasonal employee and what the cap is for it, just like we have for other departments. So I don't understand why we can't do that now, why they can't do that now for the Parks Department. And are there grants that we can look at for staffing? I know that other forms of government receive grant money for staffing for departments. So can we apply for grants to help offset these costs?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be listed. I don't know that that'll be listed in time for us to meet our target date of July 19.
But to your point about not being able to take this request and put it into the line because it's not in lines. This is an awkward way to do it, and certainly what we certainly can do is I can work with the director to transform this request into a line item request. So that it.
Well, that would be
So
helpful.
that at least you know where it was intended here. I think this is a narrative request that the director put together. It was outside and after the budget process. So this is just more form over substance. We certainly can transform it into a more traditional request for you.
Thank you, sir. I think that would be helpful for my colleagues and I.
That would be helpful for me as well.
Yeah. Celebration of public events, 4th of July. Is the 4th of July celebration as currently planned more expensive than providing the fireworks?
Yes,
How so?
Yeah, I like to hear this.
because we were tasked with, coming up with something that was significant enough to replace fireworks. It would have been very easy for us to simply say, we're not doing fireworks anymore. But that's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to come up with something that was significant. as we delved into the process of putting the music festival into this celebration, which we never had before, we came across a lot of very interesting learning curves. Sound technicians, audio equipment, different things that was brand new for us. And it's something that we had no way of knowing. We took some common sense approaches to it. And at the end of the day, we're saying, oh my gosh, we gotta rent a stage, that's $800. We gotta pay 3 audio techs, we have to hire an audio tech company, we have to hire the bands, we have to, do all these things. And it's just becoming very, very enlightening, but also a little bit more expensive than the fireworks.
You should talk to Camille, because those are some of the same issues that she has
Yes.
with sound that I've spoken with her
Right.
about at OSPAC that are
Well,
exorbitant costs.
Thank God that Camille and Elliot Sussman, her sound guy up there, has jumped in because they have been invaluable to us.
Yeah.
And they've saved us a ton of money already. Some of the quotes that came in that would have, just thought about maybe even canceling it because they were so exorbitant. Elliot and Camille found ways to restructure it and do things a different way. So they've been a godsend.
Would it be more cost effective to do it there at OSPAC?
That was
The problem is you can only fit 200 people there, what are you gonna do? It just doesn't work.
Councilwoman?
So with a tremendous amount of respect for everyone trying to jump in and do things differently and overcompensate when things have to change. Being involved on a different board and being involved in supporting their need and desire to do a festival in East Orange. One of the things that we have to really, so I guess what I'm trying to say is instead of the rec department trying to put on a music festival, why aren't we subcontracting people who really do music festivals, know how to put on a music festival? Instead of us trying to piecemeal something together, there are people out here who really do this professionally.
That's a great idea.
And we've got to start
Working smart.
working smarter, not harder. I mean, putting on together these festivals, not for nothing. And I get it, and I'm not comparing it, but we've got to figure out how to do these things. I can't imagine that fireworks, we spend $70,000 on fireworks. There's no reason
No,
why
it is expensive.
Spent 40, you spent 40.
on an entire event,
Yeah, it was 40 budget.
on the fireworks and the event.
Oh,
I'm talking about police, I'm talking about
Oh.
fire, we spend
Well,
$75,000.
Police is on a different budget.
I understand that, but what I'm saying still, we shouldn't have to spend more than $40,000 to do a music concert. That means to me that somebody doesn't know what they're doing.
well, it's not just a music festival. I mean, we've got all the food trucks, we've got the kids zones, we're renting bouncy houses and all that other stuff. We're doing a lot of other things.
We just gotta be, we gotta be pound wise and not, we're stepping outside of our comfort zones and we're
Yes.
not doing it well. We're just not doing it well.
Well, we're doing it well. We may not, there may be better ways to do it, or that could save us a few dollars. But I take umbrage with, we're not doing it well. We are doing everything we possibly can to make the thing successful. We're in, like I said, we're in uncharted waters. And if you have leads for us that we could discuss over the course of the winter with them for possibly, helping us or guiding us for next year, I'm all for that.
Well, Mr. Keo, I want to say, I think, I don't want you to take my, pushback as, critical of you as a director of the department. What I do think my colleagues and I, we've had some quiet conversation, amongst ourselves tonight, would prefer to see with regard to this particular 4th of July celebration is possibly work at, with OSPAC or at OSPAC, or utilize another part of the arts community within West Orange that does have that skill set to handle the at least the arts portion of it. But now back to the budget. The budget is calling for 35,000, and that is what you had requested to put on the 4th of July celebration. You won't call it just a music festival, but
Right.
4th of July celebration. And you're saying you need another 6,700.
Right.
See, this is what we get for doing our budget late. Everybody's looking for more
Every
money.
year, right? And at some point, what we're gonna have to do is get 2 years of the 4th of July in particular, so that we're not asking this year for this year,
Yeah.
Right. Right.
right?
Right.
So maybe Mr. Gross, actually, you probably won't be the one to do it, but Mr. Smeraldo for next year, when we do the budget, let's do 2 years of the 4th of July celebration. Or
Can
any
we
of
do
those early in the year. It doesn't have to be, you can figure out how you want to do it.
In the state of New Jersey,
You
you
can't do
can't
that.
fund the following year's appropriation from previous years.
Plus cost.
So, okay,
Just have
well,
to-
We could set some reasonable guidelines.
Having said that,
Yes.
you know, I mean, certain things the council can address early and put in place so that the administration knows what funds.
right, so we know what we're spending and we're negotiating over it before, 2 weeks before the event.
Yeah.
This is similar to a change order.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's exactly what it is.
This is a change order.
All right, so, I think I'm satisfied. Actually, let me go back to my notes. So if you go to, page 108, salary and wages were 421. Budgeted was 421. What was spent was 499. Then the request came in at 429, and that's what was recommended by the mayor. Can you help me understand that?
Was that last year's 4th of July? Pushed you over the
That's
years?
salary.
Yeah, that moves to 499. We've since doing in our preparation for audits, identified that there was a misapplication to that line. It had to do with the workers that were working in the recreation parks but their DPW, they were workers that were charged to this line. So we've made the adjustment for audit purposes.
On the DPW side as well?
Yeah.
Can you forward that to us, Mr. Gross? So now going down to this hourly pay,
Yeah.
we've got 23,000 was budgeted, 126 was spent. And we're requesting 204. That doesn't comport with at least what I've seen here. So how do we get to 20? Can you explain that, Mr. Gross? I mean, the longevity line does that have something to do with it? Is the overtime line?
Yeah, I think that longevity line that's way over. I think that's when it was just put into the wrong line, the appropriation. I'll check on.
So the hourly pay
We
should be
certainly
one.
don't spend longevity if on that much longevity in that department.
Okay,
I'm not clear. So,
it's page 108.
right,
Like 2 or 3 people get Jody.
right. So how could it be $179,000?
It can't. It can't. It's not.
All right, so we're gonna need that
It's a
updated.
mistake. So,
Okay.
in other words, the hourly pay should be higher. All those lines you see
They're all,
that we were
yeah.
just talking about, those are all hourly pay lines. That should be there. So this line.
But
should-
those lines don't add up to 179,000 either. All of those hourly pay lines on, was that 109? 109? Was that 109? I mean, I can do a quick calc. You got,
Council President, we
Yes,
have
sir.
lost Councilwoman Deborah Michael. I'm trying to reestablish contact,
oh,
but
okay,
she is currently not on the call.
This is so hard to do. I'm
Well,
going straight down the
what-
list, but I'm
yeah.
adding the wrong ones. Some of them are not right. Some of
If
them-
you go back and look at last year's budget, requests, you'll see that it ties.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that math right now. It does jump out at me that back to 108. 421 was budgeted for salaries, 499 was spent. I know you made some corrections there. You're gonna get that to us. 429 is requested this year. The hourly rate, the hourly pay line, something's not right there. The longevity line, something's not right there. The overtime line had 23,000 budgeted, but only 5,000 spent, and now we're asking for 24 and recommending 24. That's tough for me too. And then your clothing allowance, you budgeted 1,600, you spent 53. If we're gonna spend 53, let's budget 53. It was only 1,600 requested again this year.
That goes for the same issue with the
It's not PDW?
the hourlies from
DPW.
DPW. That's a
Yeah.
DPW expense, not a.
Yeah,
The clothing,
yeah, because they're contractual clothing, they don't,
But it's just,
they'll
it's
be,
just
they'll be getting golf shirts.
certain, yes, there are certain employees who get.
Sorry,
that-
Mr.
that
Director
get-
Keough,
That's
sorry.
just um, a line where it just hit the wrong department.
Well, are you gonna flip that back? or-
I did, that's part of
Yeah.
I told you, as I said, I did in preparation for the audit, looked at it, found that and have made adjustments for that.
so Mr. Gross, if we are to get to the point where we can actually vote on amendments to the budget tonight, are you able to provide an updated data for the Parks and Rec Department so that we can include that in our vote, or, and if not, then what would the process be?
Well, that's up to you whether you want to hold up on that. If my explanation's not sufficient, that's up to you. It's probably not, I'm not going to be able to give you reports tonight on that.
So then, assuming you got reports to us between now and our next council meeting, which is when, if we vote tonight, this would be introduced at our next council meeting, correct? If you were to give updated data,
That's the goal. Yes.
if you were to give updated data on Parks and Rec between then and now, and we wanted to make amendments to it, could we vote on it via email?
Well, keep in mind, you're only introducing. So if your first, it was only introduction. So anything that you've done can be
So we can amend on
amended
that.
at any
too?
time after.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so my request, Mr. Gross, is that you get to each of us, the updated data on the Parks and Rec. The Parks and Rec budget. Do my colleagues have any other Mr. Keough, are you satisfied with the grants, that we are applying for that would fall under Parks and Rec? Or there's some things that we can do differently or better to offset some of your expenses?
Well, most of the grants that we get are kind of, geared toward improvements of existing facilities or whatever. We're doing a pretty good job with that, through our grant writer. We just got $66,000 for some improvements to the OSPAC site. We also got money to enhance the seating and team areas up at the new turf field at Degnan. So we're getting.
But those will be on capital. Do you guys do you get programmatic?
We haven't gotten program grants.
No,
No.
okay.
I know that there's arts grants out there, but I think that OSPAC usually applies for those, and Luna probably applies for those.
Have they gotten any?
I don't know. I mean, I know OSPAC has gotten a few small ones, but when you talk to a lot of people in the arts world, and maybe you guys talk to them more often than I do, but my understanding is that a lot of the philanthropic donations have really dried up a little bit out there. It's much more competitive and, don't have to tell you guys, it's tough out there,
Before we leave this budget, when it comes to Luna Stage, I have my own ideas about, what we could do there. I'm willing to, listen to my colleagues before I interject. Does anyone want to make a recommendation there that, just so that we can put a pin in it before we move on?
In regards to giving them.
Yeah,
I would like to talk to Ari first and get specifics on what their needs are, because I've had conversations with her. But if we're gonna ask for specifics and how the money would be utilized, I can get a conversation with her and come back and report on where that money will be directed. But I'm confident that they need additional funds. Clarify that.
I mean, everyone generally
And
does.
I think, should Mr. Keo have that conversation
Yeah,
or?
Mr.
I really haven't had any discussions with Luna Stage, although this is under my
Yeah.
jurisdiction here on this page. The ones that we are hands-on with are the Mountaintop, the PAL, OSPAC, and the West Orange Elite Basketball Club. Those are the ones where we collect the data, sign the contracts and all. The others,
But also,
administration, some other venue.
don't they all have to do an application for the funding too? When
Only
it
the
gets to a
ones that I
certain
handle,
amount?
the other ones,
Yeah.
I don't handle them.
In other words, he gets a report from them. That's why the community house didn't get their funding.
Right, I
Yeah.
think it is appropriate for the director to.
Yeah, that's fine.
To have the
Ask for a
conversation.
report from Luna.
Yeah.
Stage. One has never been requested.
No,
so-
no, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you the rules
So
for it.
that's
That's all.
fine. I mean,
Yeah.
she would not have a problem producing whatever is requested.
I'm sure she doesn't, but I'm
Yeah.
just remind everybody of the
Right, so Mr.
process.
Keo, if you don't mind, we would like you to speak with Luna Stage.
Sure.
And this is not because we're trying to give away money,
Yeah,
but we want to understand the full budget as we make whatever adjustments. Yeah, and so, it may or may not happen, but we need to
I'll
know
ask her to put a proposal together for an increase in her funding based on. and
Whatever that
that's
is,
What it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then I'll tell her that, if it's gonna be actively under my department, in other words, not just on paper, but in reality, then she'll have to finally enter a report with me, same as the other organizations do.
Not a
Absolutely.
problem.
So I'll make sure
Yeah.
that she understands what she's signing up for.
much obliged.
Thank you.
Council President, please be advised that Councilwoman Gerber Michael is back on the call, is able to reestablish contact, and she's been on for like the last 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Okay.
Anything else for Mr. Keo on Parks and Rec before we go?
I got 110 if we're moving.
Yep, we're moving forward. So we're good on 108, we're good on 109. 110,
Yeah, question on 110.
sure, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. So number 76, Board of Ed rental fees, we have our agreement with the school board. Why did you have to pay $1,900 last year for rental fees? We didn't budget any money and it looks like you expended $1,905 for rental fees.
Well, I don't know. I didn't give the Board of Education any money.
Okay, I was just curious because we have that agreement, so,
Mr.
It
Brooke?
just shows on the budget, it shows that
yeah.
the $1,905
Yeah.
was
Line
spent from our budget.
76. Yeah.
Unless that's inaccurate, then it should be updated to reflect that it's not. Because it shows it in this budget.
Yeah, line 76. Okay, that's my
Mr.
question.
Gross, can you address that for us?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but we can look into it and find out.
And then officials, you,
What line are you?
oh, no. 90, but you,
Had 25.
yeah, you had
spent
25.
The the officials line is called the officials line. It also includes entry fees.
Okay,
Okay, so what happens is coaches have options as far as what leagues and tournaments they want to participate in. Some are very aggressive in that area and some are not. So for instance, you might be coaching the 6th grade team, I'm coaching the 4th grade team. You want to enter 4 tournaments, I don't want to enter any. So in a particular year, that is always going to fluctuate.
but shouldn't there be a standard of in order to have competitive programming, if one coach doesn't want to enter, like shouldn't, like it's not fair to that particular team. And the other team gets other, other experiences.
Volunteers, you can't hold their hands to the fire. So it's hard enough out there getting volunteers. And we have some very, very good ones. But don't forget, these are people that have families and children and jobs and other things, and some of them can't go to a facility all day Saturday and Sunday and participate in, 4 or 5 games or whatever. It's beyond their ability to give that time. So all of our coaches are dedicated. They do a nice job. And like I say, that fluctuates year to year. Some guys are big on tournaments. Some guys would rather spend that time practicing,
Yeah.
and making the team better that way.
Director, have you ever used the full 25,000 in the past previous years?
I would say definitely.
Okay, then I think that we should leave it. It's a less than $8,000 difference. And if not, it can be used towards something else in the Parks Department. It'll just be, extra left over that they can utilize for
Okay.
other things, right? I mean,
Yeah, some of that could go to uniforms and things like that, equipment, supplies.
Yeah. And the
So what
only,
about advertising?
Advertising was a 2-year plan that we had in the summer to create those summer cards that we did direct mailing on out to the community. And what we tried to do last year and this year was to not spend that money and to do the same information electronically. So this is the second year. We're going to evaluate at the end of this year whether we reach the same number of people, whether we feel we accomplished our same goal without putting out that printing job and mailing job. And we're going to make a decision whether to go back to the printing job next year or whether to abandon that. So based on results.
Is the newsletter included in advertising?
No,
Where's the line item for the newsletter?
he doesn't.
I do that myself.
Okay.
That's in his.
Any other questions on 110? I have a general question, Mr. Gross. There are quite a few line items here that the amount budgeted versus the amount spent are significantly, they differ significantly. Now, I don't agree with the practice, but I know that it is your practice to use some things like this as a way to get to your surplus number. Is that what you're trying to accomplish here?
Well, no, if you look at the bottom line, that's really what matters. The sublines are not are guides, if you will. It's a way to put the budget together to try to make sure that we're attracting or we're budgeting an appropriate amount. But at the end of the day, what you're voting on and what really matters is what is the bottom line for it. And the difference between those two would possibly go to budget
Surplus.
to a surplus. It's also there should there be some the cost overruns, a certain amount of money, just because we spend it this year doesn't mean that next year we might not need to spend a little bit more, even though we might be leaving the amount budgeted the same. So it just that's the interplay of that. But
So in regards to those comments, like for example, 120, the clay, and I know that's based on, you have to put the clay down, and when there's rain, you're not putting your clay down. When there's no rain, you're putting the clay down. Again, we're just like, we have asks now, and now we have to figure out if we could, provide those asks, or if there's room within other lines that you could shift to cover this without us having to do that task. Because again, this is your budget. I see where obviously, why you need things in certain islands better than us. So is there anything in here from these other line items that you're able to move around? I guess that's where you're going, because that's what I was
Well,
thinking.
I think you said something very intuitive there when you said moving things around.
Yeah,
Because
I know you do that
that's why
constantly.
all these lines vary so much
Yeah.
because we are moving everything
yeah,
around to meet the needs on Tuesday, on Wednesday.
yeah.
They're not written in stone. At the end of the day, they give me
Guideline.
a working number and I have to accomplish all these things within that number.
What is the program that we use to do our budgeting and accounting? What program do we use to do our
We
budgeting?
use Unidex.
Munidex?
So by your recent statement, Mr. Gross, the Parks and Rec Department total budget, now I'm looking on page 112. Is that 820, 194 was budgeted for 23, 805 was spent. 911 is requested this year by the department. $100 less was recommended by the mayor.
And is that $1? Is that a typo? Why would the mayor offer $100 less than the department requests?
I'm going to that page.
Okay,
112.
I apologize. What line was that again?
the
The
bottom
bottom,
page total.
And could I make a statement while they're looking at that?
So what line?
It's
The total
at the bottom,
page
total. Get all the way down to the bottom where it's total requests. And you see. And look. See it? Once it's 6. And then it says, right, next line down. There, and the 2 over. See it? Just what they add up to. If you look at this one says $6.99 and that one says $5.69. Yeah. That was a typo. Yeah, it's no, it's not a typo, that's the way they add up. If you take the salary, because that's the salary and wages and the OEs, as it turns out, we strive to be as close as we can and not going, to not have increases.
John, when you look at I'm sorry, Mr. Gross, when you look at the 2024 departmental requests, the lines spaced side by side are the exact same numbers. So there's no reason why they shouldn't add up the same.
but
There's no-
this includes all the other
But
pages.
they're not, it's also the salary and wages, the salary and wages, this is a.
Oh, no, what she's saying, Mr. Gross, is
If you
your
go-
bottom line, 17, well, there's still other pages too. It's not just this page.
Because the line right above it says
This-
842.36, the one next to it, 742.
746.
Right, but that's including pages, the prior pages too.
Right.
Right, and I'm going side by side because the numbers are lined up in a column, right? If I look at the numbers side by side, the numbers are the same in the departmental request and the mayor's recommendation. There's no $100 discrepancy in any of these lines for it to
The
not.
very first line is.
It's
Yeah,
$100.
$100, it's $100, right,
Petty
petty
cash.
cash, right, that's the difference, it's petty cash.
Okay.
But the point I was getting at is, we spent 805 last year total. We budgeted 820. We spent 805. And now we're asking for 911.
What line are you talking?
I'm at the page total on page 112. This is the total departmental, That's everything. yeah. So 820 was budgeted, 805 was spent. 911 is requested by the department, 911 is recommended by the mayor, which is 106,000 more than what we spent last year. And that's before we get to the 80+ thousand that's on this. 87,000. So now you're looking at 193,000 more is the departmental
Yes.
request for 24 than we spent in 23. Did I get that right?
I think you did.
Is it?
All right,
Okay.
all right. So all right, any other questions for Mr. Keough? Let me just tell you, you provide an invaluable service. Our parks, we certainly do need to invest in our parks. I think a lot of that is a capital, not quite operational.
Yeah, we're trying to, we're at that point, Councilman, where sports is becoming a 12-month a year
Yeah,
business.
yeah.
Teams that used to practice on our turf fields in September, October, November, now want to practice on those fields in April, May, June, and also in the summer. Sports is becoming a full-time thing, and we're getting to the point where our physical spaces, both indoors and outdoors, are being pushed to the limit. There are, grandiose plans to solve this. Build a rec center, give us an extra gym. I get it, that's millions. Turf, O'Connor Park. Again, great solution, it's millions. One of the things that we can do, and I know you and I have had this discussion before.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, okay, so we'll leave it at that,
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
working on it.
because that's the most economical solution.
I feel like I have a compelling argument. We'll see how far it goes.
What are we talking about?
It's something, we're just trying to get access to additional spaces in town that have some structural impediments to providing access to the high school. Yeah. I think if we, I'm gonna be accused now of having a backdoor conversation and doing a deal in the back.
No.
I am gonna be
Yeah.
accused of that. I've already been accused of it.
Well, I'm not accusing you, and I.
Right, 'cause we know what it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is to benefit the community and hopefully take some pressure off the budget. All right. So I think I'm satisfied with Mr. Keough. Do you guys have any other questions before we? Thank you very much,
There
sir.
was one more thing in here that you didn't see. No, the question about, I guess I'm not supposed to mention particular people's names.
No.
Right.
But on that sheet, you'll
Yeah.
see a
Employee
request to take a very, very valuable employee who has been working for 16 years full-time with me and moving him into the next phase. He has been capped now for 11 years at the same salary. So and since that time, in the course of those last 11 years where his salary is capped, he has taken over two critical responsibilities in our department. One, the operation of the Cat Civic Center, and the other, the operation of the municipal pools, office staff, and badges and memberships and all that. So,
Can you direct us to the line? I don't see the promotion on here.
It's not,
it's not, it's on.
Oh, it's on here.
that I gave you,
Yeah, it's
right?
on the top of the back, page 2.
Yeah.
Got you.
Ask you to please give that, I
So why didn't?
understand one thing that's on my request. When I'm asking for one employee to get help, I'm asking for special needs people to get some help. I'm asking for seniors to get some help. It's pretty
Understood.
good stuff,
Absolutely. Totally understand. Mr. Gross, can you, when you send us the information and inform us if we were inclined to grant that request, how we could do it legally? There was some conversation earlier on about the ability to make those kinds of payments. I don't know if this would be on the same
Well, this
vein.
particular one is a promotion.
So it would be a promotion? Okay. So just list what it is when you send that to us, please, so that we can consider it.
And my understanding is based on the promotion that the cost would be would be somewhere around $2,500, $2,200 for the year.
Understood.
Are you doing the pool before you get up? Or if we have questions on the pool, page
I'll answer any
142?
questions you have on the pool.
I mean,
Oh.
I didn't, but they may, I don't know, just, we're
I
trying
know
to
we
get,
got
we're trying to get-
memberships.
we're trying to get this over
I
with
totally
tonight, so
forgot that
page
We
142.
still had more for Park
Yeah.
and Rec. So headed to it now.
What percentage decline in memberships do we have at the pool?
No,
You said we have
no
decline?
decline,
Oh,
no,
no decline.
no decline.
Are we increasing?
You got to use your microphone so the
Sorry.
I believe we are over last year's numbers.
Oh,
Good
good.
for you. Yeah,
And what's the membership cost for the pool?
It varies depending on how many people you have, but we are one of the most economical
Yeah.
municipal pools
Oh,
around.
yeah.
And I ask you every year, have you considered, and I'm gonna continue to ask. Have you considered day passes?
Yes, we have.
And do we have them?
No,
No, I would not advocate for that.
Neither would I.
Can I ask why we wouldn't?
The disaster.
how so.
How so? Educate us.
Because you don't get people there consistently, and then you offer special, half year, and then you can't, they have the lifeguards. So my kids were lifeguards there. So if you all of a sudden you have a certain number of staff on, you get inundated with day passes, you're not gonna have enough lifeguards on duty. So gets complicated.
plus they
So,
a lot of
what-
time they'll come one day and they don't know the rules, they don't know the guidelines, and then the members are getting upset and. You know, you get a lot of that.
And then you get overcrowded.
And you get
So
overcrowded.
you can control crowding because you can say there's no more people who can come in and access.
But if you have a full year season pass that you paid a lot of money for, then you're getting bumped. You don't get to the pool in time. And then you're gonna lose the seasonal fees because people are just gonna pay for a day here, a day there.
That's why.
They could pay as a guest.
What if we do them during the week and not on the weekends and have a certain amount dedicated daily? It's not like a free for all, where hundreds of people can come during the day, but if we set
It
a
will
certain
be.
unless we restrict it and say, okay, we're giving out 20-day passes every day. I'm just making up a number. Obviously, it doesn't have to be 20, Monday through Friday, not
Once
Saturday.
those day passes are gone, they're gone.
That's it. Then no one else can. Yeah. Why couldn't we do something like that and then think outside the box?
So the reason that it has been brought up to the council is that there are folks that can't afford a half season or a full season pass and would still have, several days over the summer. They'd like to take the family to the pool.
Sure,
May be able to do it that way.
get that.
When we talk about affordable housing and other issues in town, affordability at the pool is, many people look at it as a luxury, but certainly if we could make it affordable for, some of our lower income residents to have a day at the pool, even if they can't afford a half season. If you capped it as my colleagues have suggested, would that cause the chaos that the councilwoman is trying to avoid?
Yeah, that's just a cool.
I'd have to look into that. I know that this issue is not a West Orange issue. This is an issue that is affecting
All the pool.
all operation of municipal pools all over the place, and we have, meetings with other recreation directors, and that is just, it's a bad road to go down. Nobody's in favor of it. Very few towns permit it.
Which towns do you know, if you know, permit day passes?
I'd have to go back on that. I don't know.
You do have free nights that you do, right, for the community and some
Well, they're
other,
not free.
other.
We just had sports and games night where people would come to the pool and, there's
Community house program comes.
community house comes and all our sports camps come, they have a basketball camp, they get on the bus and come down and swim for a while. Community house comes. There's a lot of things going on in the pool that a lot of hours are spent with non-membership activities. You don't have to be a member to be on the swim team. You don't have to be a member to get swim lessons. There's a lot of different things going on. I mean, we did pie charts in the past where, you know, we've shown that like 40% of operational hours are non-members.
On the pool budget, any questions?
And who is our vendor this year for the pool for food?
Same as last year. Big line, you said.
And we've been pretty successful with them as well. I don't have any other concerns about the pool. The only thing that always, that I get about the pool is the not being able to, as a resident, to just go on a day
Yeah.
pass.
I know.
And I think that,
It's hard.
yeah, it is, and we do have to be mindful that affordability is a concern, and maybe if there's a consideration where we do it once a month, you know, I know.
Or once a week even, you know.
I like
cap
once a week,
25.
yeah. Once,
25 day passes.
But then again, he's gotta put more staffing on duty, so he's gotta figure that out. You need more, if you have more people come to the pool during that time frame, you need more staff on
So
duty.
totally understand. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that I know that there are other impacts. But you know, what
Not saying it
what
can't
you're
be done,
hearing
but you
from
have
us.
to, yeah.
is that we would like to see that. We would like to see,
And that's a policy shift.
yeah,
And how we approach affordability in our community, and for those who may not be able to purchase a full or summer pass or a half year pass.
so, and we understand that that will require some management from you and you know, some planning. But we are encouraging you to do that. We're getting that kind of feedback from the community. And so we need to see some movement there. You know, with regard to, even if it's just a 1 day a week, and you cap it at 20 or 25. If you had to cap it at a number that wouldn't necessarily put you into a bracket where you needed additional lifeguards, for example.
A slow day.
Right, you pick your day. But let's see if we can,
Slow day means a rainy day.
well, you don't know when that's gonna happen.
That's the other thing. If you, you know, if it turns out to be a 92-degree day, here we go, you know.
Well, pretty much all of them are gonna be 90-degree days.
Apparently,
Uh,
there's something going on, right?
Yeah. All right, good people. I think we made our sentiments known, Mr.
Thank
Keel.
you.
We'd love to get some follow-up on that. You know, if we can get some planning on that by the end of the year, so we know what we're expecting for next year.
We've run some options and see what we.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Gross, who's up?
Ms. Van Dyke?
Yeah,
If you like.
she's been here. 3
Right,
times.
yeah, you've been here every
Wait
night.
quite a
You
while.
get
I
to
think we're
talk
gonna do
now.
her next.
Page over on.
Right around.
Mr. Gross, what page are we on for senior services?
Services, where are you?
Ms. Van Dyke, do you know what page you're on in the budget?
So, let's see. 104?
Okay, thank you.
Right around where we were.
Yeah, 103.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant to ask this and I forgot. Mr. Gross, Mr. Gross, under the Park and Rec budget, there is still a 4th of July line. It is not, it is different than this line that's written here. Let me just go so I can give you
What
numbers.
page is that on?
I'm going to it now. Give me 1 second. It's on
Thank you.
page 113. Oh, no, it is the same. So, nope, that answered my question. I'm sorry. 35, 265, 23. I don't know why I thought it was a different number, but it is the same as that's on here. Question is actually answered. All right, so we're on 103 and 104. This is Senior Services. We have Director Laura Van Dyke. I want to thank you very much for your patience, your persistence. As with all the others, please give us an overview of what it is you're trying to accomplish with your budget and any special requests.
Great, so, the mayor's made her recommendations and I just really want to, support those and would, we have a teeny tiny budget and, it would be helpful to enhance programming and, some of our initiatives. Give us additional funding for, additional instruction. And newsletter that will have a, small, cost associated with it. And then just wanted to really be supportive of my staff. Would you like me to speak to that?
If you can, without using specific names.
Just, we have a senior livability position that I want to just be sure is a permanent part of our department and not one that's just temporary, that is a permanent position. It's part-time, it's 25 hours a week.
And that's in here.
Currently a grant position.
Yeah.
Because there is a grant tied to it, not the bulk of the salary, but a portion of the salary. And I think what Laura is concerned about.
I'm sorry, I can't, who's speaking
Sure.
right now? Is that
Well,
Mr. Gross?
What Laura is concerned about is once the grant runs out, that position will either go away or would be have to be then converted into a permanent position with the town.
Councilwoman?
Okay, so thank you, Council President. So this was the grant that from a few years back from Partners for Health, when we did the senior citizen study and whatnot, we received that funding. But I thought when Dorothy Sanders was here, we put this position in permanently because that was part of the ask of the grant to do that. So I'm a little confused here why this is considered grant money now when we already did that exercise 2 years ago.
Now, Dort, that the other position you're talking about was always is also a grant
No.
position. Yes, it was. It was a grant position.
Yes, originally, but then we made it
And
permanent.
then that position, the person in that position went to another position, which was also a grant position.
Yes, but we kept that line item
We kept the
open.
line open, but there was a grant attached to it. We did get a grant for it as well. And that's frankly, we haven't filled that position since then, and that's the grant money we're using for this.
So here's where I have trouble understanding this because part of the requirement was to that be a line item in the budget, which it was, but it wasn't plugged by funding. So now you're saying if we lose the grant, we lose this line.
No, I'd say if you lose the grant,
We
you
have
a
the grant this year.
There is a grant this year that we're utilizing this year. We got the grant, I think, 2 years ago. We didn't utilize it 2 years ago because we couldn't find anybody to get into that position. We've now got somebody into that position, so we're utilizing the grant. So,
But the argument last year that sorry, Councilwoman, what was your question?
For you, you're saying this was 2 years ago. I don't remember this. This is before Councilwoman Scarpa and I were on the
Yes.
council, right? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't remember this from last year.
And last year I advocated to my colleagues because they were going to cut this line item. I said, you can't because that's the whole reason we keep getting the continual funding. But it was under my understanding, it wasn't for that position, but it was for funding for the department. But we made that a permanent position in our budget.
For $60,000 and the salary was reduced.
Yes.
You permanently, put it in your budget anticipating renewing it every year.
Yes.
Is an action, but that is not a personnel action. In our structure, we have full-time, part-time, and we have grant positions. positions that are supplemented by a grant, okay, are paid for by the grant. So what happens is when that grant money goes out, there's no money left in the budget to, or there's less money to pay that.
But again,
That would then have to be, I think
yeah,
what Laura is saying is until this position is fully funded by the council, it's in jeopardy of being lost. That doesn't mean that the administration is not behind
but I
it.
just want to make sure moving forward, because part of the program and getting money, not just for this, but from partners
The
Uh,
agreement.
for health, is the agreement we have with them is we have to keep this position, whether you're getting grant money or
You have to
not.
keep for one
This
for one
position
year.
permanently.
No, it cannot, that, I'm telling you that it's,
Okay.
that the requirements, when you, having said that,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's no intention to lose this position. However, until it is fully funded in a budget and not depended upon by a grant, it is a grant position, and the potential for that, if a future council says, you know what, we're not going to do that, then
Sure.
you could lose that position. So
question now. So I know you're concerned, but you're already in this budget. So this isn't an extra, this is already here. So she's not asking for something extra for us to do tonight,
Correct.
that unless we decide we're going to do away with the position, which I don't
No.
think there's.
and this year is covered. This potentially, if it was going to become an
Yeah.
issue, it could become an issue in 25.
Okay.
So it looked like you wanted to weigh in, Director. Is there some additional commentary you'd like to give us around that? The 2-year history and all of that?
I think it was stated.
Okay, so I'm a little confused though, because the individual that was in that position, it was my understanding that. And I'm trying not to use names. There was an individual in the position,
Left us for
individual,
the county. She left us for a different job.
a different position. And then subsequently,
No,
that,
we didn't fund it.
No, we didn't.
There's some history here that. I
right,
think
because
it
there
might
was
be
something,
missing.
there was some
There was-
disgruntled.
This position was filled, and then that person that was in that position, it was a part-time position, part-time grant position.
Went to the county.
And
Well, let's not talk
then
about where
that
where she
that
went.
person
Why?
applied for and moved into a full-time grant position. Actually wasn't even working for us, was working for,
Another
Another
entity.
entity.
another entity.
Another entity.
Another entity.
But doing the work here in West Orange.
Doing work for us. And then in that particular, that grant ended, and that person went on wherever that person
So
went.
why didn't we have that person move back into the position they moved from?
Because this
Was
is
not
part-time.
interested.
It was less money and it wasn't,
Yeah.
it was less money.
This is a part-time position. That was a
And they-
full-time position.
Right, they couldn't.
I have a question. The
Councilwoman?
grant money that we were paying this person, if we were to put in for like a full-time role instead, can we still use that grant money towards programming, or can it only be allocated towards employment?
I believe it's just this position.
And it was a one-time thing. We're talking about the.
I can't hear.
Does this work? Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes,
Yes. Closer maybe.
Okay.
thank you. Now I can hear. Mhm.
I mean, for this year, we're talking about $10,000. So it's the grant has provided seed money of 10,000, the Partners for Health agreed to do that so that we could fulfill our obligation to them, which was to have this position, because there was a gap. There was a gap in that, there was a gap. And as a piece of that, then that individual took a different position because we had a gap. We did. So she took a different position. And so we needed to make that right. And we did. And we worked with the grant funder. And this was the agreement. They would provide the seed money of 10,000, and thank you for agreeing to the rest. And we have a terrific person here who's already doing fabulous work. So my intent tonight was just to really make sure that this continues. So to your point, yes, it's in here, but I really wanted to speak to that.
So, and if we were to lose the grant, it's only, the grant is 10,000 of the entire.
Right, there's no more.
This was a one-time grant and it's not likely that it will repeat. We'll certainly, when the time
We'll keep
comes,
getting the 10.
attempt to do that. I'm sure. But I think we have to anticipate that it won't. And because from what we know, what we do know about it, it's not likely to repeat. And that come next year, that unless the council fully funds it, it will go away sometime during the next year.
But it's
So I
like
have a question. Can we find money in the budget to fully fund it? If it's gonna be $60,000 that you need, I'm sure there's areas that we can wiggle,
It's
move
only a
money of
10.
5,000 here, 10,000 here.
It's a part-time.
Part-time position. It's a
yeah.
part-time,
I know, but what I'm asking is, do you need a full-time person?
No.
not for that position.
Okay, do you need another
This is a-
part-time person?
This is a specific duty.
Okay,
And,
thought
and
that-
the gap that would have to be covered if we didn't get the grant is 10,000.
Correct.
Okay. So.
which we can easily find.
And I fully would expect that the administration, the mayor will be asking for that in the next year's budget. I would anticipate that that's the case.
What is this 6875? Is that a separate grant?
That's Municipal Alliance
Yeah.
Okay.
Coordinator funding.
Got it. All right.
But also Partners for Health has other opportunities that we could capitalize on.
Now, the Senior Citizen Health Services or Center, that's not
That was
under
on the
you?
department. You already did that.
Okay. All right. So, just going through, 167 was requested last year, 188 was spent. I'm on the base salary pay line 10. This year, 172 is requested and 172 is recommended by the mayor. And that includes all of the asks that you have, including additional compensation, all of the roles that you have on here, so on and so forth. There's no positions that are not on your budget. And all of your positions are included in that number, 172.
Yes.
All right. Why does it say 0 for your hourly pay expended?
Was a bit in the, it's all attributed to line 010, wasn't broken out. That's a coding issue in Kronos. We'll have to address that.
All right, so do we know how much of that was spent? Because it's not 32,000 more than the base salary pay. It's 21,000 more-ish, a little less.
Well, we know based on what the base salaries are, what that, I don't have those numbers for you tonight, but, they're, the last year's was, 167, so you're talking about, that difference, would be the hour approximately. So about 21,000.
Mr. Gross, if we go to
And again,
page,
but that position wasn't filled last year, so that's part of that, that's that difference.
Oh, that's right. She just got here.
February.
Yeah.
so Mr. Gross, if you go to page 104. We've got on the top line, an employee that has almost 6 years' experience. The additional compensation here is 2,800. Is that normal? Is that?
We talked about this at the last meeting. When you get a promotion, you go to the next position, the next step, which may be it could be the whole step, just about, so maybe that whole step might be 3,000 or 4,000. Or if you're in the middle, it's going to be less. So the very first year of a step is that you won't know. Then after that, it becomes regular, and those step changes are increased every.
So this, because we're mid-year, would be twice that 2,800 roughly?
It's not about mid-year. This is all anticipated retroactive to the first of the year. This is just a laddering issue. And this is all part of, labor, contracts.
Gotcha, because it's concerning to me. 'Cause we're not using names. I know the amount of work that this particular individual puts in and given how long they've been here, I would have expected the number to be.
Oh my God.
So think about it. This is a mechanical. This is not like you don't look at this and say, let's give this person that much money.
Yeah, they're on
That's
the
not the
die.
way
I
it
think
works.
so,
It's-
Right, so we
This
don't,
is mechanical. There are steps.
See,
The
there's-
steps are, and if in the position you're in right now, let's say your are $3,000 steps, and I'm making the numbers up.
Right.
Let's say that right now you're making 31,000. And you get a promotion to another job, and the step range for that job, the next, when you go into it, it could be 29 to 34,000. Let's say so that person would then go up and go to 34,000. But if that step were 28 to 33,000, they would go up and they just go to the 33 that year, because it's just mechanics of how it works. And then following that, if there's a $4,000 difference, then they get $4,000 a year until they get to the top. It's
Gotcha.
just mechanical. It's not any, and they know that, they understand that. It's not
They're out on the
it's
dot.
not a,
So it's the same regardless of
Acknowledgement
what
of-
department you're in, a keyboard clerk
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
That has to be
Thank-
negotiated
Just,
by the
just making
union.
sure.
well,
One more question though, on this sheet on 104, you've got $1,000 listed for overtime. It says you didn't spend any of it last year. I can't imagine how that's possible.
104, page
Yeah.
104.
So on 104, we've got 1,000 requested for overtime. If you go back to 103, you'll see the same was requested in 2023. It says none was spent in 2023. I can't imagine that being the case because I know I've seen you guys
Yeah,
at
right.
nighttime a
Yeah.
gazillion times.
Well, honestly, I haven't been authorized to use it, so the time has been, any overtime has gone in as, for comp time. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Yes.
explain that to us.
I don't understand. Why not?
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
So when employees work more time than their hours, there's a choice of either being paid in terms of dollars or being paid in terms of comp time. And it really is the employee's choice. Having said that, if we only have $1,000, they could make that choice for up to $1,000, and then after that, they'd have to do comp time because we wouldn't be able to offer the overtime. So oftentimes we certainly urge employees to use comp time, or to select comp time.
So what happens?
She's
What,
not authorized to use it. What does that mean?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. We'll have to have a conversation about that in terms of what the perceptions are of that. It's not something that we, deny anybody the use of overtime. We certainly encourage the use of comp time, but that's a different.
so,
Because I think the council.
Director, could you give your explanation, please? By what you mean by authorized?
I didn't know that was an option to use overtime. That wasn't my understanding.
okay.
So go ahead, Councilman.
How much comp time, if people were to leave, then we have to, if they left, terminated their employment with us and they had comp hours, we would have to pay out that comp
Yeah,
time.
you do have to pay that out.
I recall-
There is a cap on it.
Okay.
First off, there's a lot, everything we're talking about, again, this is all mechanical. There's laws that tell, the employee wants to do comp time, they have the right to do it with nothing we can do up to a limit. They can do it up to 240 hours at any given time. They can have booked unless you're public safety, in which case it's 480 hours.
Okay, so a regular employee is 240 hours max on comp time.
Correct.
And so.
Or that, yeah, comp time that you, that comp time, two hundred and
That
forty
you
hours
paid out
back
at
into your
termination.
bank.
Okay,
You're
so
back.
if I left and I'm a regular civil servant employee, irregardless of my title,
Mhm.
and I had 240 hours of comp time,
Mhm.
then that means that our municipality has to cut them a check for whatever their hourly wage is at 240 hours.
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
That's correct.
And
Right,
so
it's not, just for clarification, it's not at the wage they were earning when they earned the comp time,
it's
that
the
the wage.
wage,
they're
the
earning
current
when they
wage.
Cash out.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
And so then if I recall, and maybe I'm confused or maybe I remember seeing a sheet on all of our employees, like the salary, where it shows how much comp time each of our employees. Do we have that?
It's not just comp time it's it's all time that are.
Yeah, I think in like
are
sick
accumulated.
all
So
time.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I didn't hear you.
I
Councilwoman-
said that it had other time. He's correct. It had like vacation time, all of their time.
Right.
You were right. There
My recollection in the budget, though, is that there was a page
Yeah, that's
somewhere.
the budget, what, like, when we publish this year's introduced budget, there'll be a page in there for that.
But we've seen that before, and
It's in every year's budget.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
Is it in this somewhere?
No, in the formal budget document.
Final budget.
Can you send
Okay.
it to us before then, Mr. Gross?
I'm sorry?
Can you send it to us before then, or do we have to wait for the final budget?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Can you send it to us before we get to the final budget?
It's online. If you go onto the website to the budget pages, all the budgets are up there. And I mean, I can send it to you too,
Send it
but
to us.
the point is it's available and,
But where in the budget is it?
Page.
What page?
Tell us what page, because I don't remember seeing it in this one.
It's not in the version
It's
that.
not
we
in
have.
the version, he's talking about the filed versions, if we go to the filed versions. But I'm just asking for where it is.
I'll send it out to you, but, and it'll be the same sheet in every budget.
So I just want to state with regard to overtime
Yeah.
in the senior services department. Obviously, the mayor is our chief executive and makes those decisions. I am of the mindset that the directors need to be able to manage their department in a way that makes sense for them. And if it makes sense to pay overtime versus comp time, then I feel like you should be able to do that. I don't know what I can do to be helpful in that regard. I don't know if my colleagues would support that as well. But generally speaking, in this particular case, given the number of times I've seen you and members of your department on weekends and at night, I would certainly want to see you have the ability to use the overtime. And for us, it's important because we need to understand how to fund it. And so if there's going to be a significant change in overtime, we need to know. And if there's something that we're doing today that's creating a greater cost for us tomorrow, we need to know as well. So, that's my commentary on that. I'm sure the mayor is watching, we're paying attention, but certainly, Mr. Gross, you can convey those thoughts as well.
There's no years of service listed on the chart.
It's there. They have it lower on her other.
Yeah, same number, 5.71.
Because her name's broken down a couple times.
She gets off, that's part of the offset too. She
5.6.
bills to other. Do you like that? What is that? That's that 16,000, the offset, right? Is how you're.
That's the 10,000 for the senior livability grant.
And the 6875.
balance is a grant.
Oh, okay. So you're not splitting your time with with the health department at all? You're not using?
No.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I don't see in here, so any of the overtime. So when you do programming, and I've seen other people assist, but they're not on this list. Are they from the rec that sometimes you get people to assist? And I don't want to say the names, we're not
Like
talking
from the health
names,
department?
but I've
trying
seen, are they volunteers?
We have a lot of volunteers that
Okay.
we work with.
Okay.
Yes.
So those are volunteers
They're
that come
different,
down.
I mean, not employees here. We use other organizations that we work with.
I don't want to say on here.
Right.
I thought she was a part-time, but maybe she's not, or maybe she's. Yeah, we'll avoid using names. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
I'll ask.
I don't have any other
Offline.
staff than who
Yeah.
assisted here.
Okay,
And-
but I'm saying you don't get rec staff sometimes or no? Like when you do a senior picnic,
If you did, they would, if.
like at the pool, like I've seen some
if
other people.
They would be
there,
paid
like
out
that.
of their.
Particular budget,
budget.
not at.
Okay,
Right, so like at the pool, like lifeguard staff is at the pool during our picnic?
no. So for example, one I could say, because I know the department, they would come from like the health office, or something like that. nature. Yeah.
So correct, yes.
Yes.
So at the senior picnic, that is one time that the health department staff helps us.
Okay, so they're coming from the health department.
Correct.
Okay,
And the police department sends and fire department
okay.
come and they're representing their departments.
So as far as programming goes with the program, and you've been doing a lot of programming,
Yes.
which is great. Has all that been calculated in here? You're good? Like, do you need any additional assistance for any additional programming? I know the senior
I'd like to see some.
department
yeah.
has been.
Okay, but
meeting
that, to that point, where, what is it gonna go to? Just not a line item could
Well,
increase.
The seniors have really been disproportionately taxed with the sewer bill. They are a large percentage of the population. The needs for communications, for transportation, and for enhanced programming have been there for a decade. And you're doing an incredible job with the limited resources you have. But I would like to see some more monies allotted for transportation, because as we have more of these programs, there are a lot of seniors who can't get there. And as you know, I've been getting seniors together who have been coming to me, who want to go to OSPAC, who want to do different things.
Right.
I know that the CAT Center programming that you've done has been phenomenal. And there are a lot of people talking to me about, what are we going to do next year? There are some other ideas that some of us have to enhance that programming at the CAT Center, which we will be talking to you about. And I'd like to see your budget increased like $20,000 to accommodate some of those needs.
So to that point, Councilwoman, that's,
Last year we gave you no money.
yeah, right. But again, we have to be consistent in the application of an increase. And you just stated you want, while you are saying increase in transportation, is there a true need? Not just based on what you have heard or people are coming to you saying, but we need to use real diagnostics. So for instance,
Mhm.
there's programming that she has. Are people calling you and saying, I need transportation and we're not able to provide it? So if we're going to allocate additional funding for transportation, then we need to understand that there's a real need for that. And her department she has not come to us and said, I need additional funding for
But
transportation.
transportation
But she
is
has
under
a
the
need.
health department.
Right.
So the
But
chickadee
also
is not on her
communication.
budget.
She's doing the newsletter because we've just begun to identify and
But she's been doing
articulate
a newsletter. That's already
All right,
something
so,
that she's
so
been
let's,
doing.
let's clarify, right? I'm looking at page 105, retired citizens program operational expense.
Are you okay?
There's a couple things that jump out at me. One is miscellaneous. I don't know. Can you tell me what that is?
Right. So first, I do want to say that, these budget lines have been here for
Ever.
ages,
Right.
forever. So, I started 5 years ago with these budget lines. So, we work with them. But miscellaneous covers the things that those other lines don't cover.
So is that programming
It's programming.
primarily or exclusively?
Okay, so I mean, it's the things that support programming. It might be an entertainer.
Right.
It might be the extra entertainment we pull in at the picnic, or it might be
A yoga instructor.
instructors, we do pretty well with the instruction line. But food is very important at a lot of our events, so that is that really helps with the turnout. It helps with the community building and all that, so that would be, that's a big example.
But that's where, to your point, Councilwoman, if you're trying, and again, we're not just throwing money away.
No.
But we
Yes.
want to understand how the budget can better reflect our values and make some adjustments.
Right.
If you wanted to make adjustments for programming, it would be on
We
this
do.
line 70
Right.
miscellaneous line. Am I
Right.
understanding you correctly, Director?
Yeah, and that gives me the flexibility to use it in these different ways. But to your point, yes, I mean, that miscellaneous line is helping us create our programming
So
and
we increased
provide.
it by 5,000 this year, which is good. The mayor,
Mayor
Yes.
recommended.
that, so
Yes.
is that adequate enough for all what we're hearing from our council
I
colleagues?
think they need more based upon the events that I've come to. I mean, we're doubling for the gifted program for the kids.
No, we haven't doubled anything.
Well,
We
we're
haven't done
looking at it.
anything.
So
Director, if you need it more, I would also be supportive of increasing the dollar amounts and finding it in here for you.
I mean, if we could give, block grants to churches and 501(c)s, I think we can support our seniors.
All right, those are two different
Okay.
buckets of money.
right.
But so to your point, so you're finding a very friendly council.
I appreciate it.
Um,
And you all deserve it.
but what I will say is the same thing that we said to Mr. Kehoe. We need to know if there is a request, what that request is going to cover, what it would be spent on. It doesn't have to be down to the penny,
Right.
but we do need to have a ballpark understanding of what a request would be. One of the things that and you've helped us understand this, Councilman Castellino, Councilman Scarpa. One of the things that we are aware of is, how many of our seniors want to participate in all of these things. They're not all in senior buildings. Some of them are more difficult to reach. And in other towns, while they have senior centers, we generally just don't. So we don't have a space to get that data and get everybody together at one time to find out. So it's a lot harder to provide. I think what we're saying is if you can give us an understanding of how that would be spent, we can consider it.
Yes.
As we look to make some changes to the budget.
And I could just add that, definitely food and for programming would be one thing, but also we want to extend the CATS programming. And, we've said we don't have the staff to be there. We want to extend the programming at the Toby Cat Center.
Right.
And that's going to take
Yes.
some staffing.
That's
some
correct.
money.
Staffing would be
And-
helpful in
and
that
for
regard.
programming. So that's
Yes.
an area where you
Mhm.
could enhance your budget.
Yeah.
And we could approve.
And
Yes.
in fairness to the administration, because I don't want the seniors to think we're not funding them, there is, and again, $10,000 more
Yes.
than last year in this budget. 5,000 went for miscellaneous and 5,000, which is also well needed, senior livability nurse.
But that's minimal
4,000.
compared to some of the other.
And
Excuse me,
Councilman-
Councilman, the point being is, no, that's a good thing. I just want it noted that the director did add
Exactly. I know.
10,000 and whether she needs more at
Right.
this point.
And
Don't
this is
forget,
like a large
last
portion
year
of
we
our
had a very
population.
different budget and everybody walked away, needing funding and didn't get it. So
Right.
I'm sure there, because I could see the look on her face, this year we want to give you
I-
money. So
Well, right,
It's-
and we've done a great job with the budget that we've
Yeah.
had. More budget helps us maybe subsidize more. I can speak to Luna Stage and OSPAC as well. We have a very successful relationship with Luna Stage. I work closely with Laura, Ari.
Ari Creef.
Yes, thank you. Laura Keith, and we have a collaboration with our neighboring communities. We use our jitney to bring our residents there. She adds in a special older adult matinee. And what we have found is that we really get a larger number of participants when we can provide those complimentary tickets.
Right.
So at the end of we had our, we attended the final show that they offered, and it's our residents love it. We provide a little refreshments there. It's a little bit of a love fest. We all really enjoy it, but we really recognize it would be more helpful to have more funding to support our residents.
And
Because it just makes it easier and more appealing when have competing needs to attend the arts.
And I just want to add that, I recently coordinated an effort to get the busing for the seniors to go to OzPac to the Rosemary Clooney event. And I can't tell you, I was shocked. I talked to Laura about this. There were a number of seniors who said to me, I will go if it's free. And I won't go if it's not free. And the price was $5.
Right.
So it is
A
important
reality.
to
Yeah.
offering services to our seniors. And you'd be surprised how many cannot afford to do just minimal.
Can I add something? We have to also
Absolutely.
like realize like the budget for senior services is very small compared to other departments and divisions in the
Exactly.
municipality. And I think that we can find at least like 30 or 40, even $50,000 somewhere in the budget, because there's going to be, some wiggle room there
Mhm.
to help this department. So
Well, I think we can have to wait and see where we can move some things around and do a much more holistic rearrangement if we want to add that much. But I
I agree,
certainly
because we haven't talked about the
don't-
department where
We're gonna
Right.
have, we haven't
find
talked
the
about
money.
garbage yet.
Yeah,
Still got the administration and finance to get through, which is not a small part of the budget.
right, right.
I do have a couple of questions on 105 though, still. So, bus rental, that is not for the jitney.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's for Vanderhoof we typically use, and that's when we go
Charters.
down
Field
to
trip.
Yeah.
charters, down the shore, down to the free concerts at PNC, up to Hundred and Hills.
Do we
It's-
do Atlantic City trips anymore?
We haven't. Could be an option. That's not
Alfie is
one we've
working
ever
on that
done.
on our older adult advisory board. She wants to go to AC.
All right, and then what is this line, summer concerts?
Right, so that's one where it may fund another kind of entertainer that's not necessarily specific to summer concerts. That's an example of kind of what I was talking about.
Okay.
All right, so just in general, just back to where we were a moment ago, when you do present whatever it is that you're going to send to us, one, please get it to us as quickly as possible. Two, if it were like, a Luna Stage or an OSPAC,
Mhm.
we're recycling dollars. We're strengthening
Mhm.
the local organizations
Mhm.
too. So it has an additional bang for its buck, so to speak.
Mhm.
So those things would be particularly attractive to me. And I'm sure some of my colleagues
to
are saying as well. So, when you give us that information, just wanted to give you that as context.
Sure.
Um,
And they're happening and they're good programs with both, so I'm happy to speak to that more.
And then, I heard my colleague talk about staffing. So that it impacts the budget differently
Mhm.
than programming.
Mhm.
And so, I just wanted to let you know that I personally would be hesitant on that, and
Mhm.
maybe part-timers, but
Mhm.
that the impact is different. And if there is a need, let us know what the need is, and we can kind of start thinking about it over the,
May
As the
just
years
be your
come.
overtime.
yeah, or it could be the overtime number.
Mhm.
And as my colleagues think about, if we are going to increase this budget, we should think about increasing the overtime. We know, just from our own personal experience, that this department is putting in more than $1,000 a year worth of overtime. All right. Any other questions, colleagues? Councilwoman Geber Michael? For Director Van Dyke? Want to thank you very much, Director.
Great job.
Thank you
Thank
for all
you,
you
everybody.
do.
You do a fantastic job. Your entire department does. Thank you for your patience. All right.
thank you, Director.
Thank you for all you do.
Mr. Gross, who do we have next?
I guess we need to get into administration and finance.
Is that our last one? Hallelujah.
Yeah, construction will as well.
All right, so direct us to what pages you'd like us to be on.
Well, I guess we should start with,
Can we take this up and 2 weeks back?
Absolutely. While you get
page
together,
6.
page 6. All right, we're gonna take just a quick 2-minute break. Allow my colleagues a moment to refresh themselves, and then we'll be right back. Thank you, West Orange. Thank you, sir. Welcome back, West Orange. We are preparing to go into the next portion of the budget, but what we're doing, you don't want to finish it up while we're having this conversation?
Yeah, go.
No?
Yeah.
So what we were discussing was impact on the budget of making some of the adjustments that we've been entertaining. My colleagues brought up the fact that the garbage contract is going to have an impact on the budget if we don't go with what has been recommended. I stated, and some of my colleagues, I think all of
Yeah.
us are opposed to option 4, which would be,
The budget currently.
right, Mr. Gross will have to give us the data on what the impact to choosing a different option will be, depending upon the option we choose. But there does not appear to be support on the town council for reducing the service from 2 pickups per week to 1. And while we still have some work to do on the carts, whether we go with the cart system or not, you know, that's kind of where we were in that discussion. If you want to continue it now, actually, I think your original suggestion is probably better. Let's get through the finance and administration because this is actually a part of it.
Yeah.
And the garbage is one of those sheets in there. So,
Yeah, I would like to know the impact of the budget if we went with number 2.
Mr. Gross, the ball is in your court.
We really don't have a presentation per se. I think we start at the beginning and run through whatever questions you may have in reference to that, section by section or however you
So you
want to
start on
proceed.
page 6.
Does anybody have an MacBook charger?
Oh, no. Sorry.
No? Mr. Fagan? No? Is that an iPad? No,
No.
you have.
You want to try this? Do you have your?
Is that an
cord?
iPad?
I think it's
Oh,
Microsoft.
No, it's Microsoft.
What do you need?
iPad charger? Anybody have an iPad charger?
What
The new one?
Have the 15, can the 15 work?
The iPhone 15? Is that the big joint?
It's the USB-C,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, can I use that?
but then who has a block? 'Cause
I've got the block.
Yeah, you need that.
Well, can you give me a minute before you start so I can go to my car and get?
Oh, you were the best. Thank you. Because my laptop is down. Let me just make sure I have the block first, because I may not have the new one.
Yeah, I don't have.
Oh,
much
yeah, I
today.
do. I do. Yes, thank you. So my laptop is down. I need to charge it in order to participate. Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Gross, do we have any ideas on what the impact of the budget would be if we chose a different garbage contract?
I'm looking at the specifics. I haven't been online since the last time that Mr. DeFeo put together his process. But I will tell you that by the time you implement this,
It won't affect this
at
year.
at best, it's going to be a quarter, maybe less. So, so you're talking about whatever the annual difference is, it's a quarter of that or less. So
Here it is.
it definitely, you have to figure out how to deal with it.
For next year.
Yeah, that's next year's when you'd have the obviously the big hit.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay, some question.
Do you want to wait for Councilwoman
Yeah.
Williams? We're just going to wait another moment for Councilwoman Williams. She is getting me a charger so that I can charge the laptop.
Now I'm gonna show him something.
Sure. You don't have an extension cord, do you?
I gotta. Let me.
Okay. Oh, that's what this is.
Hello.
She's here.
So I am in favor.
It's not short one, Council President, it's not the long one, so I don't know if this is gonna work.
Well, I'll make a charge for you.
Okay.
We can have that conversation.
Yeah.
Here, you can share my favorite.
All right, so,
An extension of his, so here's what we do.
so,
An extension of his, so here's what we do.
You know-
Take,
Oh.
no, listen.
See, I think
Yeah, there's a block in here, there's a thing that people can move.
thank you very much, Councilwoman.
You know, change seats.
You wanna change seats now, but just plug in here?
No.
That's right. Here, how about this one? No, this is going. So, okay.
Yeah, she's got one coming, so we're gonna plug it in right here. Run it over.
You get the debate in here?
So I have children I'm gonna throw under the bus right now. They take these cords and you never see them again.
Yes,
I couldn't find mine today too. My son's in Amsterdam. I'm like, "Oh, my God."
Right. And then they don't put it back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I hear you.
I have you involved. Because I connected by my children.
And for the Zoom audience, we are in an extended break. Audio is live and we will be coming back to resume the budget hearing momentarily.
This is perfect. Thank you.
Have like 10 blocks.
No, they steal my cords.
Yeah.
I just said the same thing, these kids. Where,
That works.
yes. I hope.
Oh, jeez, is it lit?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, so it'll get there eventually. Yep, it's plugged in. All right, so we're on page 6, Mr. Gross. Is that correct?
Did we go over this? This is the mayor's
Mm-mm.
office.
Not yet.
It's not mayor's salary and wages on page 6 for us.
Yeah. We do this first.
Apologize, I got sidetracked looking into the garbage.
That's all right.
Right, all right. These were the changes. Are we back on the air, Mr. Fagan?
We haven't been on.
Oh, somebody said we were muted.
That was before.
Okay. Yeah. Working on 2 books for this.
Okay. So yeah, if we can start at page 6, and then I think go section by section and entertain any questions you have.
So, colleagues, if, I mean, I don't have any real questions on page 6, at least not on my written copy, and I don't think I have any on the computer either. Anybody have any questions on 6?
On page 6, I'm always interested in, the salary for our staff, including my. Yep. But we're not at that page yet, but
Well, I mean, it's reflected here, the 55.6, I think, and Mr. Gross, you'll correct us if we're wrong. That's because the keyboard and clerk 1 is part of the year.
right,
Yeah.
and keyboard is.
Well, it's a change in position, so there's slippage on that as well.
Right. So this new one is not making what the old one was making.
That's
And so one of the questions that I had, that I haven't seen is, do we have a salary guide chart for all of our positions?
Sure. Sure.
Where is that?
in the salary.
The council, at least once a year
Yeah,
and
improve that.
sometimes more than that,
adopts it, so it's
Everybody's in
online
there.
with the all the council agendas.
Every staff member's in there when we do it.
Salary ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I
We do it once
send
a
the
year.
most recent one.
Okay, could you do that, please?
Yeah.
And there was an email I sent and I asked that we have this, and I referenced what Milburn, the salary chart that says for keyboard and clerk one, the position starts at 30,000, the
That would
range.
be in
That's
your
it.
salary ordinance.
That's the salary ordinance?
Salary.
Okay,
And
can
and
I,
our salary ordinance
I'll make sure you get-
actually shows the, you know, the
I
the
can
ladders,
send it.
the, you know, the
Okay,
actual
yeah.
steps. So that you can see, you know, like I say, it's very mechanical.
yes, and I would like to certainly see that.
Just before we go, let's make sure Councilwoman Geber Michael can participate. Can you hear us okay, Councilwoman?
I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Right.
You have the floor, Councilwoman?
Yeah, is there any desire to increase the mayor's salary, the mayoral salary, or and we're not to that for the council yet?
No, we're not at the council yet, but you know. Is there an appetite for increasing the mayor's salary?
To 30,000?
So just so that we understand the debate here, the mayor's base pay is less than 25,000. It is supposedly, allegedly a part-time job. It is not a part-time job.
It's not.
No.
And with pay at that level for the amount of work that has to be done, it will affect, if it hasn't already, and I believe it already has, the ability for those that would like to perform in the role, they just can't. The pay is not enough for what they have to give up, you know, to do the job. So increasing it, at least theoretically, would allow us to better compensate someone for the role. And, you know, this is a tight budget year, but, you know, that wasn't on my thought process, I'll tell you, but I hear you. I hear you and I understand the logic.
Thank you.
I don't think like $5,000 or $10,000 on 25 is going to make a difference of who will take the job. I'd like to see somebody take the job who really wants to make a difference and is not doing it for the money.
And I agree with Councilwoman Scarpa, to be honest. I don't think we should be increasing the mayor's salary or ours. This is a labor of love. We know what it is going in, and I don't think that's going to make that much of a difference. You know, each and every single one of us are busy. We have these long late night meetings often, and we do it because we love the community. We want to represent the people and make West Orange a better future. I don't think that we should be increasing salaries. I think that extra money can go towards senior services, right?
Exactly.
Or other, you know, for programming or whatever it is, or other departments that need it, like parks might need more money. So
Well said.
that's my thoughts.
I agree.
Councilman?
Well, don't ask me. I did school board for 10 years at $0. So you're at
The labor of love.
So I'm okay leaving it all the way it is. Yeah.
All right, I think you've heard even without me weighing in, that's three votes. Okay, so we're gonna move past page 6. We're on page 8. Any comments, questions, or concerns on page 8?
Nothing on page 8, except for, we don't have we don't put anything in the budget for training. Where does training come from?
Trainings in the business administrative, like,
Okay,
as well as in certain departmental budgets as well, but there's for across the board training or for general training.
Like a
that's
municipality.
So if we wanted to do some sensitivity training, if we wanted to do some anti-bias training townwide or with our commissions, that would fall under which training budget? Mayor?
Well, where you put the money is one thing. The mayor would then make decisions of,
Yeah.
you know, how to proceed and do that. It's not that we would just pay for it wherever you put the money.
Gotcha.
do it.
So if we wanted to do that, because it's not in there now, we could do it under the mayor's budget if we wanted to add, say, $20,000 for training.
Sure, used to be there,
Yeah.
and you
And I
guys
think,
took it
and
out.
I think that's something that we need to consider.
We just had training that we spent
When?
$50,000 on a couple years ago,
When?
2021.
On
I
what
did
training?
it. I
You
got
were-
elected in 2020. And I.
So League of Municipalities too has training.
It's
Yeah.
not the same when you come in, and I'm not talking about training for just us. I'm talking about training for our entire administration. So what we did in 2020 was we came in and we had someone do training, bias training for the
Right.
entire administration.
The-
There has
all the
been
staff.
there has been no training since then. And there was no accountability and no follow-up. Because during that training, there was no requirement that you be on camera. So we don't know that people actually participated in that training and to what extent the impact may be. I think that type of training, especially for the people, personnel who have to deal with the public, should be ongoing. And there should be some type of workshop or
Listen, you talk to
something.
me, I go to,
Yeah, I
classes
have a
all the
lot of that.
time. Yeah.
So
Like the schools.
to her point, though, the training that we do here is specific to
To
us. The
Right.
situations that we deal with here, not general for municipalities and elected officials or employees of town hall. And we have had a year. And we still have some challenges with regard to how some of our boards and commissions are operating and the level of intensity, I'll say it that way,
Okay.
with which they're operating. And in addition to that, so there's that part of the training. But in addition to that, we have a significant amount of litigation where employees end up suing us. If there is something we can do on the front end, training supervisors, department heads on
Management, whatever.
these things that could avoid getting into a situation where we either, we have a disgruntled
Well,
employee.
that would be
that's-
HR. So where's your HR budget?
We don't have an HR.
We don't have an HR budget.
Yeah.
We don't have an HR department, do we?
And we
No.
and we do an awful lot of training.
Comes out of the
for
VA's
fund as well. There's a lot of that type of training that we do.
Well, the police and fire, we know get training.
We know they do, they have a
That's-
specific training budget to that point in their, training line item.
But
on
the general training that, for instance,
For
you
instance,
talk about that you do in terms of general overall employee training and interaction of employees, that type.
Then what?
For instance,
That is all provided by the GIF.
But for instance, we just had a promotion of a new person who came from the department and now they're management. It's different being a worker and an employee and then managing a department. Where is the training that we as an administration provided so that they can be successful? There's some things that they may be able to implement that they've never thought about from a managerial perspective. Where are we with that training?
I-
So to answer that
Hear you,
particular
yeah.
question, that particular employee,
Mhm.
that employee has a license that's specific to that particular position that he took in preparation
To-
in
yeah, they had
the
to be
future. So,
certified.
and it's the one that's the CPM program, the Certified Public Manager. And successfully completed that. And that was part of some of the reasons that we were looking at it. when
Did we
But
pay
it's
for
a-
that or did they have to pay for that
I
independently?
believe it was paid for by us.
Okay, so that's where I'm
It-
trying to go.
But it's a good point. But part of the problem is that because staffing has been so difficult, it's been difficult to release employees to go away for a week or,
Get
3 or 4 days
certification.
over a period of time. So when the staffing gets back up to, we could start before the fact, there's CPMWs for public works, but there's also just plain CPM, which is for general management. So, once we get to a point where we can afford to be without the staff, we certainly can offer more of that. And I think that's a good idea.
And to Mr. Gross's point, well, with the GIF, we have online classes that we have sent out. We got to send out some more to our staff, and we were able to do so. And we've had a lull because of staffing right now, and we're going to get back into that because last year I think we provided well over 2,500 hours worth of training to our employees, online stuff they could do and it was at their leisure because it's
Outside of police and fire?
outside of police and fire, yes.
We do
I'm
that-
talking the non-uniform staff,
Right.
particularly in town hall.
And then,
Then our construction and all our people with licenses, they have to also do
Right, there's-
CEU
right.
classes, and we make sure that we get their licenses so that we know that they're up to date and we permit them to go, and they're permitted to go. Those type ones are permitted to go while they're on duty. Most of them are online now. The state has gotten away from in person. So we make them set up at their desk or a convenient area. And so this way that their licenses are updated as well.
and
We
to
do-
that point, if I can
Go
just finish. We had a situation where we wanted training and it was at an expense. So where would we, as a council, I think it's really important as well, because we have a constant turnover possibly, that we do some in-house training, even for us as elected officials. Even though we have the league, when was the last time all of us went to the league
Yeah, or
So-
attended all of the classes.
and
You could-
attended the classes? I mean.
And you can only attend so many.
Exactly. So I think we need to really look at some in-house training for us as elected officials, parliamentary procedure, certainly rules and regulations, governance, budgeting. You know, those are some of the things that I think should be not necessarily mandatory, but opportunities that would help us govern better.
And I would say to you also, and I don't think that's a bad idea to have it in-house stuff, but I know like if you go to Rutgers the Rutgers, the Black, they have a lot of the courses online.
Mhm.
So that.
That's fine. We just need to put it in the budget so that we can actually take them.
Yeah, and typically the courses are based on the amount of hours that are required, you know, the fee is based on the course hours.
So if we were to take as an example, most of those courses cost $200 to take. I've taken a couple of them online.
Salary guide classes you should take.
Absolutely. So if we were to do that and we were to put money in the budget for us, there's 5 of us, $200 per class. I mean, that doesn't even give us a lot of training. So even if we were to put $5,000 for training for us, that's not a lot. That's maybe 5 classes for each of us. Well, 4 classes for each of us. But I think that's something that would help us at least govern more efficiently and effectively and understand the rules.
Well, there's no line item.
So
On us.
So that used to, well, again, so few of us been to the league and to Rutgers, I know, and the Madam Clerk has put in to pay for us. Where does that come out of? Does that come out of the BA's budget? Because isn't HR under the BA?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Isn't HR what you call HR, not under the BA's line item? Because I know I've taken training classes before that's been paid
have money-
for.
We do have money there. There's nothing that says that the council could not decide to put money in its own budget for that. So, I mean,
I would like to see us do that.
It would make sense to have it in our budget, not.
Yeah.
the big
Well, there's
budget.
no line item on our
We
budget.
we can easily add it.
Yeah, I would like to add that. I mean,
All right,
we
so
Make
have-
a
that sounds like
motion.
something we could.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that now. I thought we're
Put that
just,
on the
yeah, put
list.
that on the list. of
Yeah,
the
add it to
things.
the
We have
list.
the garbage contract.
Right.
This is all
But
going
at
to
least
that.
$5,000 would be $1,000 for each of us. And if we're going off of the cost now at $200 per class, then that gives each of us an opportunity to take 4 classes throughout the year.
Yeah, we should also
You're not gonna take for
consider it for the
I've already
administration
taken
too.
3 this year.
It's only 1 a quarter.
Yeah,
That's
we
only
should
1
con-
class a quarter.
Yeah, they're repetitious.
Well, while you guys are taking notes, we should also consider for the administration for training too.
Okay,
Well-
that's all I have. So I just
Thank-
wanted money for training.
All right, so, Councilwoman Scarpa, you were going to make a comment?
Oh, I was just going to say that, I do all of these state trainings for the schools. And there's a lot on all this bias and all these different, I don't know if it's free. I would imagine it's pretty free or low cost, but and I find them very effective
No
to do
training
it
is free.
online rather than
No training.
I don't
is
know what's
free.
available from the state, you know, and what the cost is.
The
Some-
school district's paying for all that, trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no training is free.
They're paying for you to go do all that training.
Even when we do it through the chip, it's coming from the money we pay the chip.
Yeah.
Right, no training is free.
And just so you know, I'm looking it up right now, October 16th and 19th is the powers and duties of the municipal governing body being held by Rutgers at $200 a class.
Right,
Yeah.
So it's, you know,
Not what they
something
are.
for your consideration, that's all.
Yeah.
It's the only one listed for elected officials, they're all hosted, but for the elected officials.
Are they online?
yes, that's
Yes.
Well,
online.
that's better, because yeah, I've
Yep.
been,
Yeah, they're all online.
Yeah.
Everything's online. They don't do anything in person very rarely.
I can send you the links and stuff later, so.
All right, so please do, Mr. Smeraldo. So we're good on the mayor's budget. I don't even know what page it is
That's
because
page 8,
page 8. So now we're on page 9, which will be town council.
right. And so if we can add a line here, I'll be very happy.
Okay.
Again, if we speak to, I also wanted to recommend an increase to $15,000 for each of us. And if I can just remind everyone, that was, if I'm not mistaken, and you guys would probably know better than I, but that was the salary prior to the reductions that were made, or was it even higher than the 15 when
No,
it was reduced?
it was 7.
It was higher.
17.
no. Well, since we've been on, it hasn't
No,
been
no, no,
7.
No, not us. This
No.
is
Yeah.
This
10
is-
years
this is
ago.
10 years ago,
Okay.
I think it would be the 15 or 17. I thought it was 15.
They used to even get benefits too.
Right, I think it was 15, but I would like to recommend that we go back to 15.
I stand by my comments earlier when you wanted to increase the mayor's salary, stipend, and I don't think we should increase ours either.
I agree.
Yeah, I.
There we go. All right. I mean, listen, I admire your tenacity, your persistence. It's been 3 years,
Some things I'm just gonna keep.
4
trying.
years actually now, 4 years in a row. So I get it. And the same argument is there. I do understand the logic. This is not to be funny. If we want people,
Quality people, we can't
run for the
expect,
office.
exactly.
I get it, and I appreciate the sentiment, but again.
I'm not saying you need
yeah,
to. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
once we have the
that's- impact.
originally that would have been, I could have maybe been more thoughtful about that. But again, after knowing their support for us to move from option 4 on that contract, we're gonna have to add money back in. It's gonna be a lot of money we're gonna have to add
Do
back
we
in.
know what our surplus is right now, Mr. Gross?
Well,
Have we?
It is consistent with, I don't have the exact number for you tonight, but it's consistent with what it's been year after year. We generated probably a little bit more, not probably, definitely a little bit more this past year than we did the year before.
Especially with all the increase in
so it's
fees.
more than 5 million?
Oh, yeah, it was more than 5 million last
It
year.
was 5.6. Why is that number in my head?
Oh, it was only 13,874.
Yeah, so I thought it was 13, but 5, I don't know why I was thinking the budget, the surplus was 5.6.
Yeah, I think that's,
12. Oh, they did a 10%.
top of my head. I won't
Yeah.
dispute that.
Again,
Okay.
it's stupid.
It's in that ballpark.
Okay.
Well, if, can that just be a consideration then, if we don't have to exit out based on where we land with everything else, if we have the surplus to increase hours to 15?
So I have a difficult time increasing hours and not increasing the mayor's.
Well, I want to consider both.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't, so, yeah, I mean, if we go down that road, we have to be fair
I agree.
to
I'm
all
not
the
trying to,
elected.
I haven't
I
said
would
I'll
just-
do hours and not do, I want to do both.
I
agree.
would just like to say, I'm not in this for the money, and $2,000 or $3,000 is not going to give us the opportunity to get a different quality person doing this job. I think it's really important that we get people who are in this seat who are not doing it for the money.
You're not doing it for the money,
No.
even at $15,000, you're not doing it for the money. But the compensation, we give back to the community, the 12,000, I'm just looking for a little additional compensation because everything that I make plus more goes back into this community. It does not go into my pocket. So I'm not looking to compensate. I make enough money doing my real job, but we should be compensated in some capacity.
So I don't think it's about necessarily us. Like I count myself fortunate that I can serve in this capacity.
Absolutely.
Right? If I was still working for a bank, I would not be able to do it. I could not do it. I would get fired from my job, the amount of time I spend as a council person.
This is true.
Right.
Which is,
We all do.
which is why I'm making this recommendation. It is not about the money and it has never been about the money. So it's not the extra $2,000 to $3,000. It's just having a decent compensation so that we can give back to the community because I
But we
donate.
have a
all-
lot of asks by a lot of other
lot of-
departments,
a
and
lot of
I'd
other-
rather fulfill them, and if next year, maybe we could have
So-
this conversation.
Well,
So
let's
we're
just
not
look
voting
at
on it now,
Yeah,
right?
let's just look at
But
it.
that is a consideration
Thank you.
and so duly noted.
Thank you.
And I do think it is a legitimate thing. It's not necessarily about, I think with the exception of two of us, the three of us have some control over our calendar. You have a 9 to 5 for 8, 10 months out of the year. Councilman McEvermichael has a 9 to 5 all year long. So you have a little less flexibility over your calendar. If we want to encourage more people that are going to have to make a cost benefit analysis of whether they can give that time. If we want people to be able to do it, they've got to be
I
compensated.
don't
So,
think a few $1,000s is gonna make a
We
difference.
got like 10 people running for council
Yeah.
seats.
so that's the other argument. There are 8 people in the office, so it doesn't work this year. Clearly, the 12-5 ain't scaring nobody this year.
Yeah, they ain't
Um,
nobody this year.
Right. All right. So moving on though. Are we good on town council operations and expense?
Yes.
Permanent property.
I don't know what that is
I,
either.
I need to understand what that is. It increased $560, but I don't even know what that is. 112, line 112 on page 11.
560 is what was spent
Last
last year. And that's what they're recommending.
So what is that permanent property? It's on our operating budget, town council.
What do you got for us, Mr. Gross?
Yeah.
What antiquated?
You know what that is?
I don't know.
This is it, right here.
It's not a mistake.
What that is. We can research that.
Okay.
What
looks not
antiquated
important
line
to
item?
members.
And
still
then
there?
the increase for $19,000 on taping council meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Can we explain that, please?
Yes, there's a lot more
A
meetings.
lot more meetings.
Okay, but how
Be
much do we pay?
surprised.
I'm sorry. Okay, but how much do we pay per meeting is my question.
Okay, so we pay for the moderator.
Okay, what's that amount?
Well, it's 300, the base is 350 and another $100 to process it and put it on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Okay,
There's another fee that was added, $65 an hour past 11 o'clock for Mr. Fagan.
let's not say names.
Oh, sorry.
You
for
don't
the
care.
moderator. I
Overconfident.
forgot.
I'm just messing with you. So I think, my question along that was, it was requested for 19,000. We spent 14.2 last year. We budgeted 14.8. We spent 14.2. It was requested at 19, but 14 was recommended by the mayor. So I'm trying to understand that.
Mostly to allow the council to debate whether or not there is any adjustments you'd like to make in that process. It really is, it allows you, it triggers a discussion amongst you all about the service and whether or not you want to continue it or what level, if you want to look at changing it in any way for savings. And if not, then clearly, those costs will remain. It also has to do with how many meetings you have, and if you have extra meetings and it's not just,
Yeah, I'd love to
not
kill
just
the
those meetings,
$65.
It also goes to the board meetings. And so there's, to the extent that you have some input into that, as well as whether or not the boards, should be meeting online or not online. Again, I'm not giving you the positions on that. I'm saying that's the debate about that probably should be.
I
The
get it.
$65 is controllable by us as long as we don't go over 11 PM meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we can eliminate that just by saying, we're gonna have a hard stop at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, good luck.
So.
I'm
you know,
teasing you,
Jim,
Councilwoman, but yeah.
Yeah, you know, we've had a rough, like the 11 is a gift. That's a half a day.
But
Spent a lot of time lately together.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a
So,
line item for
in this
pizza
budget-
on here. So I
Um,
can eat.
So generally speaking, though, just I think the position of at least the majority of the council, as I understand it, is more opportunity on Zoom, even if we don't have.
For the
comments.
council, not
Uh,
necessarily for the commissions, right? Is this
Yeah.
for
Well, I
the
think-
commission?
Well, I
they
think
need to
this
as
comes
well.
out of
I
this.
have a question about that when you're done.
However,
Yeah.
however, if, you know, you already have taken some steps in terms of that there's no, you're not having the back and forth. So you could ask the administration to look at what opportunities there may be out there to make the Zoom more mechanical and not or not as labor intensive as it is to decrease the cost. I mean, that's just something that you guys could think about.
I have a question along that line. Yeah.
Councilman?
My understanding is that the library has this ability to do the Zoom at, relatively low cost or no cost. What
library?
our new library has the ability to do this, they were
No,
saying?
they do not. We sent our IT director up there to look at that facility because it is a new facility, can handle large crowds. But the system they have is called the OWL system, I think, which is nothing compared to what we have here. And it does not support multiple microphones. It doesn't support the IT of transmitting and things of that nature. So
I was thinking more for the commissions, like the Human Relations Commission. I mean, they're supposed to relate human to human and they're all on Zoom.
I believe you might be able to handle, we don't control those boards,
Right.
but I believe
But there's a
that
budget.
size of board may be able to utilize that, but that's something that the
Well, that's
board
a-
would, those
yeah.
boards would have to explore. But I can tell you right now that meeting room up there and what their technology is nothing compared to what we have.
Yeah,
here.
well, we budget for those boards, so maybe some of those boards we need to look at having them go to the library to do that rather than spending a lot of money.
We don't provide that for them.
We don't provide that for them here.
In addition to that,
Well,
I
we
would
don't-
not want, I
think
would
we
not,
did during, during COVID.
but I would,
But they're all on Zoom, a lot of them.
no, so if you're speaking specifically about the HRC, they do a hybrid. They do a Zoom as well as in person in town hall, in the conference room. But I don't think we should dictate how the HRC chooses to do their meetings unless you're sitting in their meetings and you're listening to what's going on. So that's not our
I
role.
could be wrong, but I
Paying
think
for that?
we
or-
provide them with Zoom.
We
I think
don't
they
pay for it.
administer it
That's the
themselves.
cost.
Right.
Okay,
I
so
don't
there's
think we're
no
paying,
cost to us.
so
We don't-
none of
no.
none of these costs are for that.
Okay.
And
That's
they don't
what I wanted to
even,
know.
they don't record they only record their meetings for minutes. They don't record their meetings to put them on any platform or source.
So it's not costing us anything to have.
Any
these meetings.
additional, we pay for the ability to have Zoom.
That's
We
for
pay
all
for the
that.
Right.
Zoom.
That's for everything.
We share that amongst.
Okay.
All departments.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, I thought there was an additional cost for because I was told that the Older Adults Advisory Board couldn't be on Zoom and the seniors really need Zoom because a lot of them are immobile or they can't get to meetings. And everybody was saying that. there's a-
Well, you're talking about
So-
interaction.
So.
Well, it doesn't have to have interaction.
Right,
I just would like.
but
to see
let's
Zoom.
look at so that isn't, we may need to address that in the Older Adults Advisory Board
Absolutely.
or in some of these other boards and commissions. But with regard to how it affects the budget.
Right.
Because, like,
Yeah.
we make good progress, like, we're on the last one, let's not lose momentum now.
Let's
get it
done, guys.
Yeah, so, I don't even remember, so, that was,
But we have a question about, we'll come back to that, and how we got into this discussion was talking about
taping
taping
council
council
meetings,
meetings.
right?
So
So that's
$19,000, we have,
14,200.
I think we have that 5,000 that we can play with. I don't know, I don't believe if we.
No, they recommended 14,200. What's in the budget is 14,200.
Okay, great. So with that 14,200, that's the same thing we spent last year.
Correct.
However, my question becomes, were we paying $65 for overtime last year?
Not that I'm aware of.
So then the 14,200
Oh, we gotta make sure there's nothing.
may
Well-
not be enough if we now have an added cost of $65 for overtime.
It won't be enough.
So then how are we going to correct that?
The Zoom moderator is going to walk out at 11 o'clock and leave us on our own.
We can shut
Well,
off.
we can't do that.
We
No, I'm
shut
joking.
down.
You can,
Yeah.
legally, you don't have to tape it, audio or video. I mean, people will go crazy if you do that, but
I mean,
legally.
but at some point, y'all, we gotta
I don't
just.
think we should do that. I think we should end at 11, which
I
I'm
do
fine with.
too.
Because
Mhm.
I already told you guys, going forward, I can't stay past midnight. I'm done.
I
Like,
think we
can't
should
do
end at
midnight
11.
meeting.
Yeah, and while we've done a better job this year getting out at a reasonable time, we still don't get out at 11. I mean, we're not getting out at 11. I think
Right.
Last night
But
was,
what can we do?
12:30.
But what can, we got out at 12, but what can we do? Seriously, guys, what can we do?
so this is a different conversation, but structurally what we could do is have a public meeting that that allows for public interaction with the community differently than what we do in our council meeting. When we have hot button issues, public comment can go an hour, hour and a half or more, and then we respond, and then that's another hour once you get all five of us, if it's a hot button issue. If there are issues like that, if we have, once a quarter or, once a quarter where we have a public session, and so to get rid of some of the public comment that comes into our council meeting, or we could have a business meeting. Many boards and commissions have business meetings where you don't hear from the public, you just handle the business. And that would allow us to get through, hopefully process a decent amount of the work. Obviously, the administration would have to comply and provide us with the work ahead of time so that we could get through it. And then in our regular public meetings, it's just a vote up or down to memorialize it if that's needed, but you don't have to deal with a lot of the work that we do.
But sometimes when you're speaking to that, those are communities where they also have,
Committees.
no, they're also where they have meetings during the day.
So that is true too. There are some, and those are generally speaking, those ones that have them during the day, those are full-time jobs.
They have a way bigger salary than we do, so we know we can't
But-
go to that.
But to solve the problem tonight, we're probably not gonna do what I think we should do, and I appreciate, where you're going with this. We do need to make some changes structurally to how we handle the people's business
Mhm.
so that we can get out at a reasonable time.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Let's kind of, as we work through these next 2 weeks, because what we're hoping to do tonight is get through the budget, have 2 weeks to kind of, talk amongst ourselves what our adjustments are going to be so that we can introduce at our next council meeting, vote on what those amendments are going to be so that they can get it back to us and still have a halfway decent opportunity at meeting the state deadline or close to it.
well, the deadline for the meeting material for the next meeting is next Wednesday.
Yeah,
So
so.
you're only
that's not gonna
talking.
be-
Well, no, what we would be doing is introducing the mayor's budget and then we would vote
Go
on
through
our
and make our
amendments
amendments.
on Tuesday night.
But even that's tight.
Yeah, yeah.
Even that's tight.
No, we get it. And we're not gonna make the 19th even doing that. Right, because we're not gonna have another council meeting before it's July 19th.
July,
Yeah, we're not gonna have another council meeting. We're
correct.
gonna have one before the 19th. So we will certainly blow past the 19th, but if we may only be one, maybe 2 meetings
The
behind.
order is to introduce, not to adopt.
Right.
So.
Oh, that's right, by the 19th.
So,
Yeah,
okay, so we'll be
yeah.
on.
So the problem that I see is if we don't get, depends on how far we get, but like I said, if for some reason we can't even get it ready for the next meeting by the deadlines that we need to, we may have to call for a special meeting just for introduction sometime before the 19th.
But why would
So-
we not be able to introduce the mayor's budget
On the 19th.
on the 19th? I mean, I'm
We
sorry,
have to vote on.
on our next meet, at our next
The
meeting.
mechanical process of putting together the document takes quite a while.
Okay, so that's not on us, that's on
Well,
you.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah. So I think, Mr. Gross.
it's all us.
What you're hearing from the council is what we're interested in doing,
This meeting on
if we
deadline.
can do it. Introduce the mayor's budget so that we meet the state requirement. we can offer our amendments that night. And I would hope that all of our amendments would be offered that night so that you can then take that back, but we'd still be in compliance with what the state has asked us to do by the 19th.
Well,
The only
keep in
challenge
mind
I-
that there will be another amendment anyway, because there's always something that the state says, well, you need to do this, you need to do that, you know, whatever.
Right, so, but if we can get that done and
Yeah, yeah,
done by the
absolutely.
first meeting in October, August,
We only have one meeting in July?
two,
July 23rd and July 9th.
and two in August this year.
Right, okay, that's what I thought.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's what we want to do. So please, if you can, prepare the mayor's budget to be introduced at our next council meeting. And we will be prepared, Councilman Geber-Michael as well, to offer our amendments on July 9th.
Perfect.
Yay. All right, so moving right along. So we did taping council meetings. We made the request to clarification on personal property. What is this codification?
That's the ordinances that you pass. They have to be codified. And then they send us the hard copies of them, and they're also online. They put them online so everybody can see them, and it's expensive to do.
So last year, we spent 5,100 of the anticipated 89. What is the likelihood that we'll maintain that this year, Madam Clerk? Right, so.
I just did a requisition today for, I believe it was 13,000 and change. It's done twice a year. So, and that's because it's been a very active council with a lot of ordinances,
Yeah,
so,
we
yeah,
processed quite a bit.
yeah,
All right, so you're already at 13 and we're in essentially July.
correct.
So
So,
why wouldn't we increase this?
Right, for sure.
so to what?
Oh, I don't know.
Because
Mr. Gross,
your
you got any-
request was 9 roughly.
Yeah,
You're already at 13.
yep.
You know,
Is
we're,
any of that from previous commitment? Is
No,
it PO for
I don't believe so, no.
anything? Because
Let me get the bill real quick.
all right, so what I think we should be prepared
Yeah,
to
we
do
have
is somewhere
had a
around
lot
20.
of, Zayabeth engineering being very active this year. We have a lot of ordinance.
So, whatever the reason is, we've blown through the 9 that she's.
Yeah, so we need to
Big.
increase that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to look at, I think,
Yeah,
actually 20.
It was 12,630.
With engineering,
Okay.
it's been very busy, which is a good thing, because we're getting stuff done.
Yeah. And it includes land use as well as the main
Yeah.
code.
Okay,
And so we
well,
said,
some of that paid, is all that paid by you? Or some of that paid by planning board?
I believe, oh, no, it
Okay.
comes out of.
And there's gonna be more because they're doing that whole examination of the parking and the street parking and the signs and all that, so it's
Right.
gonna be.
Yeah,
We're gonna need more money, because there's a lot of updating in our ordinances, and then now with the new planner too, that's supposed to be updating zoning ordinances, so yeah, we're gonna need some money for that.
does anybody have any tabs?
Have any what?
Tabs,
What kind of tabs?
you know, so you can, I just
I have
have to
little
mark my
paper-
pages, yeah.
For her
Here.
page.
Please.
Thank you, I got it, yeah.
all right, so we're clear on codification. You know, I think we should be considering moving that somewhere in the 20 range. Hopefully, we won't spend that much, but I think we need to be
Yeah.
prepared if we're already at 12.9.
Yeah,
All right, next page is litigation. So this is, to me, very difficult. Can't get to my notes though.
Still didn't charge?
And it's my laptop, because it happened earlier today too. I don't know what's going on. It's charging, it's just not, it's got the battery something.
Your battery may be going.
I hope not. So, litigation. Yeah, I guess, Mr. Gross, you're gonna have to guide us here. We budgeted 150 in 23, we spent 537. And the request is for 543 this year. And that's the mayor's recommendation as well. Please help me understand.
Yeah, so historically, this is one of the lines that even though we would, when we would run over, the next year we would pull back. And if we ran over again, then we found monies and did transfers and that. With the changes we made in last year's budget in terms of cutting some of the surplus building out of it, which we will see the impact of that next year in this year's budget. When this year's surplus is determined, because we have, but budgets have 2-year life. So it's about what happens. It takes 2 years to expire, and then that's when you get your impact. So the fact that we took the money out of last year's budget doesn't impact us until the 25 budget year. So there's not enough room in the budget to absorb everything that we always did absorb before. So this is an acknowledgement that this was an area that we did that. And any, the thought process was to, we have been spending this, as you know, we've sent you the histories out, that this is consistent with the amounts that we've spent in the past. It's just the first time that we budgeted all up front.
So that's difficult for me. And we did get that. I think it was last year where we saw, and I think for litigation, it was somewhere around $1 million, which to me is ridiculous. To me, it means we're doing something wrong. If we're in that much litigation, we're not doing something right. So I want to do whatever it is that we need to do right. The other thing is, if we've been putting on the budget a lower number and then paying it out of surplus or other spaces in the budget, we're not accurately, because we got that list last year, the public didn't necessarily see it. We're not accurately presenting to the public what our legal expenses are. So I am like 543. That's crazy. I am for going back to what was budgeted in 2023, which is 150. And I think we need to figure out, going back to what we were talking about before, whatever the training is to avoid this, because a lot of it is labor related. So we end up spending money on lawyers, and then we spend money on losing, and then having to pay whatever it is, we are ordered to pay. Whatever it is we're not doing right, that's creating this cycle. Because, other municipalities, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, they're not spending $1 million on litigation alone.
I would like to.
Well,
get stats on that.
we did do a survey,
Yeah.
and we sent that out to you, and our expenses are consistent with, a bit, when you adjust by size and you look at the size of your budget, and what we're spending is consistent with and lower and on the low end of what other municipalities are spending.
When I talked with some other municipalities, our legal fees were actually lower, but at the end of the day, what I would like to see, because we're just making generalized statements based on a dollar number. What I would really like to see with our litigation, and I see it's broken down into general tax appeals, labor matters. But if we could just understand in some type of pie chart where the bulk of the monies are going. So for instance, it doesn't break out in here litigation for property maintenance or any other types of litigation. So is it possible for us to know how these litigation dollars are being utilized or spent?
I can look and see what we can do.
Okay.
So I will tell you, I have also checked with other municipalities, and I've not gotten that same feedback. When I tell folks we spend about $1 million on litigation, they're like, really? It's a lot.
Like I said, the school district, I'll go check their budget, but I remember it's hot.
I mean, they may be doing something wrong too.
It's not like you do something wrong. You have a lot of labor disputes with employees, and the way, even in the private sector now, with the way things are going and what people sue over, is just insane. So again,
This is
let's get the
just-
data so we don't have to make accusations and just, let's see it from there. Don't forget Oprah too. There's Oprah matters.
This is litigation.
Yeah, but there's,
Yeah.
we spend money on
So,
that.
I mean, the two that jumped out at me, obviously, as you can see on here,
Our labor
are
matters.
labor and general.
Yeah.
Labor, we budgeted 125, we spent 322. General, we budgeted 150, we spent 537. And those numbers,
Well, we know we had a few, cases that went on for quite some
well,
time. which-
that's an example to me of doing something wrong, and I know y'all don't want to talk about it on.
And the general, I'm sure Oprah isn't included in that, and there's a lot of money spent in Oprah.
They
I'm
have-
sure, but that's
legal has to redact.
543,000. So between
Legal
those
has to
two
redact all
categories,
those
$865,000 between labor matters and general litigation.
I agree with Council President. That's an exorbitant amount that we are spending. And I would like to see the same as 2023.
Yeah. So,
You
I'm
mean,
gonna-
when you say the same as twenty
Like the
twenty-three,
same amount that's written, and if
That
they're gonna have to
budgeted
spend
amount?
more, that's budget now, yes, because if they're gonna spend more, they should be coming to us and asking us, because there is a reserve and there's always extra money at the end of the budget. Wiggle room, that's how we survive. So, I
So-
mean, they should be coming to us and approving things and making sure that we can continue to pay and know how much all of this is adding up to yearly. Not being surprised or having to ask for at the end of the year and find out that, this is a lot of money that we're spending.
so my question then also becomes, what is the check and balance when, for instance, if there is $150,000, and let's just use this as a perfect example. How is the payout, even for the 2023, 537, 274? I know we approved the bills, but what is the mechanism that is the cutoff? 150,000 has been reached. Now we're going over in that budget. I know you pull the money from wherever you need to pull it from to pay it, the bills that have to be paid. But how do we know 150,000 has been spent? You're now outside of what's permitted based on your budget.
Like, for instance, this year, we presented to you transfer resolutions to the.
That was for
But we
last year,
don't-
though.
but
For last year, yeah.
And we got it this year in like March or February.
Right, so it's being spent, but we're not being made
After.
aware, right, until after. So again, what is the trigger mechanism on any line item or budget? So maybe not a line item, but maybe a department. Where is the mechanism that lets us know that this department has exceeded their budgetary requirements? So that you don't have to internally start shifting things and taking things away from different departments. How do we know that?
Well, look at a way for you to do that.
Question, what about redevelopment, negotiations? Where does that come under? Were you lumping that category?
It is in here as well until such time as you get far enough along that escrows are set up. So.
So that's part of.
Is that part of the general?
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, we need the breakdown on what general entails.
yeah.
That would be helpful. Okay, and you can request that from our legal department? All right, thank you.
Anything else on 1402 litigation, township litigation?
Go to 15.
All right, Madam Clerk, you gotta defend your budget. You got so many items on here. Anybody have any questions or comments, concerns?
No?
No.
I have a concern.
Do you have, what happened? It's just the two of you, right?
Yes.
So how many, didn't you have a part-time or somebody?
Yes.
Yeah, I had a lot more staff when I started.
So what's going on?
Took it out.
A lot.
And you've been able to survive without it and only a little bit of a,
Yeah, there's a few bumps in the road, but yes, generally, yes, we do survive. See, the work comes in ebbs and flows, so it's not I'm not always like going crazy and I'm not always bored, out of my mind. It's definitely, currently I'm busy because we have the ABC, coming, doing and all that. And I used to slow down during the warmer months in the summer and it hasn't.
Where's your election money?
Yeah, that was one of my concerns, and now we have two more elections this year. The state is paying for those elections, thankfully. Because our primary election costs the town $41,000. So that goes up every single year.
But we don't pay that.
We pay that.
No, yeah, we do.
We
You
pay
just
for
said
the
that they're
primary.
paying the two?
Well, they're having two special elections for Donald Payne's seat.
Okay.
So the state's handling that.
But do you get reimbursed?
No. No, so they're doing everything. They do everything, the county, and then they send us a bill for the primary. And then they handle everything, for the special elections and all that
They
kind of
won't
thing.
send a bill.
They will not send a bill, no. I panicked when they set up those two elections. I was like, oh no, but no, they said the state's paying for that.
Okay.
But the election budget, as I said here, the recommendation is 36.7 and this year was 41.
So we need
And
to at least meet
The costs are gonna
the
go up
cost.
again,
You
yeah.
have two.
Right,
Yeah.
so we have, okay, so you've spent 41
Hmm.
and you have to pay for the November election?
No, it's a very minimal amount.
Okay,
Yeah,
but 41 is what we've expended to date.
correct.
So we need to at least cover the
Where,
41.
where is that on your budget?
That's
Municipal
page
elections?
15.
Yeah, it's on page.
So you've got
45.
36.7 on that?
Right.
Is the mayor's recommendation? You requested 37.5 and we've spent 41.
Right, but this was before you put your budget in, you've spent the 41 since you put your budget in.
Yes.
Right, but
Right.
Yeah,
and
because you don't know how much it's gonna cost, 'cause
Right.
everything goes up every year, so this was like a general, like, okay, well, let me
Well,
just try to figure this
all right.
out.
I need to know.
But
we're
we
gonna have
need-
special elections, so.
But
Well,
we
yeah,
need to-
that's not even including
Right.
that.
So we need to at least meet what she spent year to date, because she knows that she's gonna spend she's already spent the 41.
Right.
So that should already be increased.
Yeah, next year it's gonna go up again, so it's,
Mhm. Okay.
right,
So
but
what
this
do you
is for
need?
this year. So
Correct.
you're at what number is it that you need to cover what you got or?
Do you want the exact number?
No, just a ballpark.
41,000.
Okay,
So you need another 4?
yeah,
3,500.
yeah.
Yeah, but is that enough?
Are you making notes about?
I'm making some notes. I'm not making all of them.
Yeah,
I'm
because the general
making
election is
some.
very minimal, so it's not like the primary. The primary, we get charged for everything, and that was one of the reasons why we went from the May election to the November
So
election
who-
was to save money,
Who
right?
pays the poll workers?
The county.
Okay, so we don't have to pay any poll workers or anything.
No, they pay that.
Okay.
We pay for the mailings of the ballots. We
Okay.
pay for I forget the breakdown, but it's, we pay for, I don't know exactly. I
Okay.
can't talk off the top of my head.
Okay.
What I think would be helpful too, though, is
Yeah.
we know that you are at least considering adding staff. You gotta let us know. Not that it's gonna happen this year, because it probably can't.
Yeah,
happen.
and see that's a problem with my office. Like when I first started here, we had 3 full-time people and 3 part-time people in my office. And then over the years, it got cut back. And we've been able to handle it. And since June was hired, because she came from another municipality, she acted,
No
as
names.
the municipal clerk. So she knew the ins and outs, which was very, very helpful to have.
Yeah, it helped.
Yes, it helped a lot. So, but Oprah has increased so much that I would say
That's the problem.
95% of her job is Oprah. So you're literally paying her to do that. And Oprah is you have to be careful with Oprah. You have to have someone that knows what they're doing with Oprah. She handles it extremely well. Because you're dealing with a lot of different departments, you're dealing with a lot of different types of requests. We deal with the police department with all of that. They're very helpful. So it's, you need someone that has the knowledge and you need, so I trust her implicitly. So that's important. So I handle a lot of the other tasks and I can handle that. The issue I have is, the meetings, because the meetings, it's a lot. And.
Do you mean these meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's,
Well, if
I
there,
don't think hiring someone else in my department is gonna help with that.
I
They
would,
won't be able to cover the meeting.
why not?
Got you.
Why
They're not allowed. Yeah.
So
Only-
all I was saying is that if you are considering adding staff, let us know so we can
Yes, I
think
will.
about it
Yeah, if it gets to the
and
point where,
be
like,
prepared down the road.
we used to have a part-time person do the
Yeah.
Oprah. Actually, the last two people that did Oprah in my office left because they were so overwhelmed by it. It's a lot. And now they did do some reforms, which is, it's not enough, but it's a start. So hopefully that will help a little bit. But there's a lot of pressure there. So you have to have someone that knows what they're doing. You can't just I can't just hire somebody part-time and say, here, you handle the Oprah. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
But why couldn't we hire someone part-time that was licensed just to do the meetings?
Well,
You'd pay a lot of money for that. If I was gonna go to work for another municipality part-time, I would demand a decent salary for that.
I have a question. Can we
As
put
a
out an
license.
RFQ? Can we put out an RFQ? Because some other forms of government have attorneys that handle the Oprahs. So can we put out an RFQ and solicit vendors?
Yeah, I don't think it's really necessary at the moment to have someone else hired in my office. I really
Okay.
don't.
perfect.
Yeah.
Just so
Thank
let's,
you.
But
Let's,
But-
let's keep going.
the only point was down the road, if you
Yes,
are thinking
I
that,
do
let us know
appreciate
so
that,
that we can
yes.
begin to
Okay.
prepare for it
Okay.
down the
Thank
road.
you. I appreciate it.
Planning.
All right.
Yeah. All right, so we're good on 1502. Legal services. There's really nothing to discuss there.
Planning.
Planning's not us.
Planning, right,
No, legal services, operating expense.
support the boards and commissions of next year.
Can you just, so the municipal prosecutor,
Right, I wanted to have a question there too.
madam,
So the increase, I wanted to understand how that is and what. So the amount amended budget was 31.5, expended was over that amount. The departmental requests and the mayor's recommendation are a little bit lower. So just want to understand the rationale, if we've already paid them 44,000.
Well, the total amount for legal services is the same as last year, so, there's reduction back to the 38.5 for the legal services that we had budgeted more, but we haven't been using it. 38.5 is the same as the amount that we were spending for the last assistant town attorney.
I'm sorry, it's really difficult to hear you. Mr.
yeah.
Gross, can you please speak into the mic?
So that's how that number came about.
Can you repeat what you just said? Because I didn't hear anything. It was
It's
really
basically to
muffled.
try to get, in order to try to maintain the budget, we looked at squaring up so that this year's budget was the same as last year's budget. In the first line, it's legal services, we weren't spending all the money there. So we basically moved it from one line to the other.
Okay,
so is the municipal prosecutor, is that a per diem? Is that an
Paid by
employee?
session,
It's by
by
session.
session. So last year there were more sessions.
Okay. Now, the legal services line at the top, 12. And it's my understanding, based on what you just said, is that was the assistant town attorney, or the
Yeah.
majority of that was assistant town attorney? And he retired last year. So
Still has not been replaced.
he has not been replaced. So what is this 38.5 for?
Since there's an intention to replace the assistant town attorney, so there should be funding in place for them.
Not a whole year because It's gone.
Right.
I agree.
But
That's
it's-
38,000.
decision
That's
you can
money we
make.
can use
And he
for
was
other
40,000, the assistant was 40, right?
What's that?
The assistant town attorney was
No, he was 38.5.
38.5?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So for the departmental request, since we're already halfway through the year, that should be reduced then, or could be?
You can be.
Okay. There's room for movement there?
How much room?
Well,
Yeah.
we can discuss that between now and the next meeting. But because we're not gonna vote on it tonight, but
Well, I want to hear from him so we know we have a place to take money from.
Well.
it's gonna be less than that.
To the extent that you're going to replace the assistant town attorney and you can replace assistant town attorney for that same amount, that'll determine how much wiggle room, how much room there is. I'm not sure that you'll be able to replace the assistant town attorney at that rate.
At 40 grand?
Well, there's no desire to make a move on that until we have clarity from the lawsuit. So like,
yeah.
it's
Well,
not,
Exactly.
yeah, so it's
So
not
let's
likely
just
to
use
happen.
it for something else.
At least at this rate, it's not likely to happen this year.
Yeah.
And that's money we can use for other departments, put in other budgets.
So we're not hiring an assistant township attorney?
I'm not,
But is that our decision to hire?
we have to vote on don't we have to vote on it?
We definitely need one for certain, but we have to wait for the litigation.
Right.
So why are we waiting for the litigation to determine whether?
Well, let's have that conversation separately from this. I'm not interested in doing it until there's clarity on the litigation. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go, because once we open that can of worms.
Yeah, let's not
10
do that.
minutes.
We gotta get through
Yeah.
this budget. Okay, so you guys aren't moving on that. But it's not like you could take it out of the budget, because eventually you have to have.
I mean, but this
For
is
next
this
year,
year.
but
We're
for this
almost-
year's
we're
budget,
almost-
we can
But to
take-
Councilwoman Williams' point, we can reduce it by half because half the year passed and we haven't used it. So that would then allocate half those funds for other buckets.
But does
So,
it not,
wait and see.
what is the common salary for an assistant township attorney? Is it 38.5?
Well, that's all we have budgeted for, so.
Right, but what?
We're
okay.
not looking to increase it.
No. Well, do we know we'll be able to hire somebody for 38.5?
We don't.
Not until we put out an RFQ and see who.
I would say it's possible, but it may not be likely.
Right, so my question, based on what your commentary has been, the lawsuit could be settled tomorrow. I mean, there could be a decision from the judge tomorrow. So then we would hire an assistant township attorney. We would need to have this funded.
So we're not, what I'm saying in this moment is, just like with every other line item, we are going to do some back and forth between now and the next meeting and introduce those amendments
Yeah, let's get through
on
this.
July 9th.
Okay.
And discussing it right now is just gonna add time and not get us to a place where we can actually agree.
Let's get.
Okay.
All right, so we're done. Are we done with that one? Any other questions?
Yep.
All right. Planning board.
Wait. Question.
Oh, we did planning board.
Yeah, sheet
Wait.
21.
Hello?
Sorry, yep,
Guys?
go ahead,
Sorry,
Councilwoman.
I did have a question. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
About the previous topic.
Sure.
Mr. Gross, wasn't there an RFQ put out last year in August for the assistant attorney? If so, could you just give us what those dollar amounts were? So we can look at it, so we have an idea when we do discuss this later and make a decision. That would be very helpful. So we have an idea of at least what people were willing, to take.
Yeah, the RFQs actually don't necessarily specify dollar amounts. It's usually something that's negotiated and certainly.
I thought I remember seeing them in an
There may,
email with the bids
it
on
may.
some of them. Yeah.
It may, but you're not, because it's a request for qualifications and not a request for proposal, you're not limited to whatever a firm may put in their proposal.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying.
having
can you go
said-
back and
so
look at
having-
that
so
and send
having
those to
said
us?
Having said that, I can tell you that
Because we did the other.
to the
one,
extent that
Denise.
we've had conversations with attorneys for that position, some have said no, they wouldn't do it, and at least one said that they would do it. So that's why I said it's definitely possible you get somebody at that, whether it's likely, I don't know.
What kind of money were the other ones looking for? Did you have any sense of that?
Hourly rates and, you know.
So you did get responses for the assistant town attorney position?
Yes, they did. They sent them to us. I'm asking if you can resend it.
Oh, that's right. I do remember.
Yeah.
That's why I remember the dollar amounts. I don't remember the exact figures, especially after looking at the budget and all these dollar amounts.
And
don't
again,
have to be
without,
precise.
without getting into too much
Well, we
detail,
can't do that
the
until
one
we
that
get the
said that they
contract.
would do it
So we have to
had,
go
had
back
a
to
dollar
that.
amount, a
discuss
different
it.
dollar amount in mind.
Well, he won't tell us. He doesn't have it.
How far off are we? How far off do you think we are here? to
Well,
get the rate?
if it's somebody, if it's an attorney, most of the attorneys are gonna charge, if they're gonna do hourly, it's gonna be $350 an hour. And if you're looking at anywhere from 10 to 15 hours a week, just do the math. It's,
All
or
right,
you,
so are we good on that? Right, because we're not gonna solve that problem tonight.
no, are we on board of adjustments? We don't do, that's been
I
done.
think we go to municipal court,
Yeah.
1941. Is
Page 21.
that municipal court?
No, that's boards and commissions.
No, we did.
No, we don't.
Support for boards and commissions.
Right, and that's where we've talked about,
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah, we did that.
HRC.
Yeah, we did that already.
We didn't do boards and
Well,
commissions.
I have a question
First
about,
night we did it.
about the Human Relations
No, we did.
Commission.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Um,
did.
Are they aware of what their budget is?
Yes.
Well, they actually don't have a budget. These are money that's put
Yeah.
aside to support what they do. So it is not, none of the outside groups actually have a
Yeah,
budget that
because
they.
PRC
control.
used to have.
Not that they
6,000, we don't.
control, but that they're aware of, so that they can understand. Because it's my understanding that they are not, that one in particular. I don't know what the other ones are. I don't know if they know,
HRC,
HRC.
They know
Well-
exactly what their budget is.
they have historic,
That's not what's been told to me.
That's
They-
not what's been.
they
told
have
to me either.
historically-
They don't know,
I can tell you that.
the people I,
Okay, so,
Are you talking
just-
to the chairs?
yes, I'm talking about the chairs.
Huh?
That's, that was.
So, yeah.
so what
They
is the
don't really
budget?
have a
Here's the
budget. They,
What-
they are able to
Budget
utilize
here.
resources.
Yeah.
I don't know if they know what, aside from what's customary, what they've done year to year, if they know what, if anything, they
They
can
have
do.
regular repeating programming that we support. So and if anybody has a question about that, certainly
Yeah.
I think feel free to give me a call or Pete a call. I'm sure we can fill it.
Well, I would like to know what the range is for that, for the,
Sorry.
for the.
Well, it's right here. It's 44, and they only spent 1250 last year. Environmental has 1100, they spent 9. Historic Preservation spent all of their money. Arts Council budgeted 25, only spent 14. And I think there was some conversation earlier about supporting the arts differently. That may be a space to do it. And then you have,
The PRC used to get 6,000, not that we always spent it, but then it went away. That's why I was laughing last year. But again, we needed something this year and
you got it done.
yeah, you got it done for 1,300, whatever.
So why doesn't so I don't even see the Public
It's not-
Relations Commission in here anymore as a board and commission. So,
It's not, it never has been. It's always been under the business administrator's office, but
okay, so again, to me, for just equity and justice, right? So that we're fair across the board. Why aren't all of our boards and commissions listed? And why don't all of them have resources allocated towards them? I mean, obviously, the rent leveling board doesn't need, because they don't meet. But but we have so many other boards.
The Older Adults Advisory Board has no budget.
And don't forget, the Main Street is the jobs that they do that was in the operating budget from years ago.
I don't know
Yeah,
what that
explain
means.
that.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That goes back to before even Megan was the director.
But why do they get $40,000 as a
oh,
contribution?
That's a
by law, they
contribution.
have. The 40,000, when you create a special improvement district.
Okay.
Because they're paying for the
You
light-
are
the light- the
required
holiday lights and
to
all that.
provide the same level of support to that district that you do. So you
Yeah.
can't create the district and the idea of saying, well, okay, now I don't have to spend that money. You all are gonna spend that money. So you have to fund on the same level that you were doing prior to the establishment of the district. So that is the amount of money that was determined, I wasn't here, but that was determined at that time was the support for the district. And so therefore it will continue and it will be in that budget forever.
Like, for example, the holiday lights that we put down Main Street, that.
Which is
comes
why
out
it
of
has
the
a separate
downtown
line.
budget, but.
It has a separate line from
Getting it.
26.7 because that is optional. That's your option. But the 40,809, I'm having trouble seeing, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so again, I understand the 40,000 if that's required by statute, is what you're saying. But why are we giving them 26,000? What is
That's
that?
agreed
Because the
upon.
council decided to do that.
Yeah, a couple, like 5 years ago,
Why?
because of additional, I gotta ask Megan, I can't.
Well, I need to understand why we're
We asked
giving them
this
an
last year,
additional
and we got you the-
$26,000
we asked this last year,
and we
we'll
won't
ask
give
again.
Luna Stage any money. Again,
Well, the downtown district.
if I can finish, Councilwoman, please.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Again, I want us to be consistent in how we're doing funding. It's not fair for downtown to get 26,000. We can't give the seniors any extra money. We have to be fair in how we're giving different departments monies. They all need it. So downtown may be getting 26, but if we're gonna give them 26, then we may need to give some of these other boards and commissions more money as well. It's just not fair. It's not fair.
And can I just say one thing? These are boards and commissions, and then there's advisory committees. There is a difference.
Okay,
So,
so the historic preservation. is
no, the ones
advised-
listed are boards and commissions, but I'm
No,
just,
but there are others. So but the Human Relations Commission is an advisory board.
No, that was created, is my understanding, that was created as a result of a consent decree back in the early
But it is
nineties.
still an advisory board.
But it is, I think it's a commission.
well, it is a commission.
It is a commission, but their functionality is as advisory. So is the older adults advisory, but it's advisory. All
Well,
of
the
these. Okay.
so I don't know, but the point I wanted to make about that is, and I understand your advocacy, Councilman. I think equity doesn't require funding each of them at the
Not
same level.
No, I agree with that.
And I don't think being equitable would necessarily mean if you increase one, you increase all the others. Because there may be some that are adequately funded and others that aren't.
So to your point, the Human Relations Commission, the 4428. So back in 2016, when I chaired that board, we were at 6,500. And it has consistently gone down. But here again, they may not be doing as many activities. And the charge for the Human Relations Commission, the only programming that they are by ordinance required to do is something for MLK. The other things they do in the community just help promote community. But they don't have enough money to do those programming things. But then at the end of the day, when we look and say that they've only spent $1,250, it's very hard to argue that they don't have enough money.
Right, so I think it is a good idea to have a better understanding of what the needs are. When it comes to Main Street, one of the things that I think all of us are in different ways interested in is having the ability to create a vibrant downtown. I think we're leaving money on the table with our Main Street.
Other towns fund their main streets a lot more
A
than.
lot more than we do. So equity there might be increasing that. Now, I'm not saying that we can. Now, I mean, I've already made an argument for where we can get several $100,000 out of this budget. And reallocate in other spaces. So, that might be an opportunity to look at the Arts Council or Main Street or seniors or Luna Stage or OSPAC or the basketball program or the senior golf or whatever. But the point I'm making is, I think equity is not necessarily raising everybody. And, you know, it might be, but it's not necessarily.
To your point, it may not be, but it might be, and we don't know that. And so my question then becomes, who's monitoring and talking to, so part of this is a lack of communication, right? So you've just said that your experience with the HRC and their chairs is that they don't know how much money they have, or they don't know how much money they can spend. Who is the person, if it's not you, Mr. Gross, who goes to them and says, what is your programming for the year? Just like you've gone to the directors, have you gone to the boards and commissions and said, you know, what are you doing? How much do you need? Have we had that conversation with any of them?
Well, they have always been in constant contact with the mayor's office and administration, you know, when they wanted to make purchases, part of the process.
Yeah,
you know,
get
the
approved by the mayor.
process of- That all went through the mayor's office. And I know for a fact that the mayor's, the individual working in the mayor's office, administered for all that, and particularly for HR.
Well, we haven't had anybody working in the mayor's office, so that's not true.
What's that?
Well, until, it's just only about 6 months.
You always had somebody in the mayor's office.
No, I'm saying, but for this budget, there was no one working in the mayor's office.
Well, I'm saying that's been historically been the case. Now, we've had an opening there. That may be part of the communication issue. But again, you know, certainly if you let me know, we'll be sure somebody reaches out to them.
So, and again, for the West Orange Arts Council, just because I've been working in that realm with these boards and commissions, I know that no one has asked if they needed more money, and $2,500.
Well, they get rent, I believe, right? Don't they get rent too? Like
Who
they
we
get,
talking about?
the arts council get supplemented for their,
Compensation.
yeah, they get like in kind, I think.
What's the Arts Council?
You right? Don't they get in
Oh,
kind?
well,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, they pay $300 a month and we pay $3,000 so we're giving an in-kind contribution to them in terms of the rental.
And so how do we document that if we're doing
It's
that?
here
Where-
somewhere,
I was gonna
somewhere.
say, but
Well,
Not on this
not
page.
here.
It's
not
towards the back if we ever get
Not
there.
here. Guys, that's the argument. This is what we don't understand, and it's really debilitating to me as a body. We don't see this stuff, and we should.
Well, we do see it because it's somewhere. I don't remember where. I just remember from
We
this
need to
is,
see it.
obviously I've done more budgets than you,
If
so
you direct the
it's
change
there
to
somewhere.
move to where it's budgeted from to this
Yeah.
line, that can be done.
But again, all of
Yeah.
these questions, like tonight, we're trying to get through this. We're going line by line. And so just to jump in real quick and Councilwoman, so I know what you're talking about. It's historically, years ago, when you were on the commission, like you would see a few of them got like $6,000. And then with budget crisis, the former mayor took some of the, with their CFO, took that away from different commissions because they weren't spending it as well. You lose it, and that used to be the rule. If you don't use it, you lose it. But you also don't so this is what I explained to my boards and commissions. You may have some latitude, but that doesn't, just because your budget is 6,000, that doesn't mean you're getting it. Because the mayor still has to approve, the administration still has to approve what these commissions want to do. So they just don't have the flexibility of saying, well, I want to go have this program. All these events are always supposed to be approved through the mayor's office. You know, we did the Realtor Open House one year. Mayor had to agree to that because you're expending monies to have certain programming. So, you know, that's why I think they got lowered, because some of the commissions didn't always use their funding.
And so with the historic preservation operating expense, $5,500, but we don't really see them as an active board or commission.
Sure,
So
yeah.
what are we spending $5,500 on with
What
the
do they-
historic preservation? What are they doing?
Well,
They get a lot of grants.
Well, did you have to do advertising for when we had? to-
We do get probably a minimum of $15,000 to $20,000 a year in grants that they're.
So why do they need $5,500?
Like
I mean,
matching, is that matching?
no,
Aren't
no.
you on that commission?
I am, and I'm trying to understand
So
why
tell
they
us, why do
spend.
they need?
What are
have
they
no
spending it
idea. That's why I'm asking,
Yeah, 'cause we didn't do anything this year with their,
the only,
naming properties. Is that what you need the money for? The
that's a
naming-
grant, that's a
Oh,
grant.
that's all grant.
So maybe that's.
But is it a
5,000 we
match?
can
Like you have to
recoup.
put a match for the grant? So what got spent?
But what is the downside to not funding at that level?
Well, they spent it. It said here they spent.
And that's what I'm
5,500.
saying, what did they spend it on?
You know.
Well, if they walk away and we don't get those grants in. We don't want that.
All right, so,
So that's a question you need to find out.
yeah. Yeah, let's get some clarity on that before.
That's
the
$5,500, and that's I mean, again, it can be reallocated towards something else.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't get the grant, and they don't get the grant every year, I know that to be true, but if they don't get the grant, still, what are we using the money for? And historic preservation, because they don't hold the activities. They
The real
need,
question is, what are they spending their money? on?
yeah, what are they
Yeah.
spending their
We need to
money on?
Determine whether there's value.
I think we should
Okay.
have the justification for every committee, what they're spending their money on, and I like that they have
Well,
to
you
come
have
and
to
get it
you have to
approved.
Get it approved,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's important.
I mean, but any committee I
We
sit
should
on
not
had to
just
get
be
it
giving
approved.
people money to spend on whatever it should be
Yeah.
a reasonable expenditure.
And I've said myself, no
And
certain
necessary.
ideas, yeah.
All right, so are we done on that page,
Yeah.
boards and
Yeah.
commissions?
We go to waste management next page.
You want to do waste management, Mr. Gross?
Yeah, that's basically covering the cost of our refuse contract.
That's recycling only, or
That's the recycling.
Yeah, we
is
carried
it-
over.
is this the number from the, this is the next page over after?
22.
boards
No,
and
I
commissions?
put on the agenda.
That's the number that's important.
That's in the new contract? Okay.
Well,
Is-
it's broken out that way, but we've apportioned.
All right, so, and is that agnostic to which option we choose? Because recycling wasn't on the
No,
block.
it's based on option number 4.
I want to see it
It's
based
part-
on option.
It's
number-
part of our contract.
Right, so, and then option 4 was where we owned the recycling and shipped it out and took the risk?
That's correct.
But but last year, it shows that we only spent $996.
There was money
But this
carried
is
over.
based on the new contract.
I know, but if the new contract was saving money,
The
Why-
new contract is not the same as last year.
that's right, because it went up, yeah.
But it's all, yeah, it's going, we're
It is the
going
same.
up, no matter which option we choose.
Yeah. Got it. Now, what about money from clean communities? Is that in the grant
We have,
section?
and that's not
Okay.
here. I
But we
never
still
really
get,
understood
No,
why that was there.
yeah. Well, I think they bought supplies years ago, and then they got it granted to them, so. I
And
think
so,
that's
and
why.
that's the thing where you had mentioned to us last year, if I'm recalling correctly, is once a line item is included, you can't remove it.
Yes, that's why you don't want to put it in unless.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, the labels. That's what you had told
No,
us.
you can relabel them, right?
Remove it from the
So-
document, or
Yeah,
it's you asked about our software before, we're looking to upgrade the software that we have. This is older software, and this software does not allow us to just drop this.
okay.
Without going through and manually doing it and spending, crazy hours.
Okay.
Mr. Gross, how much did we carry over in that garbage from last year? Didn't we carry over a significant amount of money?
We didn't spend all the
Yeah.
money last year, but that goes to surplus, that doesn't.
That went to surplus. Okay, so that doesn't carry over into the.
Nothing carries over. It all goes into surplus. You can't, he mentioned that earlier.
The next page would be page 27.
It's municipal court.
Office, did we do? I thought we did.
Did we do the court?
Did we do, I don't think we did the court.
I don't
because
think there's anything
because I
we
had a
do either,
question. I had a
Yeah.
question about the overtime, and I don't have an answer written down, so I don't
Oh.
think we did that.
You're right. Yeah, 22.
Can you explain the overtime in municipal court?
I can, in general, I think that was just misbudgeted. Last year, we just didn't.
What do you mean?
budget enough.
Well, you only
They
budgeted
always have,
9,000 this
that-
year.
that's a common number for the overtime.
So why aren't we budgeting what we're commonly spending?
I think it was a mistake last year when we were doing cuts. I think it got cut too trim.
So, but we didn't.
We
increase-
cut it to 1,061.55.
I don't think on purpose, but I think that's what ended up happening.
So then we need to readjust that to at least what we're spending. Like, I understand your philosophy where some line items that haven't been used, you keep them in. But what I find a little more challenging is when you know we spent the money and we're gonna spend the money, but you don't increase the line item. That's challenging for me from a budgeting concept in general. I just can't grasp that. When you know you've spent it, why don't we increase the line item?
If we increased every line item to what we were spending across the board in this budget, or in any budget, you'd see a tremendous increase in taxes. So you make value judgments at the time of, what it is, maybe there's a chance that you're not gonna spend it. You try, in order to try to keep the budget under control, you make those types of value judgments. I get it. It's from a logic perspective, say, well, you're gonna spend that, but if you did that across the board, fact is, you don't spend all that money every year, and it becomes, you're going to the taxpayer for more money than you need to. So that's, whether you appreciate or respect the process that we follow, the process is intended and is successful at keeping the amount of money that we have to go back to the taxpayer for. Yeah.
All right, any other questions on that?
And then, when we got to, on the next page.
Municipal court,
Mhm.
Councilwoman?
I had some highlights, but I did not make notes, so I'm gonna have to come back to that.
Yeah, I'm fine on this one. Anyone else? Councilman Scarpa,
good.
Deborah Michael?
I'm good.
No? Okay. Public defenders? I mean, that's a negligible difference.
Again,
First session fee, same thing.
so
We just had more people in court last year. Numbers are up.
and we have, the municipality pays for the public defender for them, right?
Yep.
Okay, and we have to provide everyone, how do we identify whether or not they have the means to pay? Or is that part of the process?
There is a process for that. And so I'm not firsthand on that. That's handled strictly by the court. And the court, as you may or may know, they probably do know, is actually a state agency that we have to fund.
Okay.
And we don't even really have management control, much management control.
Okay.
Are we ready for business administrator, salary and wages?
Yeah.
Can you explain the top line for us, Mr. Gross?
Okay, it's probably easier to look at, the
28.
table, the people are in it there. The tenant relations assistant is budgeted in here this year. So that's, and
That wasn't in last year?
that was in planning. It probably should go back to planning. But at one point in time, it was Mr. Smeraldo, and since he was the assistant business administrator, it was brought over here. It's not him now, it's somebody else. And so it remained there. So instead of it being back in planning, it's still here. So for this year, it should stay here,
So help me understand it. So Mr. Smeraldo performed that function. He became the ABA, so now you have someone else in that role.
Right.
And that person, I mean, so they moved from a different role
Yes,
into this role.
yes.
So where is that reflected in the budget, their salary though? if it's included here.
It's
It's on the
here,
page, it's on the next page.
but it's funded by.
That
but it-
salary's offset.
But that's, yeah, funded by HUD, so that's a wash.
The entire thing.
Yes, yeah, see the
Yes.
parentheses.
So mine got cut off in this
Oh,
version,
okay.
so I don't have this. I
Yeah,
need, that's why I need.
Wash that. But next year, that's gonna move back to planning. Is that what you're saying?
I think it should.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would account for roughly 100,000 of the increase. Over what was spent.
Well, you also have Mr. Morales got, his salary was previously supplemented by when he was doing those duties as well. His salary was supplemented, so that no longer supplemented, so that is really the response, that's why the increase.
So that's why 216 was budgeted, 112 was spent.
Last.
Well, you have the
That's
other,
correct.
you have the other.
Because
salaries.
his money was spent in,
A different department.
Got it.
And none, are there any promotions reflected in any of this?
See, this is, yes, let's see here, the
I can't
increase, the increase
Yep, I saw that.
is his salary. There wasn't.
yeah,
there
there are two
Gotcha.
promotions in here. One for our administrative clerk, HR coordinator, and one for keyboarding clerk one.
Got it.
So what does the HR coordinator do?
I'm not trying to be snarky. Everything HR.
Right, so you report to this person if you have administrative challenges?
An HR concern.
Yes.
So that's been one of the criticisms of our org chart. I'm sure, I don't know, that's where you're going. Let me stop. You have the floor, Councilman.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going.
That's been one of the challenges that's been reported to
Because
us.
she's not anywhere on the org chart, but you you go to her if you have a concern.
And there's really no, at least the way first, let me be very clear. I think the individual performing this role goes above and beyond the call of duty. I don't think any of us have a complaint about their professionalism or their work product. I think the concern we have is for employees that have HR concerns, there isn't a traditional type HR department that they can go to. And we have an HR coordinator, but that HR coordinator reports to you. So if someone has a complaint about you, it's almost impossible to actually level that complaint. Same would be for Mr. Smeraldo or anyone at a senior level of the organization, because the HR coordinator, according to the org chart, is so far down on the org chart that there's a power imbalance. So we need to do some work with regard to HR is the point. Now, this is a circular argument. We talked about litigation, a lot of that being labor matters. I think 200,000 above what we budgeted last year was spent on labor matters. If we had a stronger HR department, we could probably intervene in some of those matters before they got to the litigation stage and save us those litigation dollars. So, we're not the executive branch. We don't, but that isn't something I think we would encourage. I'm encouraging it. I hear it from my colleagues to re-examine how we handle HR so that individual has more autonomy and actually has the ability to kind of implement the traditional HR type functions into town hall. Councilman.
So thank you, Council President. So piggyback on those comments. So when I first got here in 2015, Mr. Sayers did all the HR at the time, and he was role as business administrator. Coming from, at that time, school board setting where we developed, it was the same thing over there for a while until they had to develop an HR department. And now the school district has a full HR department. That needs developed here, and to Mr. Gross's credit, we did not have, when I first got here, an IT department. So that was one of the first functions that he did and focus on. When I got here, he developed a whole IT department that you see today that wasn't existent back in 2015. So I think it would be beneficial to get a plan laid out from you in the next couple months, if we don't implement it this year, to get it implemented, because we definitely need a traditional HR department.
If I could just add before I step out.
Yeah.
For a moment, I think that's urgent and important,
Yeah.
because when you don't have someone you can go to except for you guys, then it just makes for an uncomfortable work environment. There should be somebody that is autonomous that people can go to when they have some concerns. And we don't have that.
And they should be sitting somewhere else in the building. Yeah.
Absolutely. You should not have and I'm not saying this as you, but I'm just saying, as a senior level employee, you can't reprimand someone that you're in an altercation with, or in disagreement with, or it's, how do you do that?
I understand your point.
All right.
I will advise the mayor.
Thank you. Now, I don't know that the plan needs to come from you. I know you are also the chief of staff, so maybe it does. I would assume it would come from the mayor and or the BA, the ABA.
Well, he's a CFO, yeah. He's got to find the money.
Well, you may have to fund it, but the actual power structure of the HR team or department, or however you want to get there, and that I think doesn't necessarily have to come from you.
And the training.
Yeah, I think
The training. I
Well,
mean,
HR, so again, you're talking about an HR director, because that's what you're discussing here, because to create a
right, but we have
department.
somebody that's actually serving in that role.
No.
You've got all the
It's,
directors.
Let us think about
yeah.
how to do it. We
Well, why would we
have
give,
structures,
Ca-
we have structures that we have to live with the civil service. So let's look.
I'm happy to leave that in your
Yes.
lap.
Yes.
But just wanted you to understand, and I think this is a unanimous consent as well, or unanimous opinion as well. We certainly need a more robust HR
Yes.
operation in town.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on this particular? All right, we can go to the next one.
communications officer, number 70, under business administration, operating expenses. Looks like we overspent there, and even though I just, what does that person do? What is that communications officer?
Is that the PIO?
Hold on a second.
And then if that is the PIO, then that increase is, if that's a salary increase,
As a consultant, we already approved that contract.
right, understood. But then we're doing overtime.
No,
Is
that's
that
a separate role. That's
separate
separate
role?
role. Yes, that's a
Okay.
separate role. That's,
I apologize. Fagan will have to excuse me for not accepting him as a person, but yes, this is primarily his expense.
consultants, yeah.
All right, and then the grant consultant expenses. We spent 28,000, nothing was budgeted. Why are we spending $28,000 for expenses for the grant consultant? I'm not really sure on that one.
Is that office space? Is that, what is it?
I'll look up, see what that.
The line below it is grant consultants. Is that is that Millennium?
Where is Millennium?
If so, that doesn't seem right.
Oh, you know what, that the grant consultant expenses, that's part of our auditing charge
We're auditing the grants
for our auditors.
for the grants.
Well, the grants, I mean, that's the portion attributed to that. It's not
Oh,
just-
I
it's
see what
not
you're saying.
just that, but
I don't-
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
No.
you know, you got a bill for $60,000, you're trying to break it up between likely categories.
Got you. Grant consultants,
Grant consultant, that's our vendor, that's,
okay.
Millennium?
Um,
201.
marketing campaign,
Well, I wanted to know about
thought-
calculator and miscellaneous before we went there. That,
It's a fact.
$1,000 in calculator.
that's miscellaneous office.
okay.
Um,
And then marketing campaign, what is that?
well, that was, we used to hire somebody to work with
So that's part of that.
well, I just lost the word. Facebook,
Yeah,
Social media?
social media.
yeah, that was our
Okay.
social media
Works the
person.
social media.
So we don't have that
We
anymore.
do, the mayor has not chosen or has not found someone to take on the same level of role. There is someone that does some work with that, but it's,
Found money.
We don't spend any money on compliance? I don't understand that.
I'm sorry.
Compliance, line 202. It's got zeros across the board.
I mean, and that's not that we don't spend any money on clients, but we don't attribute any money
To that-
on
to that.
compliance.
Same thing with Outlook's no longer here. That was a paper.
All right, and then the township physician.
What is that?
We have a position that's been designated for
Exams.
basically to handle the medical issues.
So why is, they're not, are they salaried? Are they on call? Because we haven't spent.
Professional service.
Yeah, per visit.
So what
That's-
happens when do we ever exceed that amount?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's your money.
So no, it was budgeted 43, they spent 16,
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get
have-
and
money
we're
back.
only giving them 16.
No, oh, that's right. They reduced it already.
No, it's up to 18 this year.
Oh, 18, okay.
I mean, everything going up.
And the other question, did we ever answer, so when it's saying 2023 expended to date, does that mean because we haven't closed the books on 2023?
Well, the books, your books actually don't close, again, your budget's for 2 years. So the books aren't completely closed for 2 years. But so there's always activity in the next year. In this case, though, we hadn't closed the book, so it does not include some activity that actually occurred in this document does not include some activity that occurred in 2020.
Can we kill the air?
Oh, really?
That's what-
I'll put my jacket on if you want. No,
I have a jacket.
I was suffering earlier. I just didn't say anything. All right. We are almost done, you guys. Purchasing? Any questions? I don't have any.
No, no.
Uh,
No.
I know I assume that on the operating expense for purchasing, I'm looking at 2202 now. The advertising is helping with the surplus. Dues are, or actually put 0 for dues.
No, they actually spent $29.89 for advertising.
For, yeah, well, the department only requested 250.
Yeah, but then they spent why is that? They had more to advertise than that one of those line items, you keep it low and then if you spend it.
What are we?
I mean, this, I assume it's advertising.
What happens is,
Section
you know,
2202.
if
Purchasing.
if they're looking at their bottom line, they just, they don't necessarily, they may be focusing on that and not on the individual lines, so.
Okay.
I got nothing else on that.
Yeah.
Anyone else on 2202,
Technology,
2301?
Page 33, right? Nope. Nothing.
32, 33. No, I did, wait, on 33. Oh, no, that's the next one.
Yeah, it's the IT.
I have a question on
Councilwoman?
page 34. What is the $6,000 for IT allocated from finance for the CFO? Can you explain what that line item is?
That allocates some of Michael's salary to this department.
Michael, and you.
And some of my salaries
Yeah.
is attributed to this part. Yep.
So I don't understand what that means. Can you?
So when you have employees that work in or have impact in multiple departments,
Charge it.
we try to attribute their salary proportionate to that impact, and that way we're more accurately reflecting the cost of those services.
So that's been the way with this department since I just a few minutes ago or a while ago talked about how you started this IT department, which it didn't exist. And then there was more that was broken up. It seems to be now. You have the deputy municipal department head. So he's only charged there now, right? He's not broken up anymore. He only functions in this department. Where in years past, he was somewhere else and then here and.
But but the way I understand it, so correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you said it and I just didn't understand it right. If your salary is X, a portion of that salary, no matter what that number is attributed to the IT department.
Yeah, that amount.
You're not getting a raise from the IT department.
No,
This is not above and beyond what your salary is. Your salary is X. And a portion of it is attributed to the IT department, a portion of it is attributed to this department and that department.
Exactly. If you go back to, everybody has a home department. If you go there, your normal salary is listed there, and then there's like in my case, there's a minus $6,000 for that.
Like, for example.
Oh, I get it.
I won't say his name, but the municipal department head, the one on the bottom that's allocated. He's doing the website. Right? He's got the task of the web. Yeah, amongst a lot of things, yeah. Okay.
Got it. Any other questions on IT?
Is this IT, is this for townwide or is this just, how does that work?
I'm sorry.
The
Yeah,
IT
townwide.
department and this townwide IT?
Yes,
It's
municipal. Yeah, municipal town.
Right.
it's primarily 2 employees essentially,
Yeah,
with some assistance from
Yeah,
the other 2 that are listed here.
okay.
All right, are we gonna go through now? Mr. Gross, 2302, is that where we at? Any questions or concerns?
Telephone service.
2303,
Will we be able to bring that down when we switch to a different type of software? Will it have any impact on phone services?
I think this year's phone services will likely end up the year being much less. We've gone through and doing audits on old copper lines. eliminating them and or transitioning them to this is the last grouping. So I think overall, we'll see a decrease that will impact 2025. Should be significant.
Well, then the request is to increase it. The department requested 154. The mayor requested 200. So if you think it's gonna go down,
No, well, I'm saying it's gonna go down towards the end of the year, not for the year.
Yeah, because you went down on the wireless a lot. That was good. 56,000 you went down. That was real good.
So do we have room for movement on 140 with the telephone line? Because we've only spent 154.
no, we haven't yet. We don't know what we've spent. He requested 154. The mayor requested 200.
Because we spent
You spent 200 last year.
Right.
We don't know what you spent this year. I mean, you know, but we would have to go back through the bills and add it up.
Yeah, I think the impact that I'm talking about the goal is to get it done by the end of the year. Maybe it gets done in November versus, so there might be some savings there, but certainly wouldn't book it at this point. But I think it will be significant. Now, having said that, IT is going to continue to expand. And so
It needs
it
to.
will likely end up finding other places, for that will create efficiencies that makes, but unfortunately in the IT world, that's the way it's all playing out. You create efficiencies, and then, which unless you reduce staff, that from those efficiencies or you end up with at least probably equal costs, but better services. That's usually what happens.
Central mailing, anyone? The postage meter, 61 versus 74. I mean, we budgeted 74 last year. We spent 61, budgeting 74 this year. I mean, it looks like it's $10,000 there.
Yeah,
We just had to get we were forced into a new postage meter, so there's going to be some additional costs there this year.
Do we know how much that postage meter costs?
I'm sorry.
Do we know what the cost there is? If we're looking at a $10,000 that we could maybe move around, do we know what that cost is so we can?
Yeah, I can find that.
Okay.
I have a question. Do we need to increase funding for all these educational campaigns and mailers we want to do to notify residents? For example, like the tree ordinance, where would that go?
Good question.
That's anything that we mail out is going out of here.
How much is the townwide mailing cost?
A lot.
But I mean, what is it?
What does it cost us? We know what it costs us. What does it cost the township?
What do you mean we know what it costs us?
When you do a townwide mailer for your campaign, you know what it costs.
No, that's a postcard. That's a little different from a letter.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We know what it costs us to send a townwide mail. What does it cost
Well,
the
we
township?
don't get any break from the federal government.
Right, but you're also not sending, I mean, I would assume
Well,
it's
that's why they
not
keep
thick
it-
paper, glossy paper,
Okay,
big
what you're
paper.
sending. If you're sending
Yeah.
a tax bill with a letter in it,
It-
that's gonna have a cost.
That's why I said, put the information on the back of the tax letter that's already going out. So
No,
it doesn't cost
understood.
anything to get that information out to the taxpayer.
So, but the question was to send these things out. We're not gonna make it in this tax bill. Is there a requirement, given that we know that the sewer
15,000
fee,
there,
tree
15,000
ordinance,
souls.
right? Like,
Well,
do we
when-
need to plan for that?
Well, the fourth quarter, now that we did a third quarter estimate bill, the fourth quarter has to go out with the figures on it. When does
Well,
that go out?
you'll be able to put a notice in
You
there.
could put it in that one now.
Right, but it's
It's not out
The
yet.
answer is I don't know off the top of my head.
That'll
Okay.
probably be August. Gotta start
Um,
prepping that. But we save a lot of money on not having to do a separate mailing because it's on the back of that letter.
Yeah, but I would just like to have an idea of what a townwide mailing costs,
No,
because we're talking
sure.
about a lot of
stuff.
different
Yeah.
things that we
Yes.
notify our residents, and we can't just rely on the
No.
digital board. We can't just rely on social media, on our website.
Nope.
So these are things, when we talk about educating the public, we need to have some
Oh, yeah,
type
you
of
got the whole
idea.
campaign,
Yeah, I mean. we're
I
talking
agree
about-
with Councilwoman Williams.
Yeah, so we need a hard figure on
Yeah.
that, because we need to add it into the budget.
So you'll get that for us, Mr. Gross?
Yes, he said he would.
I do have another question on the topic of like educating residents and getting information out there. Do we have like an e-blast list where residents can be notified, where we can send emails, like blind copy and
Yes.
send emails to those?
You have to sign up for those emails online. It's nothing automatic, but
Is
there
that
is.
publicized?
There is a mechanism on the township website where you can register for notices, and you can put down the types of notices that you want to be notified for. And then, of course, we do have, in emergent situations, the capacity to call all of our residents and leave them messages. But sometimes that's not feasible because people don't use their home phones anymore, and it doesn't always route to a cell phone number.
So Mr. Gross is gonna get us that info. Are we at 2305 now?
And Councilwoman Geber Mike, just so you know, it's on the main page. It's called Notify Me, Sign Up. It's on the bottom of the page. So
Yes, I'm aware of it, and the
Okay,
clerk
well, I'm
even
just-
sent it out to us.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that residents were aware, and people may not always go on the
Okay, well,
website, so
I'm just
Yeah.
advising that,
Thank
you know,
you.
so this way we're advising the members of the
the
public.
public, great.
All right. 2305 IT services, anyone have any questions there? I mean, I see the mayor increased above the departmental request. You
What
want
number
to tell
are
us why? 2305 central IT operating expense? IT services, 111,666 was amended budget, 110 was spent, 107 was requested by the department.
She just left it at what they
She had,
spent.
yeah,
Yeah, they just put it at what they spent.
that's not what they spent.
What they budget.
What they budgeted was what they expended to date was 110. So she just left it at the budgeted amount?
I mean, the department requested less. Is there an argument there? Or is that just, to help with surplus?
You're talking about 2305?
2305. It's a $4,000 difference between,
Well, we spent 110,800.
right, but the department requested 107,200.
The department requested less, but they spent more, and they're gonna spend more. So I would.
Well, they spent more than they're requesting, but they spent less than was budgeted last year. So, I mean, the argument is if they were right last year, or if they were,
Last year, no, well, this year's budget is the same as last year's budget, which is $800 less than what they spent on a six-figure budget.
no, I get it. What I'm saying is, last year, they were budgeted 111. They ended up spending 110, right? This year, they requested, fully knowing what their experience was last year, they requested 107. The mayor's like, no, we're gonna bump that up by another $4,400. I'm just trying to understand if the department head is missing something that the mayor sees, or are we just increasing it because that's what it was last year?
Why would they ask for less? If
I
that's
don't know
when they spend-
why they put in for less. But when we reviewed it, we determined that that was not likely.
All right, understood. 2306, anyone? Same situation?
The only thing I would say in those instances is that when a departmental request, so what is our posture? If I can get some feedback from my colleagues, when we see that little $5,000, because in some situations, if we took the time to really add this up, it could be $100,000.
No, that's the point.
Yeah.
And
It's only 4 here, but there are at least 15 of these,
Yeah.
right?
my question is, what is your appetite? Is your appetite then to take some of these and make some changes and rearrange and shuffle?
So possibly the reason I asked Mr. Gross if this is about, so if you're saying to me, hey, that's just part of the way we get to the surplus number, I understand. If it's not part of the way we get to the surplus number, then if we need to pull it to move it around somewhere else, then that's what.
I think, for instance, I think the next one, which is a similar situation, the next line is a similar situation.
Mhm.
I think that is, an acknowledgement that, IT costs are going to expand. And so it's in anticipation of that. So rather than to trim it back, because again, every year, the police department will come up with some new IT requirement that they have to do. And it's not just, the same thing in the fire department and frankly, in the non-uniform side as well. So it is a matter of, the budget is anticipated to try to make sure that we have sufficient funds for this. This is, if you're gonna save money in the future, you're gonna save it through IT. So that's just not an area to cut unless you have to. And if you decide you have to, then you have to.
Right, I mean, with regard to the police, they were budgeted 409, they spent 452. They requested 500 and it was cut back. So like, in that case, it's the other way. I would assume the police would know what their needs are. And if they make the request, I assume every department head knows what their needs are. Now, that is a base assumption. It is probably not gonna hold for every department. But my base assumption is that they know what they need. And then if the mayor deviates from that, I just want to understand why.
And we do an evaluation of what we think it's gonna do to cover the needs of the department. And IT may be a department where we're looking more at the bottom line of all the IT costs to make sure that it's in line. But the departments know, and they've sat before you and they've said to you that they know that they've gone over this excuse me. It's getting late.
Yeah, it is. We're almost there.
We go over these with the departments, and they're comfortable with them, so.
All right, so any other questions on this entire page, 2306, 7, 8, or 9? Colleagues, Councilwoman Geber Michael? Hearing none, 2532.
I don't have anything. Oh, I did. Employee contribution, those are minuses, negatives. And then also so I'm looking on page 2532. I'm looking at line 40, and there was a couple of other ones. 19 had a negative sign. I was just wondering what those, if I could get an explanation.
These are monies that we get that go into this to reduce our costs. So.
Money that we get from whom?
That's the way the state requires us to, like, employees' contributions, to account for them. We have to put them back in as a, let's call it a contract.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a reason why none of the Medicare B money is listed as being spent here, 590,000?
I'm sorry.
Line 17, retiree Medicare B, 590,000, budgeted, 0 spent.
I think I know it was a attribution. We definitely spent it. But it's in our payroll system, so it hit a different line in here.
Okay.
It makes it very difficult for us to maneuver and switch things sometimes just on lines being utilized, but then put in another category we really, it just kind of doesn't give us clarity in where we can maneuver. Because you would think that that would be $500,000 that we can play with and reallocate in some other areas as needed, but you're telling us, no, it was used.
I mean, I can't identify it. It looks, so I can't identify it. I understand her point, and that is a valid point. It is difficult using this format to really know, what we're doing. So a lot of this is guesswork.
Or it takes, it is, it's very difficult.
I can make a recommendation.
Sure.
So again, the way this budget, municipal budgets are frustrating. The surplus issue, little by little, the due diligence we spent the past year or two changing some categories and whatnot. But giving him parameters in regards to, take, like we did last year, everybody was getting so frustrated, was trying to take money out. And finally it was like a tennis match between us and administration, take out X amount of dollars, and he did, and wiped out some of these line items. I guess what I'm saying if we're looking for a certain amount of money that we want to put in, we go throw back to the administration and say, we want to put the 500 in, you need to take it out in other places. You may, I'm not sure if you want to do that, if the way you're moving your surplus around, but
Well,
I mean, that is a,
last year we took the surplus and we
Yeah,
knocked down the
yes.
budget.
well, you could,
And we may have to very well, once we
Well,
start adding some things, may have to do that again.
that's.
Well, we were judicious with it. We only did a little bit
Yeah.
of the surplus and
$1 million.
yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
was like it was still 5 in there or 4.8, I think, when we were done.
So I
or
know
something like that.
you're frustrated, but I give you credit, like, there's a lot of these, and if you want like a bulk of money, then you need to say, okay, we want 500,000, we don't want to go higher, we want it in these categories, and then push it back to where he could take it out.
So just as I said last year, what we don't want to do is get to a place with our surplus where it affects our credit rating.
Our rating, I understand that, but I mean, again, I've paying attention to other municipalities and what they've done and what they're doing. And it being so late in the year, my recommendation last year was to knock it down a little bit further. We didn't do it. So, again, when you continue to do these late budgets, then you have a little more opportunity to play those risk games and maybe to take a little more from your surplus. And by the time it replenishes or you come back around, then it's over. The year is over. So it really doesn't impact you at all.
It's a dangerous game.
It is, I don't disagree, but sometimes we have to figure it out.
All right, any other further questions or recommendations on where we 23 all the way through 2309? Is that where we were? Oh, we passed that. I'm sorry. 2530. There's nothing there. 2801. There's nothing there. 2802. Miscellaneous line bothers me a little bit.
2802,
Yeah,
what line is miscellaneous?
70.
Ooh, 95 cents. Yeah, what's that miscellaneous? We talked about this last year and
This is a sewer bills,
yeah, we had asked them, where do you see sewer bill?
on
First one.
printing tax and sewer bill section, collector and the.
First line.
Okay. Printing,
What is the miscellaneous, Mr. Gross?
Get that.
Line 70 and
Thank you,
2802.
so here is an example of what it would cost to do a townwide mailing. If the printing tax and sewer bills cost 17 grand. So that would mean that a townwide mailing would cost 17 grand?
No, we do more than one building.
And they're small.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's a
Not
little
the whole
piece of
thing.
paper.
Yeah, it's a little
Oh, the
card. It's
card,
not,
the index
Yeah.
card.
yeah.
Mm. So you do that quarterly, and it's an index card. Okay, so 18,000 or 17,000 divided by 4.
Plus the sewer.
So this is professional, various professional services supporting the tax office.
So these are contracts that we've approved.
Under miscellaneous?
That's where it was put.
So they're like consultants? Yeah.
Can we get a breakdown on that line?
Sure.
item?
Yeah.
All right, materials and supplies, 23,000.
They recommended 271.49, which is what they spent, so I'm fine with that.
But why was it 23,000 last year? I mean, why was that the amended budget? And then, and only $200 is spent.
Go back and research.
Anything else in there? Was it 2802?
Just had that question.
Good, Councilman.
No, I had asked.
Okay. 2951.
Comptroller? So, Chief Financial Officer. On page, 44. Base salary, $63,000. How, where, when, why, and how, and why?
It's part of the year.
For the balance of the year.
So we're looking to hire a chief financial officer for $120,000 a year.
Well, originally this was, I was anticipating staying longer. So I'll be leaving, so I'll be leaving at the end of July. There'll be more funds available for that.
Do we, have we, okay. So do we know what that range is gonna be
What the range is gonna be,
for that salary?
depending on who you get, it's gonna be anywhere from 100 and,
150 to 200?
yeah.
Yeah. Easy.
And allocated offset by grants. On CFO as well.
Yep,
What is that?
there was, the health department grant. There was a certain amount that, was able to be, offset into my department. As well, and like 6,000, we've talked about that before, that's the, IT.
Allocation, okay. But how were we able to do the offset to the finance department by a health department grant?
Because we're involved, the finance department is involved in every department, and they, in terms of, monitoring the grants and the accounting, so they allowed it, so.
Okay.
We're gonna say.
Anything else in 20? Was that 2802? I'm sorry, I'm going ahead.
Now, please do.
20, that was 2951. Anything else in 2951? 2952. I don't really have anything here.
We did planning.
2953.
Planning.
We did planning.
And then,
Do we have to go to garbage next? Is that where we go? What page is that?
we already, I thought we already passed it.
No, that was just recycling.
Wait, did we do the tax assessor's office?
Yeah.
Where are you? What page are you on?
No, we
I'm
didn't
on
do
page
we did-
52. I don't think we did the tax assessor's
We didn't do the
office.
assessor, we did the.
Yeah.
Where are we? Page.
Page 52.
What do we do
Okay.
collector?
Yeah, 52, 3, and 4.
Got it.
Good catch.
I got nothing there though.
Same. I don't have anything.
So on 4002. Is this because of the appraisals line 90? Is that because of downtown?
What page are you on?
54.
Part of the revamp.
Part of revamp. So then the,
But it's an offset.
right, I was gonna say, so there was a reserve for tax appeals.
Yeah.
But that's a negative number.
It offsets, because you funded it already.
The tax appeal or the appraisals?
These appraisals are gonna be part of the revamp.
Right, and we paid for, we're paying for the
this was
rebound.
funded from the money that you approved
For the revow.
last year.
Got you.
Okay, it's from last year carryover.
So you've allocated 80,000 of that. You were saying 80,000 of that would have been tax appeals. It's not. And so you're using that 80,000 for,
It's a legitimate expense for the tax appeal funds that you approved last year. So I can use that to offset.
okay. We did police. What page is that?
106, I think.
That's our next one is 106.
Police did fire.
We did emergency management.
Yeah, that was in fire.
You guys do building,
Yeah, that's the thing.
building,
Yeah, Denise did that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, page
Senior
106,
busing was
garbage,
under-
Trash collection was health,
So what is this, 106?
106 on it. Are you cold?
You can't be
I have
cold.
a, I should have, I knew I should have not worn a dress.
Did we go over like the
Refrigerator.
parking and the central automotive and sanitation and sewer pumps? Page 86, 85,
86, what was this now?
85.
85 and 86?
What is it?
What is the section that it's in?
Parking, facility maintenance and repair operating expense.
What number?
I think it's public works.
That's public.
Oh, it's
We did
public
that.
works.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Have a
General
heart.
health services, page 89.
Yeah, we did that.
Yes. Okay.
I think you have 2 more sections left.
Oh, God is
Okay.
good.
So can someone give me the page? Because I'm trying to go through it in order to make sure we didn't.
106.
106. Thank you.
Section 8902.
Okay.
This is all based on proposal 4, correct? So there's a realized savings of,
Well, when you say savings, but I don't want you to use that terminology. There is no savings in our garbage contract. It's increased.
Well, absolutely.
Yes, that's right.
Absolutely. But if
no.
if the option we ultimately choose is, which was option 4 the cheapest?
Yeah.
So it's budgeted here. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. The
so you're right.
budgeted
That's-
amount
it's not-
is,
Not only is it absolute, this is still gonna be an increase above that increase. Right.
but this is a negative number.
No,
I understand, but that's my
I'm sorry, where do you see a negative number? Resident reimbursement?
Last year,
Last year, we budgeted extremely high because we were.
Yes.
We were convinced, I'll put in quotes, but we were convinced that we were risking going that high. Then over time, we were able to develop an RFP that put us in the position, and
yeah.
to come in much lower than what we thought, what the worst case scenario was last year.
I can't hear you, Mr. Gross, again. You're very far from your mic.
I said, last year, we budgeted for the worst case scenario, and then since then, we were able to put together an RFP that allowed us to, with options that allowed us to go out and get, number one, most importantly, multiple quotes. And because of that, we did much better than we thought, certainly than what was the worst case scenario.
So what you need to do for us now is on page 106 and the prior page with the recycling. I guess we're all looking at option 1 and option 2 now. What does that mean for?
Option 2, I did look that up. That's
Okay.
probably going to be about 100,000 a year.
That you have to,
So this is
Not 100,000. 100,000 for this year.
so there's $100,000 differences. Just so we're clear though, this is, how many years is this contract?
5 year.
It's a 5-year contract.
yeah,
We've got 2.3 million. If we went with option 2. 2.3 million
but you have
or
to purchase the cards though.
Yeah.
No, that's
but the cards are on cap.
It's about $450,000 a year more. For option 2. In this
Right.
year, I think by the time you actually implement it, you'll be at 100,000 for this year.
And what would be the
So, I mean,
cost if we went with option
okay.
1?
What
I
about
understand. So
option
you're
one?
saying we would only have it for essentially 1/4 of the year. So we're only gonna pay 1/4 of that price. So it's roughly $100,000 impact on this budget.
Yeah.
If we were to go with option 2.
What about 1?
And if we
Yeah,
went
what
with
about
option
1?
1,
I didn't look that up.
Yeah,
oh, I mean, you could look at it, it's about a $600,000 difference between option 1 and option 2
So it's
over 5 years.
It's not much.
Right, that's like
I
25.
think option 2 makes the most sense.
Yeah. So it's worst case
Yeah.
scenario, it's $125,000 impact on this year with about a $500,000 to $600,000 impact for a
Overall.
full year.
Overall.
overall.
Right, but it's only 125 worst case scenario this year, which is negligible, but let's put it in there. So you're looking at roughly 3.86.
Yeah,
To go with what, option 2?
option 2, yeah.
What about 1 though?
Oh, he's gonna get
Well,
us.
that would be
paper.
option 1.
No 1.
3.86 would be option 1, which is no carts.
Yeah.
The difference is if we don't do the carts, we've got the other issues with the rodents and the
Yeah.
uniformity, blah, blah.
All of that
You're
out.
gonna need, let's see, with option 2, you don't have that problem though. I don't think.
So I would just ask us to do something that we probably don't wanna do, but I've done it because I just felt the need. Go for a walk on Valley Road, close to the 7-Eleven at night on trash night.
I've been out there, I've
Yes.
seen it, and it's not just Valley Road.
No,
Yeah.
but that's a
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of properties on Valley Road.
Well,
yeah.
people also have in our inbox, other pictures from other parts of town where the garbage is just
Ridiculous.
and attracting rodents.
Right.
So we
But
have, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you,
sorry.
but I don't want to lose my thought. So listening to, and just talking to the health director, not so much last night, but in quite a few private conversations, wrapping our head around this. What I like about the carts is the different sizes people have the options for and for the rodent issue. The problem that again, I see, but I'm not saying can't be figured out. We just need to spend a little time on it, is certain business locations they're gonna have a tough time, like multiple families, like we may have to pass an ordinance that maybe after so many family units, like, can they fit all those carts there? Do they have to use a different kind of,
different
another
size.
option or something? But we don't have that yet, so we don't know what we don't know. So can it be done? If it's done in all these other cities, I'm sure it can be done, but we don't, I don't feel comfortable yet saying, I definitely want to go with option 2 because I don't understand how we could get that done for certain businesses and residential properties.
Yeah, and I agree with Councilwoman
I do too.
Castellino, because it's gonna be an issue. I don't agree with doing the carts right now.
I
There's
don't
been a
agree
lot
with
of
the carts
complaints
either.
about the carts, and it's going to impact, hold on,
I've had a-
it's going to severely impact the quality of life for some of our residents, and that's not fair to them,
And I've gotten
especially
similar
because,
feedback.
hold on, Councilman Scarpa, especially because the cost that we're saving is minimal and in terms of the impact on the quality. And it's not fair. I don't think it's something we should look at right now at this moment.
Okay,
So that's why
and I didn't finish my comment. Oh. So my comment is, I think we can, I don't want to guarantee we can figure it out, but I think we need to, I feel better that we have the time to, pass and then we could tweak it. But I think we lessened the load of worry for a lot of our residents that the majority of us are saying tonight, we would go with 1 or 2, which is twice a week. I think
Right.
we're all in agreement on staying on twice a week pickup.
Yes.
Was to me, the major issue was the twice,
That is the major.
the
That is the
major
major
issue.
For
So
me,
that
the
will
carts
come.
are the major. issue.
But, and I want to dig deep. I'm not saying which way I go yet until I get the information, but it may be able to work out. We're all thinking things can't work out. As we know, things are possible. We just have to spend more time on it. So my suggestion is let's agree that we're looking at 1 and 2, and then we'll have that debate once we get more information.
In addition to that, I just wanted to say, that's why I started off.
Because of the health reason.
Understood, but that's why I started off saying, I think at the end of the day, we have more than one issue that we can solve with the carts. And that's why I encourage my colleagues to go down, and I'm not suggesting that Valley Road is the only place where we have a severe rodent problem. But what I am suggesting is when you go on Valley Road, they attack you. Now that I can assure you, because they will come out and they will jump on you.
Yeah.
And if there is an opportunity for us to reconsider, rethink, and reimagine how we do our waste collection, and we can solve more than one problem, I'm also supportive of not only the rodent control, but also the uniformity. It looks better when you go down the street and everybody
Yes.
has the same type of garbage disposal product. So I understand there's some concerns about where people will put them. And I think we can, again, it just takes us as elected officials to go out. I'm committed to doing that for the people who are saying, where are we going to put all these cans?
Yeah.
Well, if you're in a
Yeah.
5 or 4 family house, you may not need all 4 units to have the large can, because again, keeping in mind, those large cans are equivalent to 3 small cans that most people have now. So I think with proper education, and us going out and testing them, you guys are concerned with whether or not people will be able to pull the cart. Let's go and test it. I mean, I've used those carts in other places where I have family members, and that's what they do. In North Carolina, that's all you can have are those carts, because they only have trucks with the mechanical arm that picks up. They don't have people that go around and actually dump your canisters anymore. So I've seen it done successfully. I'm confident that we can do it here. And I think it answers the problem and challenge of more than just one issue. And I especially want to get our rodent problem under control.
And you don't have to go that far. Town like Woodbridge was very similar to us, larger. And that's what they do, and they do it very successfully. It works well.
Well, my
Councilman.
informal market research is not in favor of the carts. I've spoken to a number of people who use them in other places, and they have said to me that you can't fit enough stuff in those carts. Also, most of the residents that have come to me do not want the carts. They want to keep it as we have now. They feel like it's one of the few services we have that is adequate.
And let's not complain
Well,
about rodents
just,
anymore.
just, couple thoughts. And we're not solving that problem tonight. We're not taking a vote.
Yeah.
But, one, all we needed to consider for this conversation is what would the impact be in a worst case scenario? For this year, the impact, is approximately $125,000. That's number one. Number two, if we stay at 2 times a week, we don't need the 96-gallon carts. We can use the 64-gallon carts in almost all applications. For some larger developments, they may still want the bigger carts, so that they don't have to have as many. And for folks that wanted more than one 64-gallon, if they chose, they got a household and they've got 3 generations there, they could either use a 96 or 2 64s. But what we have heard here is, and we have one resident in particular who has been here multiple times since the three of us were elected 4 years ago, complaining about rodents in her
Absolutely.
corridor. And unfortunately, our response has been to remove garbage cans in some places
Right.
instead of providing more frequent pickup. This, without providing more frequent pickup from the depleted DPW, this helps address some of that by giving each resident a larger reservoir for their trash at home, so they don't have to put trash elsewhere. So those are just some thoughts. I'm glad we were able to air those thoughts out, Councilwoman Geber Michael as well. But the thing we need to consider is there's a
Budget impact.
$125,000 impact, positive impact to this budget in a worst case scenario, choosing options 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So 8902, it has a positive 125K for option 1 or 2 from the garbage contract, as a worst case scenario.
All right, let's keep moving.
And I think that will ease everyone's
Yeah, we're
anxieties with the once a week pickup.
absolutely.
All right. So we're staying with 2 times a week, folks.
All right. Are we in?
And in both 1 and 2, commercial was included.
Yes, and
In
commercial.
both, in both 1 and
Yes.
2. So I want to put that on the record for our business owners who were very concerned
Yes.
about whether or not we were going to continue with their pickup as well. I do want to say, just for the record, since we are talking about that, that I am not wanting to do that and impact that now, but I certainly want to move towards that. So when we looked at that chart, there are only 3 municipalities in Essex County that provide commercial pickups. And if that is one of the services that we decide as a municipality policy-wise that we want to continue, that's a great positive, but it doesn't necessarily, and I'm saying this from a home ownership, people moving into the community, that really doesn't have an impact
No.
at all.
It doesn't have an impact on people moving in. It does, or it could have an impact on businesses moving in and what we are trying to do. So for me, I understand the argument. It doesn't put us at a competitive disadvantage with neighboring towns,
Correct.
but I want a competitive advantage as we try to rebuild Main Street.
And
Yeah,
to
but-
your point, I agree, but I also believe that there's some other things that we could positively do to support our businesses that would not have, that may have a stronger impact other than garbage.
And one
All right,
last
so-
comment.
But I would
just
like to-
all the- Oh, sorry.
No, you, Councilman
Go
Kessler,
ahead.
and then Councilman Geber Michael.
Sorry, Councilwoman.
And I think there's a delay too, so,
Okay.
yeah.
So just in the comments I'm hearing, because this can of worms has been open about us picking up for the commercial, and then you have commercial businesses that are paying and finding out that some aren't. I agree with Councilwoman, maybe not now, but we have to look at it holistically. In the future. I wouldn't say today because of the mercantile license fees that went out, but I've been getting feedback from residents and hearing some last night about picking up the
I heard the
commercial
same
trucks.
thing. I remind them that our businesses pay property taxes too, whether they do it
Absolutely.
or through their.
And that was my point I was going to make, Council President. I think that we should include pickup for them. I don't think we should exclude them. They also pay taxes. They're the heart and soul of our community as well, in addition to residents paying taxes. So I don't think it's fair to take that away, to reduce services from them when they pay taxes.
Today,
All right, so we are
Forever.
moving now into 9401. Is that right?
Yep.
9401. Anything you need to point out to us with regard to staffing?
What page?
I don't know the page.
You're on, 114. Construction.
Yes,
Yes.
salary and wages.
Yes.
Anything you want to point out to us?
Yes, I do. First of all, I want to tell you that the report to the council that last year we changed our fees. And when we restructure our ordinances and our resolution. And, last year, the building department collected $1.2 million based on the old fees and the new fees. To date, as of May 31st, we've collected nearly $800,000
Wow,
in fees.
wow,
And that's in 5 months.
wow.
So, and that's what with about approximately 1,237 permits, that doesn't include some of our big projects that are coming up. So the fee schedule is something that's gonna help us with offsetting. So first of all, thank you, and second of all, congratulations, because we did this together.
All that process was.
Right.
Paid
So
off.
that's a good thing.
So you're projecting about 2 million?
Based on these figures, yeah, it could be, especially, we got.
Can't anticipate.
You can't anticipate because we do have some large projects coming in, but we just can't anticipate it right now, but
You can't anticipate it by law
yeah,
until the next year. The next year.
yeah, so just,
So our budget actually has a reduction in what it's anticipating from last year because we didn't meet last year, even though we had the increase. Thank God we had the increase, we got closer. So 2025 looks like that will be very promising.
24 should be promising.
It won't impact 24.
It'll
You'll
impact.
earn it in 24, but you won't be able to use it till
Yeah.
25.
No, I understand.
So therefore, the building department is asking for 30 new employees.
What about
Oh,
your,
there are no open position. Oh, there's one open position.
So all kidding aside,
Oh, two.
so we have a couple of employees that I want to make sure that we point out. One has been serving here for 7 years, similar to a lot of the other stories. And this person is deserving of a raise to go from keyboarding clerk to keyboarding 1 to keyboarding clerk 2. The second one is a person who's been here for less than 2 years, but stepped up to look to take on the role of the technical assistant. Now, in order to do that, this person actually replaced the one we talked about who took over from the housing over my position. This person is replacing her. In order to help.
here on this list?
What's that?
It's already on this list. This
Right,
isn't
it's on there.
anything
But the
additional.
reason
Okay.
I'm explaining it to you, so
Sure.
you have an understanding, is that we want to get her into that position of technical assistant. Because of civil service, we have to do the steps of going from 1 to 2 to get up ultimately to 3. Next year, if you approve this, next year, we're going to ask to promote her to technical assistant. This person has taken the education courses. She's taken on the responsibility of the office. We get positive feedback about her. Oh, so it's a very good employee, and both of them who I'm recommending, I think they both have earned those positions. And so I hope that you consider it.
I have a question on that though.
Sure.
So at post promotion, assuming it is approved, post promotion, assuming it's approved.
Right.
There's about a $10,000 pay difference, and they're both in the same category.
That's longevity. One of them, the one that's in for a year, we hired at a lower step, and based on what we were talking more about the steps in the salary guide, she is at a lower step right now than the person that's been there for 7 years. That person, I believe, is a top pay, if I'm correct with that. This person, the other person, is at a step, and each year she would go up.
so that's where I'm confused. I don't understand how you come in at a same position, but your salary, I understand the steps.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how a keyboarding clerk 1 makes a different salary than another keyboarding clerk 1.
They all make different, based on number of years of service.
Yeah, because you go up with your
If you-
years.
If you've been working here for 2 years, let's say the steps are $2,000 each step.
Okay,
If you've been working here for 2 years, you've gotten, you're up that
You go up
ladder
on the
by
guide.
$4,000.
If you've been working here for 5 years, you're up that ladder by 10,000. So you've got those two people have a $6,000 difference.
And the way they negotiate the contracts is always your senior staff is always higher on the guide. So as you move up, you'll get larger increases. That's why it gets frustrating to see some of the staff at such a lower cost, but she's shaking her head. She knows she's a teacher.
Hey, we're not the Board of Ed. We don't allow that.
And our clerk actually sent you the guide, and so when you look at it, you actually go across and go down each year. It's almost like a Lego block. It's almost like a building block, no
Yeah.
pun intended with.
So you
the
sent that
building.
to us?
No, I get it.
Yeah, so that's why there's a difference in her and those two salaries. They both perform.
Yeah, I
the
didn't
same.
understand it when we first got here either. I
Yeah.
think I understand it better now.
I'll give it 37 years, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then when we approve the raises, the percentage goes to the overall guide. So again, the money gets spread out over the guide.
Okay, so those are the two requests for those two employees. I have to make a special request on behalf of one employee who's a part-time. He's come to me twice already in the last 2 years. He's looking for a $2 an hour raise as a part-time employee. I told him I would mention it. That's for your consideration.
It's not on the budget?
It's not in the budget right now.
Is that the bottom line?
It's the very bottom line.
What does
He
that
asked for
equate
it.
to?
He's been here 9.5 years? He's been here 9.5 years?
Yeah, so I'm
What's
just
the
telling, the
problem?
only issue is
What's
that
the
when we do that,
Your inspectors all make the same hourly.
they won't make the same amount of money. So the part-timers,
So why would we make that type of consideration and not do it across the board?
well, it's for the part-timers, not just him. He's the one who came to me. I'm just explaining this to you. The reason being is that he said they haven't had a raise in that range in like 4 or 5 years. They asked for it.
How
I
many
told him I
part-time
would-
inspectors do we have in total?
Right now, we have 3.
It would only affect 3 positions?
Well, no, not necessarily, because sometimes we hire some people per diem when we need help. So it would be an impact to the budget. I'm not telling you that. I'm giving it to you for
This
your.
guy's been here
consideration.
9.5 years.
But he's a part-time. He's a partner.
I understand, but he's still 9.5 years.
Yeah, it's about $2 an hour.
So it's about a 4% raise and it'd be a 4% across the board on all part-time salaries you got.
Right, and so how many are there?
Right now, there is, well, actually, there's only 2 right now.
No. Total budgeted money.
So what?
So you're looking at across all the part-timers across every department?
Correct.
So that has
This-
nothing to
this-
do with the contract. We can.
No,
we
they're not in
can
the
do that.
contract. These are part-timers.
All departments?
No, this is, I'm asking for specifically for the building department inspectors, not, because no other part-timers make this salary, right? These are licensed people.
Yeah, these are licensed electricians. They
Okay.
should be making.
Okay.
So we have a special skill.
The only thing that is concerning.
$13,000.
Total. Per year going forward.
So the only thing for
Okay.
me that
What budget is this, 9401? Okay.
is.
And that's for your consideration. If you say no, I understand it, but
No,
I.
no,
I
it's not
wanna make
that, it's not that we would say yes.
No,
or
no, I'm just,
Understood. I thought you were just talking about an individual, and that's why I said
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as,
Across the board,
Across
it
the board.
becomes, right, and I get that part, but then my concern becomes, even if you do it across the board, it's not across the board for every part-timer, right?
yeah, you're
Right.
just talking about these.
We're just talking about, so that,
These are
that,
licensed guys.
These are licensed people with
Right.
skill that you want to retain.
That they're very hard to come by.
Yeah, you want to retain people. like that.
It's like a revolving door.
When was the last time they got a raise?
So they asked for this a while ago.
When was the last time they got a raise?
My understanding, it's about 5 years ago.
Yeah,
5 years without a raise. So this guy worked here this particular one, just using as an example. Worked here 9.5 years, and for the last 5 hasn't had a raise. And yeah,
Seems reasonable.
I think you guys can tell where I am.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy. Now, if that's gonna cause pain in other departments, we need to
That's
know
my
ahead
challenge.
of
Yeah,
time.
that's my challenge.
Part-timers in other departments are not licensed.
What about-
I'm not
Yeah, we-
suggesting that it doesn't. It's just hard for me. Fundamentally, it's
To
hard.
Councilman Williams' point, can you let us know what the total number of part-time inspectors
Exactly.
townwide is, licensed versus non-licensed?
Inspectors or part-time people?
Well,
Part-time.
these are inspectors. Are we, I mean, I know there's a bunch of different part-time jobs.
You have to be certified. You have to have a
I'm
certification.
just looking at inspectors here. So if these are all the part-time inspectors in the town, then that's fine with me. There are no part-time inspectors in the,
Probably a couple more.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
the building
say, in the
department.
building department, there's gotta be some inspectors there.
This is the building.
Okay,
department.
and then what about public works? There's no
No.
skills,
part-time.
no skilled part-timers in public
Nope.
works?
so the,
One of the fire department don't have any in DPW, we don't have any in police department. You know,
Just make sure whatever we do it consistently.
And
part-time employees, your big
Okay.
area of part-time employees is recreation department.
I was gonna say, we just saw a list of all the recreation department.
And the police department with, you know.
Crosswalk, crossing guard.
crossing guards. So you.
but we raised those to 21 an hour, right?
Yeah, we just raised those last 2 years ago.
No,
Yes, we did.
we raised the minimum, which really only impacted, new employees. It didn't impact most of the employees that.
So like, okay,
And that's by the way, and that's an $800,000 nut, so.
But are you saying-
4% increase there, we're talking.
It's a number, right? It's 32,000.
so are you saying that we increased for new employees and didn't increase for the existing employees who were crossing guards? So
So
you
new
made,
employee-
so you,
The only thing we did, what we did is that we established a single salary.
right, so does that mean that there were crossing guards who are already on staff that aren't making as much as new people?
Well, we're all making the same money now.
So if-
Anybody
what
on
he's
staff
saying,
got raised.
what he's saying,
Everybody got raised to that level, but the. Again, this is
It's min-
off the top of my head, but I'm gonna say probably 75% of people were already there.
everybody's making the same. If you were a new person, the jump was a bigger jump because you were starting at a lower base than if you were here for a number of years, but everybody got raised to the same, is it 21?
Thought it was more than that.
Last year.
Yeah, 21 an hour as of last year. So everybody, all the crossing guards. So we took,
$20.87.
yeah, so we took care of them
Okay.
already.
So I would be much more comfortable if we did those type of adjustments where they affect everybody and not just,
That's what we're suggesting for these three. It's just gonna be the one guy. It's all three of them.
okay, but I would like it to be anybody that has a skilled license that has not gotten a raise. Again, not just for the,
The inspector.
fire department inspector would be under that.
right,
Are they
They-
full-time or part-time?
He's a part-timer.
Okay,
Just part-time.
so give us the number, right? Give us the number of the part-time inspectors that would fall into this category so that we can
do it across
get
the
it,
board.
get it done.
And just to let you know, just a little more information, we don't have to beat this. We're about average for the part-time inspector salaries around the county. Some are a little bit more, some are a little less. But we're having a difficult time attracting people in these part-time positions and retaining them.
So maybe we
Understood,
need to
And
go
it's
up
just,
higher?
I'm sorry?
Do we need to go up higher? You're saying we're at about the average,
Well,
but how-
let's take this off now and then let's see.
I
what
would
we do
suggest that
next
we
year.
do this.
This
I
is
think it's a
negligible
good
to me.
start.
Right,
Yeah,
I would
It's what
suggest
they
that that's a
have.
good start, and if we have to readdress it next year when they bring in $15 million in fees,
Then it's easier.
then it's a lot easier, it's more
Okay.
and we
palatable,
have cannabis money and we hopefully will have these major projects at least underway.
right?
Yeah,
We may have a need for more part-timers too, we don't know, we'll see what the work.
okay,
Our part-timers were more reactive than just saying, let's hire people. It's a more reactive situation, so we take it as we,
got it.
thank you.
We still have some, we still have some more.
All right, where are we at now? 9402 is what are we on? Is that 94.2?
Well, before we go to 117, is that page 117?
Yeah, it's page
Before we
one.
go to page 117,
Section 9402.
can we, filing cabinet furniture?
It's zero.
It's zero, but why was there a departmental request for 12,500?
That was, I'm sorry, which one is that?
109.
The 109, it was 12. Oh, that was, they put it 12.5 because that was prior to us, going through the record keeping, the record management system with Fovionics. We were busting at the seams and just not being able to keep our paper anywhere. So we went to Fovionics, one of our vendors. They have scanned a lot of our documents. So we don't need those cabinets. In fact, we have empty cabinets up there. Anybody wants a cabinet, any other department? So, we have.
I'll tell you a funny story about that after.
Yeah,
but
it's
it-
9402.
Yeah, so we don't need that 12,000 is not needed.
Give it to Joe Alford.
Oh, stop.
He's gotten enough.
Anything else on here?
And then the fund for private property, what is that?
That's funds we put aside for when we have to actually do work on property that the property owner gets cited, they don't do it. So it's a matter of safety that so we go in and do it.
And then we build them,
So we have to pay for it.
right? And then we
So we
build
get
them.
it back, but we have to pay for it up front.
And then vehicles, there was a department request for construction vehicles, 35,000. We gave them nothing.
The director always asks for that because it comes out of his budget, but
We
we have the
we
fleet
used to
management now.
fund, this is a vestige of the old way we used to do vehicles. We used to fund one every year, but since we've gone to
Enterprise.
that it's not the way we fund it anymore.
So then why did they ask for it?
Because.
It's fine, let's move on. It's zero, it's zero. 9,500 electricity,
Yes, I got a question.
9,501 street lighting. I mean, what we can't do anyway. Fuel oil,
Yes.
nothing to do there.
Did you have a movement with gas, 142?
It was 33 was budgeted and we spent 170 and then
What
we're,
happened there?
and we're putting 170 back. Can you explain why?
So I,
Because we're in the midst of an inflationary period and that you may not need it later on, you may determine, but
so I thought that was just what the ultimate mix of gas and diesel was. If you look at
Yeah.
the diesel line, I thought that there was just
So,
poor planning on that, or maybe they kind of didn't do the numbers right. Because the diesel line was 442, but they only spent 127.
yeah, there's certainly some of that going on.
Yeah.
There's no
Well,
question.
they
about it. You have to
switched
look
the-
at the bottom line on that.
Okay.
Now, I mean, to your point, Councilwoman, if could we cut 10% out of there? It's possible. They asked for 500, they had 500 in 23, and it was
Yeah.
325. Now, gas has gone up. The issue with that for me, and I thought about it too, so I know where you're at. Like, you can't predict it, and then you've got all of this stuff in the Middle East. You never know when gas will spike, and then we gotta buy it. So, but could we do it? It's possible, and I think it's worth at least the conversation.
I think it's definitely worth the conversation. And again, it just depends on what line item we're dealing with. Sometimes we use
November.
that philosophy, sometimes we don't. So, again, it's just, we're not consistent in how we apply the policy. And I just think we need to, one day it works and, for one line item in one department. And then the next department, we
Yeah.
do it completely opposite.
Well, budgets, and I'm sure Mr. Gross will attest to this, have a level of art to them and not just science. That's why.
Yeah,
I'll give you an example. You're gonna come up, we're gonna talk about fire hydrant services. And we're up 50,000.
the next page.
22,000 over what we spent, and you're gonna say, can we cut that back? I said, I'm not sure that's enough. because they're going you're going to the EPU for like a 7% rate increase across the board. So, you know, we may get hit after the budget in the middle, moving forward with a big increase, which if you do that, you want to have some place to go back and the electric line or
Gas, whatever.
line, but, gasoline line would be a good line to go back to.
This is the
So
next page.
But here,
You're
but-
right, there's no wrong answer on this. It's just a matter of, to me, it's a guttural thing that, when I look at it, that what has worked, and kept us afloat and kept our tax rate down. So.
all right, fire hydrant service. So.
Well, you just explained that.
Let's explain that one. So now we go to Jitney bus and
Well-
Jitney bus.
We did,
Well, well,
He's gone.
it's under health.
gone.
Or senior, no, it's under health, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we did,
So-
it was under health.
So then
well.
it's zero, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And we did,
Yeah, I have a request.
sure.
Cause I went to see Mr. Smeraldo today. Because I've been after him a little bit and he had touched base with this in, I don't know, a meeting or two ago in regards to our jitney routes. And I think we talked about it last time we talked about the jitney. That, there's a lot of requests on line 6 to get divided up because of the DeCamp route not being there anymore. More people are taking the jitney service. But it's a very long service and more people are traveling on it. And so I know they're working on some.
We're just
A
letting you know,
remedy, they don't have it
what we're
yet?
talking about here is gonna be more of a capital request. But what we're looking at is improving bus driver and passenger safety with cameras, like a lot of places now. We're looking at possibly ensuring that we have IDs that we ensure that West Orange residents are truly taking. We're looking at ways of making sure that the routes are more efficient, that they can be. And we're looking at the overall operation of it and whether increasing stops in some place and eliminating others. And it's all based on data. I think the number we were talking about today is we've had 6,700 riders trips in our jitneys, just for the jitney. That doesn't include our during the daytime with our seniors and everything else. And
It flips over to senior services at 9.
so we're looking at that and the ways to improve it. As explained, I think in a couple of meetings ago and for tonight's benefit, we're still in the infancy stage of developing this transportation, as we talked before about the IT department, and everything else. So we're crafting and developing as we go. And we've identified some weaknesses. We've identified some opportunities. And we're looking on ways of improving the service, but it's going to require some capital. It's going to require some thinking, and it's going to, and cooperation of the public.
I would like for us to consider putting together a working group so that we can really understand some of the ridership. That's been a cause of concern with losing DeCamp. That we really need to have advocates that are available. And I've had several residents say that they would be willing to volunteer. Different people have different relationships. But in addition to what's been happening with commuters, I'm trying to get out of New York, we just need to make sure we elevate and then partner with some of our other commuter towns so that we can elevate the West Orange voice. Because without us having a train station, residents feel that we may not be as strong an advocate to be able to influence ridership.
Well, I've had a
that's-
conversation with Senator McKeon, because, that's, they supplement, the state supplements, these busing companies. And so, there's issues there with community coach as well, as of late. So, major problem is, the lack of people going into the city on a consistent basis. And so, yeah, so being that we're always been dependent on the busing and the jitney, we have to look at how we could help.
And one of the things we did
do
look
it
at, we
differently.
explored some options with the county in helping utilizing their facilities
Yeah,
as a stop for us, you know,
That's why you need
to
IT.
optimize what we have to make the service a little bit better and to understand what the needs are. And we're looking at the needs. The north end of town is one route, and there's an increased ridership there. And it's somewhat significant for us to explore, to maybe split this route up. Okay, and so that's an option that we're
But
looking
on
at.
this budget, you're not looking to hire additional drivers.
Not
This is-
at this time. What we're looking at in this budget is more capital improvements. And then based on the need, let's get the equipment and the resources in place. And then if we need to expand it as far as personnel, that will be a discussion probably for next year.
Got it. I think we've also, been pretty consistent across, unanimous rather, it's getting late, that, out of towners, non-West Orange residents, should still be able to use it, but just have to pay a significantly higher price. And I think, one of the things when we talk about this, we've got to stop saying we don't have a train station.
yeah,
Because while it's not technically within our border, Highland Avenue Station is walking
Right
distance
there,
from West Orange residents and tons of them. And the Orange train station is right up here in Midtown Direct.
The Orange train
It's
station
super safe and it
is
runs.
better because.
We have the accessibility, we should promote that we have accessibility to train stations supported by our jitney service.
We do, and that's actually a selling point for West Orange. But,
Well,
We need to
trademark
change
that.
how we talk about it.
right, but to your point, the difference is the Highland Avenue train doesn't have as many stops.
yeah.
Totally
In and out.
understand. I grew up on that train line, took Mountain Station, train was in my backyard when I lived in South Orange. So I get it. I think, that each of them have their,
Advantages,
they play their part.
Excuse
So
me,
we're
Council
gonna get
President,
We'll get that information for you to be prepared for the for the capital. And if you choose to support that, then, we're gonna just provide
Well,
you.
y'all know what I want to see in the capital budget.
Yeah.
You want me to support stuff? I want to see money for parks in the capital
Well,
budget.
those cameras do well going around the park, I tell you.
And-
Kill two
and-
birds with one stone, Councilwoman.
And just the point with, for example, the Valley Road parking lot that we have right here. Folks could, it's a little far of a walk, but it's walking distance to the Orange train station. So. and
We gotta market that.
we gotta market, we gotta create the permit parking as well. So a lot of work needs to be done on this. But we have to start, doing the preliminaries for it.
And when you
So
say the
it's-
Valley Road parking lot,
Valley Road.
It's right
West
behind the
Orange,
post
right-
office.
Right where the Rite Aid is.
Yeah.
Rite Aid is, municipal lot. Yeah, people are already parking there
I was
and
gonna
walking.
say that parking lot is already
Yo.
utilized.
We are at 12:06 and almost done.
Yeah,
Let's bring it over the line. I think 9902, 3, 4, 5, and 7, there's really nothing we can do there. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't have
Uh,
anything else, quite
Same
frankly.
thing for 9908.
Do we have to keep going? If nobody has anything
I
else,
don't have anything.
I don't have anything else.
What is this 1,000?
The
Pending
only,
retro, that was the
Yeah.
payouts, right?
I just have a question about the library.
That's what it
All right,
was passed.
the library.
Yeah,
Library requested an additional 50.
So
Mayor
it's-
recommended as well.
so my question is, can we get the breakdown of the library's budget? We usually, we get it from them every year, so we need to see their budget.
And what they're spending the money on.
This 700,000, is that capital?
Yeah, where are you? Okay.
I don't know the page
125.
number, but 1007 is the section.
one.
Yeah,
125.
125.
Library 10 Rooney, 1.2 million was requested in 23, 1.1 was spent. 700,000 requested this year, 700,000 requested by the mayor.
Right.
That's
So-
building.
So
Usually it's
that
the
is
insurance.
money that was money that we put aside. We were getting from our rent, which is 1.2 billion, and we put the appropriation. And we spent that full $1.2 million.
the past 2 years, but that was because we were in the build, you know.
Yeah,
A lot of the
elevators.
that we got for the additional expenses on the building were paid out of here as well. So.
So now you're projecting $500,000 profit from that? Okay.
Yeah.
But what
Understood.
about the stuff that they still need?
Yeah, like the landscaping and the handicap.
We're still working on that.
accessible.
We're currently, we're working with our engineers. The sticking point right now is the electrical design. Because of the needs of what we have. So our engineers have, it's probably, I would say it's about 95% complete, the anticipated project that we're gonna present to you for capital. But we need to have the electrical design, and there's some challenges that we face because, and primarily is what kind of EV stations we want to use in the property and some of the other supporting extra infrastructure that may or may not be included in the project. We're looking to do LED lighting. You know, we're trying to do things that are low impact to the environment, but there's some things that, you know, that even if we add, even if they're low impact, it still may be a load that needs all new engineering and all new, possibly new electrical circuits and things of that nature. So it's in the hands of our engineers right now. And as soon as we have it, it's going to be.
Where are we with the pickleball courts that are going?
That's all been included with in the redesign.
And so where are those going?
Pickleball court would be, if you're looking at the front of the building of the library and you're going west. There's, you know, where the retention, where the retention pond is, we're looking to put it in that corner where the retention pond is on an elevated platform. Or an elevated, so it has to be
it's gotta be
raised up, so because it's an angle. And we're putting it over in that corner because it's closer, like toward the exit. We're building so it's accessible from both sides. People can go to the park, the dog park, or they can go to the pickleball, or both. We're looking to put the EV chargers over in that area. These are things that we, you know, in conceptual design, we're looking at, I think it's 4 or 6 courts. I forget which one. I think minimally it's 4. It could potentially be 6 courts. And has access for people walking into it. We're putting in safety walks across the whole parking lot. So our visitors to the library, if they want to do pickleball, read a book or whatever, they can do both. And also we're designing it so emergency access. So if people somebody gets hurt, we're thinking all these things through, and including the landscaping plan and things like that.
Fencing, John?
I'm sorry?
The fencing, isn't there some
The
fencing?
fencing's gonna be included with that. We're looking at a all encompassing, you know, and when we come to you, we'll make sure we do a presentation so you see everything that's there.
Where's the wayfinding signs? Have they been,
We're still,
did we get this 75,000 from?
we're still working with that. I'm working with the library board on that.
What about sidewalks?
Sidewalks are all gonna be included. Handicap better handicap accessibility, into the rear of the structure and into the front of the structure. So we're looking at wider sidewalks for people safety walk through. We're looking very much at pedestrian safety. We know how it's important to many in the community. And we're looking at various different improvements to the sidewalk all the way around the property.
Can
So
we
how many-
reassign parking spots so that there are more parking spots near the building for library users?
That will probably
and
be
fewer for employees?
if you're talking about library employees,
I'm talking about building employees. I know we have tenants in there.
the tenants parking spots are part of our contract. When the
That's-
contract is up, we can have that negotiation.
When is that gonna happen?
They have $1.2 million, 1.2 million reasons. to try to-
And some of it's operational concerns.
Listen, I understand that. So I went to an event with my, I can't tell my mother's age and still be
Yeah.
in
still
good
be-
graces.
yeah.
don't do
And my 81-year-old father, and they had to park, you
Yeah,
know,
in the back.
fairly far down that hill.
I've
That
experienced
is a
the same with the
challenge, and they're
seniors.
not the only ones.
Yeah, and to your point, in the rear of the building where we just put all these new elevators and everything else, and we're actually making that a more accessible flat. So we're giving people options both in the front and the back rear entry of the building, so we can make it more conducive.
And there's
to them.
parking right there by that area that they want to make the
Yeah, it's just
handicap
that
accessible.
it has to be
Parking's close to it.
designed and made. So we took that into account.
All right,
So
so,
I have one
yeah,
more question.
if we can reassign that, or if we can, whatever we can.
We've talked to our tenant and they're willing to maybe possibly move 1 or 2 of the spots for their location,
All right,
but we
better
have
than
to,
zero.
but we, you know, And they've been very good with us through this whole project.
And we want to be good with them too, so I get it. We move on. I know they want to go because I want to go too, and I'm not trying to cut you
Yeah,
off.
no,
and I
no, that's
appreciate
fine.
you.
I just wanted to know with the pickleball courts and how much space is that gonna take up? Like, will we still, once we put those pickleball courts in, for instance, right now, we're getting ready to do our 4th of July celebration. How much space is that gonna take away?
To be honest with you, I don't know the exact, like I said, it's gonna go, if you're looking at that corner where I talked
So
about.
if I'm coming in from the bottom entrance,
If you're coming in from the bottom entrance, it's probably gonna be in about maybe 10 or 15 feet from the curb to the corner, and it's gonna probably stick out about 30 feet or so. We're gonna lose, well, because we have around close to 280 or so parking spots, we'll probably lose about 30 spots maybe. But that parking lot is never full. It
Well,
probably
not
will get fuller. It'll
Yeah.
probably get fuller once we put a pickleball court in, you know,
Absolutely.
but I don't
During
know.
the day, it's empty.
Yeah.
Empty.
I mean, it is now, but I'm just saying,
Top
if we're
part
gonna
is
move
full.
towards host, that being the host facility for township events, then once we start having events there, a food truck festival or whatever we have, the space is gonna be limited.
Yeah, I would say it's probably about 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, you know, 30 by 60 or so. I forget what the exact dimensions are, but you know, it's
Yeah.
something to that effect.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Reorganization plan,
All of that we can skip through. I don't think there's anything in there.
but what is it for? I know it's a 0 for now, but what was that reorganization plan for? Pending retro non-payroll.
We had, when we did the reorganization of the salary structure.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
But why is it still showing up in 2023? I thought we did that in 2022.
Is there a 2023?
That's all zeroed out. This is zeroed
No,
out.
but it is.
I thought that was we just addressed it. I just asked you that question a few seconds ago. Wasn't that the payouts from the lawsuit settlements?
No.
I thought it was from,
759, but that was not.
What page are we on?
It's section 1,000. I don't know what the page is.
23.
Pending retro, non-payroll.
120.
Yes, any retro was, that was the payout.
Yes, we said that last.
Okay.
All right, I think we scoot ahead to 1010.
Joint meetings?
That's our sewer bill. There's nothing we can do about that. That's assigned to us. We don't have any flexibility. Although I thought it was 3.2 million. I'm seeing 3.7. Yeah, I'm going off the top of my head. So actually, that might be from last year. It says 3.2.
Okay.
Um,
Page is
Special
zeroed out.
request for the library. Do we have any comments on that?
I don't. I'm fine with that. I think we need to invest more in the library. But I'm fine with the 50-day request. How do you feel?
I'm fine. I just want to see their budget.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I know. She requested it.
Okay.
Because they gotta finish, getting a lot of
And then
stuff.
why do we have the Roseland tax assessor at 1003 on page
And we
126?
used to do something with that.
And the Essex, I mean, it's zeroed out, but
The Essex.
Yeah.
Essex Fails is the health, is what is that?
Can we have a joint partnership or
It's shared
something with them?
services.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shared
shared
service.
service with the health.
Okay.
So I have any other questions before we get to 1010? That's my next question.
No. What
So in
page?
1010, we got, I don't know what page. I'm sorry. I'm working off of this.
27.
It's the Dover Shared Services. Last year, we cut half of that out because it ended half the year, but it says,
Quarter.
no, I have. Yeah, it was half. It was in July, right? Or I think it was July. But it shows that we spent it all. Can you? Because they only paid us half, right? They stopped paying us in July.
No,
Yeah, I was confused about that one.
We went through till the end of September. Through the end of September.
All right, so it was my understanding that it ended in July.
See, but
That was mine too. That's why we voted unanimously to have half of it removed. I remember that meeting, Michelle, Councilman Castellino couldn't make it. So the four of us voted.
No, that may just be an error.
All right, so clarify that for me.
It's an allocation to,
Right.
you know, what do you call it, to
All right, so the last question that I have is a question that I asked earlier in this budget process. And do you guys have any more questions on things that?
What page?
No, it's not on a page, it's actually. We know we will have cannabis online in 2024. And whether we did or didn't, we already have people smoking cannabis in town.
Mhm.
And what I don't want is to become like some of these other towns where everywhere you walk, you smell it.
Yeah.
I voted for it, I support it, I voted for a few of, I think at least 4 or 5 of the letters that I didn't vote for all of them, but I voted for most of them. For the businesses in town, so I am not anti-cannabis by any stretch of the imagination. But I think it's important that we start with the end in mind. If we don't include, and so I'm really appealing to my colleagues here, as well as the administration, if we don't include resources to police it in our public spaces, so that people aren't just, sitting on, town hall property or at the library in the parking lot or in the parks smoking, we're gonna have people smoking everywhere, and then we'll have to catch up versus set the tone right from the beginning.
Yeah.
And it's always easier to be hard up front and then lighten up than it is to be easy up front and get tough later. So my request from my colleagues is that we consider some resources for inspectors, for lack of a better term, to be able to monitor our public spaces and be able to provide tickets for those that violate. And then for the administration to figure out where the right place to house it is. It is not the police. It is not obviously fire. It could either be health or parks, in my opinion, but you guys can figure that out. But I think we would need to start with at least 2 or 3 of those folks. So that we could have at least one working for a 12-hour shift, essentially, 8 to 8. And if we could have more than one working, great, but let's set the tone, send the message right away. God bless you. If you want to smoke, go to a consumption lounge or go to your backyard.
Yeah, I'm all for that, but what about Mr. Keogh's plan? He had a plan for the people to go through the parks.
I don't think that plan ever worked out.
No, we never implemented it. So there was a prototype.
Well, no, we have the park
Yeah.
rangers, if you will, and it was always their intention, as I mentioned earlier, that they be able to spread, the educational arm of that is different than confronting and saying, stop, you could.
Can they issue,
They could issue tickets in the
can
park.
the park
That's how
people
you
issue
start.
summonses?
That's how you start. You can, I'm not saying the first time we roll this program out, we start issuing tickets right away. Obviously, there should be some education.
And warnings.
Right,
Well, that definitely can be done by the ranger.
but the enforcement piece is gonna have to follow.
Yes.
Because if we just tell people you shouldn't do it here and you're not allowed to do it here, and there are no consequences, it will continue. Or even if it
Yeah.
stops for a period of time, it's gonna come back. And let's be honest, we already have some drug issues in some of our parks, so this can serve double duty.
Yeah.
So,
And they do need to be connected to the police in case, so that they can call if there's something goes wrong.
Yes.
The reason that I understand the concern about not associating. The reason, but I'm saying that we need to have issues.
Yes. Well,
Is that.
Governor won't
it is-
get to
you
it.
just can't hire people and say, hey, go enforce this. We're gonna have to come up with this training plan.
yes.
How you enforce,
Totally understand and agree, right?
Okay.
Totally understand and
And
agree.
so he's in a much better spot to help.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's get the funding
But
Y'all-
wasn't
and
this,
y'all work out the plan.
wasn't this an opportunity where he wanted to have the consultants come in and also have the entities pay for?
Not for this.
No, I thought the consultants
No,
were
no.
for the management of
Yeah.
the inspections and stuff.
But we also talked about
Yeah,
this
staff.
fund, them paying.
Mr.
Yeah.
Keo has a plan. He has a plan.
We don't
for
need
this.
consultants.
Well,
for
they,
this.
they made, so the councilman
I-
is saying,
I know what she's saying, the consultant person, that.
no, no,
person-
No,
she's
that's
saying
not what I'm saying.
the similar program to how the consultant is paid.
Right.
Charge a fee to the license holder.
And not
So then-
impact
Yeah,
our
why don't
budget.
you think of-
Absolutely.
Be a staff
I mean, that's an
pay for
argument.
this.
I'm happy to have.
So
I
we
think
could
that's
certainly-
Work though. right?
Well, we could certainly, because we've also had the discussion of how we're gonna allocate the resources that come in from the sales, the gross sales. And
Yeah, but I don't wanna have to.
no, that's not what I'm saying. We're gonna get the 2%. We talked about how we were gonna allocate that 2%. This could be one of those places where we say of that 2% that comes in, we allocate enough so that we have a salary position to serve the enforcement piece.
I am open to all funding. I just want to make sure that we're good as a body on funding it. We can figure out the mechanism to fund it. There, it could be all or some or none of that 2%. So yes,
They can invite.
but the big picture is, it's not in the budget. It's gonna take 4 votes to add it to the budget. And we're gonna have to fund it so that they can work out a plan and know what kind of money they're working with in order.
And
to
this is why I said from the very beginning, we're not gonna make the money we think we're gonna
That's
make,
right.
because we're gonna have to,
If we have to spend
gonna
money on
have to
enforcement,
spend
we're
it.
not making any money on the.
but we have to, so.
We're making
here-
money, so don't get it twisted. We're making some money and we're not gonna spend it all.
T19, yeah.
Well, we haven't opened one yet.
All
What are
right,
you
so
talking about?
do we have anything else in the budget that we need to cover tonight? I think we've covered it all, right?
I think we did it.
I think we did it. Thank you.
All right.
Please mention the, I guess, that's. Other than you can do it.
All right.
You know, record me.
Yeah, I
Right,
got it.
so I mean,
Excuse me, Council President. So maybe to that point, at the budget hearing, let us know where we're at with the Green Acres application, because, I mean, that won't affect this budget.
Oh, they
anyway.
got $1 million?
No,
I-
you put $1 million in this budget already for that?
No, that was going in budget.
No, as revenue.
Yeah, well, first off, you gotta get the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we need a motion to adjourn?
no, not yet. We're gonna, we're going to look at this debt service. So I looked at it. I know that there's nothing we can do about it. You know, I don't know if you guys,
Concerned.
I mean, it is what it is. The other thing that I asked for that I want to make sure we see is the payouts for employees if they leave. I think that's important
Yeah,
because
that
we
we
need
need to
to,
look
we
at.
need to be able to gauge
Yeah.
preliminarily what we're gonna owe people and where that money is gonna come from, because where does that money come from?
This, what we, generally how we've done it is we've funded it at the end of the year and paid it back over 5.
Yeah, I want to know what that's gonna look like, because we have probably quite a few people who are gonna be leaving.
so, yeah, and that request was made, so I'm sure you will comply. Colleagues, please, whatever, excuse me, adjustments you'd like to make to the budget. Let's talk amongst ourselves over the next week and a half before we get here to July 9th. And going to encourage the administration to do everything they can to introduce the mayor's budget on July 9th so that we can do our amendments that night. Be prepared to be a late night. We're gonna have to vote on all of them, sorry, but if we.
What date's that?
July 9th. And then we can hopefully get close to complying with,
I would like to ask the administration to be very light on our agenda for the next meeting. If there's anything that can be. Why?
no, she's clean. She's clean.
Okay,
Yeah, but it's not heavy yet. You can't be heavy yet, right? It's only two, we just got out of that. It's Thursday.
so yeah, if there's anything that's
Wait.
not urgent, please,
Well, the
please.
conference agenda too, you want us to keep that to.
Yes.
Please,
Yeah.
have nothing on the conference
Conference
agenda
agenda.
at all.
Yeah, we don't
Okay,
need that.
and we shouldn't.
Yeah.
going into the meeting at 6:30 and not
Yeah.
having comments.
I would
Yeah,
like, I would like to
do that.
recommend that
Yeah,
we do
let's do
that.
that.
Second,
Let's do that.
Yes,
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, that's,
So no conference
Aye.
agenda.
Yeah.
We start our meeting at 6:30.
yes.
We're gonna do our best to introduce the mayor's budget.
So forget July 11th, we
Yeah,
have
Tommy,
ABC
how about
hearing.
That's fine. That's why we need to start and not have anything.
Yeah.
It needs to be light.
You have time to advertise that.
How long,
If you're gonna move the meeting, you gotta advertise that.
oh, yeah, no, I have time for that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 48 hours, that's fine.
All right, good people. That's it for us
I
tonight.
move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Good night, West Orange. Thank you. Good night, Mr. Fagan, administration.
All right, that's an hour.
Happy 4th of July.